Chapter 540, Setting Out to the Middle State. Could I be so bold to ask, do you perhaps go by the surname Han? The female attendant queried. I am Han Lin. Ling Han nodded. He had previously made arrangements with Ing Hong that he would come under the name of Han Lin. So you really are Mr. Han? The female attendant looked pleasantly surprised. Young mistress has long since been waiting for you. Please come with me. Young mistress has commanded that the moment Mr. Han arrives, we should immediately bring you to her. Ling Han nodded and allowed the female attendant to lead the way. With the guidance of the female attendant, they soon arrived at the courtyard where Ing Hong was. The female attendant entered first to announce their presence. Yo, I say Mr. Han, you are finally here. Ing Hong appeared, her voluptuous figure extremely captivating, enough to make one drool at the sight of her. She took one look at Hellion Sun Shui and could not help but look stunned. Then she said, Young Master Han, you are really very awesome. You've just captured my dear Xianer and now you've captured a new girl? Am I Mr. Han or Young Master Han? Ling Han would naturally ignore any private questions, and simply chose to skip over to the next topic. Yet Ing Hong was not willing to give the matter up and wore a mischievous grin. Hee, I'd really like to see how you're going to explain it to little sister Xianer later. Is it really an appropriate thing to do for you to sow discord? Ling Han asked. I have big breasts, so of course I can, this woman said without the slightest hint of shame. Female hoodlum. Meanwhile, Hellion Sun Shui could not help but look down at her own breasts, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Could it be that it was because her breasts weren't large enough that Ling Han kept criticizing her? She turned to look once more at Ing Hong. Indeed, those were huge waves and far from what she could compare to. Secretly she decided that she would properly train her pectoral muscles in future. Come on, little sister Xianer has already waited for you for a great many days. Ing Hong changed the subject, her eyes sweeping cunningly over Hellion Sun Shui. She seemed to anticipate very much the scene of a daggers-drawn confrontation that would appear after the two girls met. She led Ling Han and the two girls into the courtyard, then sent someone to call Zhu Xianer over. In a few mere moments, a fragrant breeze swept in. Zhu Xianer appeared, her face was once again veiled by her white veil. Though her expression could not be seen, an endless amount of pleasure and surprise could be seen from her gaze alone. For an outstanding beauty, even a mere look would be enough to captivate a man. Big brother Han, she called out and took a leap, intending to jump right into Ling Han's arms. Pa! She had not yet landed when both her arms were pulled back at the same time. Furthermore, there was not only one person pulling her back, but two Hunyo and Hellion Sun Shui. I don't allow you to touch Nyo's Ling Han. Hunyo fumed. Who are you? Meanwhile, Hellion Sun Shui was sizing Zhu Xianer, and the expression on her face was similarly unfriendly. Before they left, Lu Yutong and Li Xichan had instilled many ideas into her, such as not to allow other women to get near to Ling Han. Otherwise they would steal Ling Han away. The moment she opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Ling Han, and like how some animals would think the first living creature they set eyes on when they were born their parent, she also clung close to Ling Han. Thus she was naturally very careful. She would definitely not allow any woman to steal Ling Han away. Zhu Xianer was shocked. A Hunyo that got easily jealous was more than enough. Why had there appeared another big girl? Also, why were the eyes of this woman blue? They looked weird, but they gave her a captivating air. This is Zhu Xianer, a friend, Ling Han said to Hellion Sun Shui. Oh. Hellion Sun Shui immediately let go, but Hunyo set herself between Zhu Xianer and Ling Han, her face saying, Don't think you can get close. Zhu Xianer could only suppress the longing in her heart and look at Ling Han with a touching gaze. Really, she was too beautiful. This mere gaze caused waves in Ling Han's heart, and made him feel an urge to push her down. Tsk, I say, little sister Xianer, you're already calling big brother so fast? Ing Hong said from one side and gave an exaggerated shiver. I'm about to die from the sappiness. If you don't speak, nobody's going to take you for a mute, Ling Han said, smiling. How is it? In my own territory you will not even allow me to speak? Ing Hong humphed. All right, fine. But shouldn't we be setting out soon? We're all just waiting for you. Now that you're here, let's set out. Though she said that they would set out immediately, they still prepared for a few hours. It was a big matter to set out to the Middle State in order to take part in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion competition, so how could they simply set out just like that? They naturally had to make some preparations beforehand. Their ride was an extremely lavish carriage. Not only did it contain chairs and beds, it was actually divided into 3 compartments. By day they could sit inside the first compartment and chat, and at night, the women would sleep in the second compartment, whereas Ling Han alone occupied the third compartment. The north region was very big. Merely traveling from extreme Yang City to the border between the north region and the middle state would require over a dozen days, and the middle state was even larger. If one wanted to travel to the headquarters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion located in the Million Treasures City, that would be another 20 over days of traveling. The journey would take at least about a month's time, and this was still because their carriage was extremely fast. Otherwise, if they were using an ordinary carriage, then even if the journey took 8 to 10 years' time, don't begrudge it for being too slow. However, they had just stepped out of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion when they saw a group of aggressive-looking people blocking their advance. Ing Hong was surprised. At the entrance to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, she, the young mistress, actually had someone block her way? What was the meaning of this? Brat, surrender your life. When they saw Ling Han walk out, immediately 5 shining weapons waved forth. How dare you? When the guard of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion saw this, he immediately moved. With a wave of his sword, ding ding ding, the 5 weapons were all sent flying from their owner's hands. When the members of the Xiang clan saw this, they were instantly displeased and said, "This brat killed our young master. Previously he kept hiding inside the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. We gave you face and did not charge in to apprehend him, but now that he's come out, do you all still intend to shelter him?" The guard of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion merely sneered coldly. What a bunch of idiots. They actually dared to make a move on young mistress's honored guest. They really were tired of living. The Xiang clan, a clan that merely had spiritual ocean-tier cultivators, actually dared to reason things out with the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. "Get lost," he declared icily, his killing intent on full display. "If you continue pestering, then I'll kill all of you." The members of the Xiang clan were naturally unwilling to yield and began to shout. "Even the Spirit Treasures Pavilion cannot be unreasonable. After killing our young master, you still plan to flee in a grand manner? Hand over the criminal." The guard sneered coldly and drew his sword. He said, "What a bunch of reckless, blind idiots." Shwa shwa shwa. After consecutively killing a number of them, those that remained were scared off, and hurriedly turned right around and fled for their lives. Ling Han and the others did not pay any heed to this. A battle of this level in their eyes was only child's play. The carriage began to move, advancing towards the middle state. Ling Han sat down comfortably. Hunyo sat on his lap, chewing on melon seeds. She guarded him closely, not allowing Zhu Xian'er the slightest chance to get any nearer. "At first I was worried that you would be hunted down by the masses, and would not be able to compete for our side. I did not think that you would actually have this kind of skill." Ing Hong stared at Ling Han's face, a shocked expression on her face. Ling Han smiled faintly and asked, "Has anything big happened recently?" "Yes, there definitely has." Ing Hong answered immediately. Chapter 541, Female Hoodlum. "What big matter?" Ling Han asked. "A heaven-grade alchemist obtained the inheritance of the 12 courts, and found out the location of an immortal's depository. Would that be considered a big matter?" Ing Hong countered. Ling Han laughed drily and said, "This joke is really not the slightest bit funny." "Then, let's talk about a big thing that happened in the Middle State," Ing Hong said seriously. "A month ago, a mystery realm opened in the Middle State, and a great many obtained rewards from within. There were also a great many new people who have never been heard of before that appeared all of a sudden and became famous overnight." "Oh, what mystery realm?" Ling Han asked carelessly. As for whatever prodigies had appeared, he could care less. In a battle between himself and an opponent of the same cultivation, he was confident that he would not lose to anyone. "The Sky Arena," Ing Hong answered. "What kind of mystery realm is that?" Ling Han had not heard of it before. The heavens would pick a large number of people to enter the mystery realm, wherein they would be divided into 18 teams. They would overcome various obstacles, and the final surviving teams would participate in a battle to the death. The team that comes out alive would obtain astounding rewards, and it may even be possible that one's cultivation could be raised directly by 2 or 3 cultivation tiers, Ing Hong said. Ling Han was astounded. So awesome, it could actually directly increase one's cultivation by 2 or 3 cultivation tiers? But he immediately shook his head. A real genius wouldn't want to succeed in a single leap like that, because cultivation needed to be polished. After all, the foundations of too rapid cultivation would not be sturdy, even if it would not affect the progress of cultivation. A cultivator like that might not be able to be called an elite among his peers of the same cultivation level. There should have been some who had obtained some kind of good stuff from the mystery realm. On this trip to the headquarters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, there must be people who would plan to auction off some treasures that they themselves cannot make use of, Ing Hong continued. Only at this point did Ling Han look interested. He nodded and said, in that case it would be worth going. According to rumors there are some rookies who have very fierce impetus. I am really worried that they would be poached by branches from the other regions. Then, in the martial arts competition, we wouldn't be at much of an advantage, Ing Hong said, worried. Oh, stronger than Xian? Ling Han was shocked. Since recovering from the wound to her divine sense, Zhu Xian'er's power had improved very rapidly and drastically. Firstly because she received a rebound, and secondly Ling Han had given her a great many alchemical pills, as well as natural treasures like flesh from great demons, spiritual liquid, and the like. The progress of her cultivation was indescribably rapid. Ing Hong nodded gravely and said, very, very strong. In the flower blossom tier, there are 2 persons who have even advanced to the high stage 1 of the flower blossom tier, and are qualified to issue a challenge to such rulers of geniuses like the second greatest swordsman. They were on the same level as Yao Huiyu. At this point Ling Han too wore a cautious expression. In a battle between equals he had confidence that he could emerge victorious over Yao Huiyu, but if there was a gap of 4 to 5 cultivation levels, then the result would be uncertain. After all, not only was Yao Huiyu a super genius, he also came from an ancient great sect, so he must have had a great many powerful trump cards under his sleeve. Though they had battled previously, Ling Han firstly had relied on the thunder battle armor, and secondly, Yao Huiyu had limited himself to 3 moves. In the end he made an all-out effort for his 3rd move, but it coincidentally happened to be the mysterious 3000, which was the reason why Ling Han could break through his attack. Thus, that battle was definitely not a display of Yao Huiyu's real prowess. Who are these rookies? Ling Han asked. Xiaoyu Ren Ji Wenshan, Fei Hong Wu Hua Yun Lang Wu Exe. Ing Hong counted them off on her fingers, knowing them like the back of her hand. Ling Han frowned and asked, these are all flower blossom tier cultivators? All indeed. All below 30 years old. All below. Ling Han was shaken. The rookies of this era were really very powerful. In his last life most probably only he, the Sword Emperor, and the others managed to break through to the flower blossom tier before 30, which was a pitifully small number. However, in this lifetime, innumerable geniuses appeared as if they were pouring out from a knocked-over vessel. No, that was not right. It wasn't that the geniuses of this era were more powerful, but rather because the environment for martial arts in this lifetime was really too good. Various mystery realms opened, which allowed cultivators to quickly improve their cultivation. Additionally, the changes to the spiritual qi in the environment gave rise to the appearance of more and more natural treasures, which led to the rapid development of martial arts. On such basis, there was naturally more geniuses who were stronger than before. He could not help but smile. To be able to exchange blows with countless geniuses, this was naturally extremely beneficial to improving his battle prowess. Furthermore, there was really nothing interesting about continuing to trample all over minor characters. I really want to battle with these people, Ling Han said pensively. I am sure that there are definitely a few among these people who would be taken in by the other branches to take part in this Spirit Treasures Pavilion tournament, so you will definitely get the chance to, Ing Hong said. Ling Han laughed and said, I only agreed to participate in the alchemy competition. If you want me to participate in the martial arts competition, okay, but you need to raise my pay. Hey. You were the one who said you wanted to battle with them. I am creating an opportunity for you. Ing Hong rolled her eyes. I've never seen anyone who would bite the hand that feeds them like you. All you think about is money. Ling Han shook his head and said, You've really proven yourself to be a businesswoman. It is obviously a matter in which you have the advantage, but you speak as if you're making a loss. Fine, whatever you like. If you want me to move, then let me see the level of your sincerity. Ing Hong gritted her teeth and asked, Would the sincerity of 100,000 double-star origin crystals be enough? Double-star origin crystals? I don't take that kind of trash. Ling Han said in disdain. He had already broken through to the flower blossom tier, and to him, double-star origin crystals were practically useless. 1,000 triple-star origin crystals. Ing Hong slapped a hand onto the table, and as if her flesh had been slived off, she wore a terribly pained expression. "Nyo, do you think I look like a beggar?" Ling Han turned and asked Hunyo. "No." Hunyo was naturally on his side. He turned to Zhu Xianer and asked, "Xianer, what do you think?" "Of course Big Brother Han doesn't look like one." Zhu Xianer immediately replied sweetly. Ling Han turned to Helian Sun Shui, but without waiting for him to ask, this princess of the sea race immediately said, "Ling Han is not a beggar." All right, she knew how to answer before being asked. Looks like her intelligence had improved considerably. Ling Han turned back around and said, "You see, everyone said I don't look like a beggar, but why do you use the method of bestowing alms on beggars on me? Isn't that looking down on me?" Ing Hong really wanted to throttle someone. Hey, who would use 1,000 triple-star origin crystals to bestow alms on beggars? She was the daughter of the pavilion master of one of the branches of Spirit Treasure's pavilion, so she was naturally a born businesswoman. Immediately she declared shamelessly, "Just 1,000, no more. If you want, I have one life here. Why not you just sleep with me then? With my identity, sleeping with me once would be more or less worth 1,000 triple-star origin crystals. If you sleep with me a few more times, you'd even have to pay me the balance." Ling Han was instantly defeated. In the face of this kind of female hoodlum, he really felt helpless, like he was trying to attack a Porcupinino idea where he could hit. He sighed and asked, "Does your family know that you're so shameless?" "I have big breasts, so what if I'm a little shameless?" Ing Hong asked arrogantly. "If the gods are displeased, then throw down a lightning bolt to strike me then." Hong. The moment she finished saying her words, a loud noise was immediately heard. It sounded like thunder, scaring the two horses into a panic, which caused the carriage to sway dangerously. Ing Hong could not help but turn pale. The gods were everywhere. She couldn't have been so unlucky that the gods really heard her, right? That's not right. There's someone fighting. Ling Han immediately shot out. Chapter 542, Two Great Geniuses. Ling Han shot out of the carriage and saw that there were two people currently engaged in a fierce battle in the sky not too far away. Since they could soar in the skies without external help, they had to be in the flower blossom tier at the very least. Since they were too far off, Ling Han was naturally unable to sense the two fighters' aura, and was thus unable to distinguish what their cultivation levels were. However, with his vision, a mere glance was enough to see clearly the two fighters' facial features. They both looked to be in their 20s and were extremely young. This did not mean that they simply looked young, but that they were really young. Their blood and chi shot majestically skywards, displaying their amazing vitality. Hong. The two exchanged another blow. One wielded a saber, whereas the other held a sword. As their weapons slashed, 19 flashes of saber chi and sword chi swept out, as if they meant to tear apart the sky and earth itself in a very terrifying display. Ling Han was astonished. He had grasped 19 flashes of sword chi, but the two fighters in the skies were actually not the slightest bit inferior to him. That was too much nonsense, wasn't it? They had merely been traveling, and they were able to encounter such young elites of this level? However, his blood quickly boiled and battle-intent soared, as if he too wanted to join in on the battle. Hong, hong, hong. In the skies, the two young elite cultivators used various magnificent techniques, their respective martial intents which could easily knock any cultivator in spiritual pedestal tier unconscious on full display. In the flower blossom tier, the divine flowers of martial arts had already bloomed, so cultivators were able to stimulate the spiritual chi in their surroundings to add on to their own attacks. Thus, their destructive power was absolutely terrifying. Even if they were battling in mid-air, the shock waves produced from their blows were still able to easily slice apart cliffs, as if the end of the world was descending. Peng, a rock cliff collapsed, and coincidentally happened to fall right above Ling Han's head. With a wave of his sword, the cliff was cut into two halves, which separated right above his head and fell on both sides. Peng peng. Due to the terrifying impact, the ground instantly shook like a carpet. Ling Han instantly found a reason for him to join in on the battle. So he too flew skywards and shouted loudly, "Hey you two brats, you actually dared to throw rocks at me. Watch my sword." His sword brandished in a strike that headed towards the two fighters. The two had just been embroiled in a fierce battle and had not imagined that a third person would interfere in their battle, and could not help but become furious. However, this strike of Ling Han was overwhelmingly powerful, and they could not choose to do anything else but parry. They both temporarily put aside their own battle and turned to parry Ling Han's strike. Pum. Now that the two geniuses had combined forces, their battle prowess was really too terrifying. Even a monster like Ling Han was forced backwards by the impact. However, Ling Han's battle intent was overflowing. These two fighters were both in the 7th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, a whole 5 layers higher than he who was in the 2nd layer of the Flower Blossom tier. Yet there was not much of a gap between their respective battle prowess. Such opponents were too hard to find. How could he be willing to give up easily? He had finally gotten a pretext to join in, and would definitely not be willing to leave just like that. With a loud shout, he used the ghostly immortal steps and displayed the desolate hellsword technique. That was the final move, and as if he himself had transformed into an Ashura that had descended into hell, his killing intent scorched the skies. The two young men were both furious and astonished. They had just been in the midst of enjoying their battle when they were suddenly interrupted. Kill this brat first, then we'll continue the battle. All right. The two fighters had come to an agreement and joined forces to strike against Ling Han. One was a swordsman and was capable of stimulating endless flames, whereas the other wielded a saber that shone with multiple flashes of golden light in a ferocious display. Either one of these two great geniuses was capable of sweeping aside all opponents in the Flower Blossom tier alone, and now that the two of them had joined forces, they were even more frightening. Even as strong as Ling Han was, he was being oppressed. However, this made him even more excited. In the midst of using ghostly immortal steps, the desolate hell sword did not even move into a defensive stance, but rather moved into increasingly fiercer attacks. At first, the two young men had intended to kill Ling Han swiftly before returning to their battle, but as the battle continued, their battle intent was stirred up as well. Not only did they put in their all into the battle, their alliance had collapsed as well, and the battle had completely evolved into a battle royale between the three of them. They were all geniuses, confident that they were invincible against anyone of the same cultivation level. As a result, they were all disdainful of joining forces with another to defeat another elite cultivator who was worth battling. In the skies, the battle continued heatedly. Fire rained, and flashes of golden light floated downwards as if they intended to destroy the world. Zhu Xian opened up a defensive shield. Though she was only in the 7th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, she was more than adequate if she only had to withstand the shock waves produced from a battle between Flower Blossom tier cultivators. As Xuanyuan watched, she became more and more excited, and continued to bare her teeth endlessly as if she too wanted to join in on the battle. Meanwhile, Helian Sun Shui wore an alarmed expression and asked, "Would Ling Han get injured?" "Haha, it would be his fault even if he did. Who asked him to charge in?" Ing Hong said, rejoicing in the fact that Ling Han was in trouble. "You're a bad person," Helian Sun Shui exclaimed, pouting. "I have big breasts so I can be bad." Ing Hong placed her hands on her hips in front of Helian Sun Shui and even purposely stuck out her chest, making even Helian Sun Shui feel embarrassed. How could this woman be such a hoodlum? Ha 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 ha. In the skies, the three fighters broke out laughing and simultaneously stopped attacking. "How delightful. What fun," the swordsman declared. "I am Fei Hong, could I be so bold to ask how I should address you, brother?" So he was Fei Hong, a new super genius that had risen just recently. He had just heard about him from Ing Hong just now. No wonder, how could there be so many geniuses in this world that they would encounter such a genius so easily? "I am Han Lin," Ling Han answered, smiling. Looking at the saber wielder, he asked, "And this is?" "Lang Wuxia." This man answered a bit coolly, appearing to be quite cold in temperament. But merely from how he looked like when he was battling, one could tell that the moment this person's blood heated up, he was a very frightening person to see. I have actually not heard of Brother Han's name." Fei Hong looked surprised. A genius like Brother Han should be well known. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "That's right. I was just about to head to the middle state to amaze the world in a single brilliant feat." Fei Hong laughed alongside him, whereas Lang Wuxia remained expressionless as if he was made out of wood. Rather than Wuxia, he should go by the name of Xuanyuan. "The two of you should have come from the middle state, yet why have you come all the way here?" Ling Han asked. "I had agreed on a battle with this guy. After half a month of battling, we had unwittingly fought all the way here," Fei Hong answered, grinning. They had fought all the way from the middle state to the north region? These two had really gone crazy in their fighting then? "Come, let's drink." Ling Han's generosity was stirred up. He invited the both of them onto their carriage, wherein he drew out the ingredients from the Black Tower as well as the herbal wine that had been produced from the various spiritual herbs that had been cultivated inside the Black Tower. It was not only a strong wine, but very nutritious as well. If a cultivator drank normal wine, it had practically no effect. This wine, though, was completely different. It was definitely strong enough. Merely after drinking 1 cup, Fei Hong was glowing with health and vigor, and Lang Wuxian could not help but relax his wooden expression as if he had finally gained some life. As they continued to enjoy their wine, they chatted about all the young heroes of the world. "Brother Han, so you are a representative in the Spiritual Treasures Pavilion tournament. Then you'd have to be careful. I heard that Xuanyuan Guang will also be a battle representative for the South region." After a few cups of wine, Fei Hong already had his arm around Ling Han's shoulder, declaring them to be brothers. "Is he very powerful?" Ling Han asked. He had not mentioned that he was actually taking part in the alchemy competition part of the tournament. Of course, on a whim he could consider taking part in the martial arts competition as well. "Very powerful," Lang Wuxian suddenly spoke up, and declared his judgment with utter seriousness. "I am no match for him." Ling Han was astonished. Though Lang Wuxian didn't speak much, this type of person either chose not to speak at all or hit the mark with a single word. Even he judged himself to be unequal to Xuanyuan Guang, which proved that the latter was indeed very strong. Chapter 543, Eye of Heavenly Dao. Previously, in the battle royale between the three of them, there was practically no difference in their battle prowess. Of course, Ling Han had not used ultimate techniques like the mysterious 3000, but he was sure that these two must have held their punches as well. There were some secret techniques that would only be used in a life-or-death situation. Yet Lang Wuxian admitted honestly that he was no match for Xuanyuan Guang, which showed that not only was the latter stronger, he was stronger by a significant degree, which was the only reason that a proud man like Lang Wuxian would admit his inferiority. "That guy is indeed very powerful," Fei Hong agreed with a nod. "However, he has the advantage in cultivation level as he is already in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. If we battled on the same cultivation level, I am confident that I will not lose to him." "No, even if we fought on the same cultivation level, we are no match against him either." Lang Wuxian shook his head in disagreement. "You have never fought him before?" Fei Hong declared defiantly. "We won't win unless we are able to break through our own limitations. Otherwise, if we merely advance another few cultivation layers, it would still be insufficient to overcome the gap in battle prowess that stands between us and him. Han Lin, on the other hand, may be qualified to fight with Xuanyuan Guang, but only when the two of you are on the same cultivation level. Otherwise, the result will still be defeat," Lang Wuxian said with absolute certainty. This time, Fei Hong yielded. He said, "Brother Han is only in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier yet is already able to battle us to a tie. Indeed, his battle prowess is more outstanding than ours. This also tells us that we should never be complacent. We had originally thought that we had already polished our battle prowess sufficiently, yet had never thought that there would be another person stronger. Brother Han is even more of a monster than we are. Could Xuanyuan Guang come from some ancient great sect that he's so strong?" Ling Han felt slight disbelief. "His origins are mysterious. No one knows his true history. However, I have fought him before and his bloodline is very powerful. It granted him a power upgrade of 3 battle stars," Lang Wuxian said in a tone of absolute certainty. 3 stars. One shouldn't underestimate these 3 stars of battle prowess. 4 geniuses like them, they had more or less advanced their battle prowess to the limit, and the ability to add another 3 battle stars to this maximum level would naturally be enough to turn the tables around in any battle. Lang Wuxian paused, then continued, "If he did not use his bloodline ability and fought with me on the same cultivation level, his battle prowess should be similar to mine. But if he did compound his battle prowess with his bloodline, then he is more powerful than I." Ling Han nodded. There were really too many capable people in this world. He definitely could not allow himself to fall into a state of self-satisfaction. Being stagnant and not moving forwards would be equivalent to an endless decline. "Brother Han, let us meet once more in the middle state." When Fei Hong and Lang Wuxian had drunk to their heart's content, they bade Ling Han farewell. "After this battle with you we feel tremendous pressure. We need to find a dangerous spot to have a good bloody battle. If we don't die, our battle prowess would be greatly improved and then we'll find you again. Let us learn from each other once more." "Good." Ling Han agreed gladly. Geniuses were never as grand as what the masses imagined them to be. What genius had gotten to the level they were at without risking their lives in the process? The two men took to the skies, but they both left in a different direction. Most probably, the only beings that could push them to the limit would have to be in the spiritual infant tier. Either they would choose to trifle with demonic beasts of this level or powerful human cultivators, all to squeeze out their own potential through a life-or-death battle, raising their own cultivation and battle prowess. AI. Ing Hong immediately sighed. I had initially thought that we had a high chance of winning in the martial arts competition, but never thought that there would suddenly appear so many monsters. Really, I'm about to die of fury, can't you people appear a year later? Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I'll recommend you an elite cultivator. I guarantee that Xuanyuan Z Guang whatever would only be swept aside in the wake. Oh, you won't say it's you, right? Ing Hong looked at him with an expression filled with doubt. I've already told you I can only afford to pay you 1,000 triple-star origin crystals and wages. If you want any more, then I can only pay you with my body. Get lost. Ling Han rolled his eyes. The elite cultivator that I'm referring to is her. He pointed at Helian Sun Shui. Puh. Ing Hong instantly choked on her own saliva. What kind of joke was that? Helian Sun Shui too looked shy and bashful, hiding herself behind Ling Han. Her two slender hands grasped tightly onto the corner of Ling Han's shirt as if she was really scared that Ling Han would really sell her off. Ling Han sighed. This was the real pro at showing off. After another few days they reached the well-known region barrier. It was a transparent barrier so high its top was hidden in clouds. Everyone guessed that this barrier had been created by an array, but no one had ever found any formation's eyes. Thus this was a mere guess. The region barrier separated the middle state and the other four great regions, as if separating the landmass into 5 boxes. It also allowed for the fact that the martial arts level in every region was completely different. The region barrier did not have the slightest effect on the common people, but the stronger one's power, the more one would be affected. If a spiritual infant tier cultivator passed through, not only would his cultivation level experience a temporary drop, his life source itself would be considerably decreased. Thus, if one wanted to traverse the world, it was best to do so as early as possible. The best cultivation level was the flower blossom tier. Not only did one not have to fear being harmed by the region barrier, one's ability would also be strong enough for self-defense. The region barrier stretched up into the skies as if there was no end to it. What is at the end of the skies? Ling Han asked. The end of the skies? Maybe the legendary realm of immortals, Ing Hong answered. Ling Han shook his head. In his last life he had once flew up into the skies continuously, but very soon encountered a terrifyingly strong wind that not even a heaven-tier cultivator could withstand. He could only choose to helplessly give up the idea of wanting to see what lay at the end of the skies. One day I will definitely sever this sky and see clearly for myself, he declared grandly. Shattering void-tier cultivators shattered the void and became immortals. Did that mean to shatter apart something like the end of the sky? Wang. All of a sudden the fair weather immediately changed. It actually became darkened abruptly before a dark cloud rapidly appeared, with terrifying lightning flashing within. Thunder tribulation. That couldn't be, right? How could a flower blossom tier cultivator actually attract a calamity of thunder? Aside from alchemical calamities, it was rumored that only when one broke through to the shattering void tier would one incite a calamity of thunder. Within the dark clouds an incredibly bizarre sight was seen. A single eye appeared. It was as gigantic as a mountain, and was staring down at where Ling Han and the others were standing. Ling Han was absolutely sure that the one this eye was focusing on was himself. And even if he had a sliver of divine sense of heaven tier at this moment, he still felt the urge to flee inside the Black Tower. The pressure was too terrifying, making him feel as if his soul itself was about to explode. However, he did not want to flee. This eye did not have any killing intent and only held endless disdain as if it was mocking him. The Eye of Heavenly Dao. Ling Han was internally shocked. He had read from ancient scrolls before that if a mortal said something rebellious, or did something that could possibly affect the balance of the world, the Eye of Heavenly Dao would appear as a warning or even directly kill the offender. Of course, it was not as if any random person cursing would incite the appearance of the Eye of Heavenly Dao. That person had to indeed have the potential to shake the universal balance of the world. Only then would the Eye of Heavenly Dao appear. Who knew, it might even make a direct move to erase a factor that could possibly be a liability to itself in the future. Could it be that when he said he wanted to sever the skies one day, he had actually given a scare to the world? Furthermore, there was a possibility that he could succeed in future. Really, what an optimistic opinion of him. Ugly, get lost, Nyo doesn't like you. Hunyo jumped up onto the roof of the carriage with her hands on her hips, looking very fierce. When the eye of Heavenly Dao turned to look at Hunyo, it was very obvious that slight fear actually appeared in its gaze. Suddenly, the dark clouds turned and flipped, covering the eyeball before quickly disappearing altogether. When the dark cloud had completely dispersed, the eye of Heavenly Dao had also disappeared. Fuck, was it really chased off by Hunyo's scolding? The moment he entered, he could feel that the spiritual chi here was denser, as if there was something additional in the air that was more advantageous to the progress of martial arts. It was indeed reasonable that the martial arts level in the middle state was higher. The carriage rocked and swayed, continuing to advance towards Million Treasures City. They did not encounter any more danger on their way, because the flag of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was raised on the carriage. This made a great number of thieves and bandits take the initiative to back off, not daring to have any thoughts about robbing their carriage. This was also proof of the power of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Its name was well known, so even if it was only a lone carriage, no one dared to rob them. After about a month, the carriage finally arrived in Million Treasures City. This was where the headquarters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was, and at the same time, was also where the headquarters of the Alchemist Society was located. It was as if the two were conjoined babies, where one was, the other was not far away. But it was understandable. High-grade spiritual pills occupied the greatest share of the auction items in Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and the Alchemist Society also needed the Spirit Treasures Pavilion to auction off their alchemical pills in order to maximize their profits. Thus, the two parties have always maintained a close working partnership. The group of 5 disembarked from the carriage and, guided by Ying Hong, went off to find accommodations. The Spiritual Treasures Pavilion was a towering building. The foundation of the building was about 2,000 meters high, which was tall enough that one could only look up at it. Furthermore, this palace-like building was incredibly huge. It really held up the facade, and was qualified to be the real headquarters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. And this was only the facade of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion that they used as a venue for their auctions. Behind it, there was another massive group of buildings used to accommodate the countless number of people belonging to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. The majority of these people made up the security detail. If it did not possess a very strong power, how could the Spirit Treasures Pavilion be able to deter the world, and cause any potential thief to falter at the idea of robbery merely upon seeing the flag of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion? A staircase extended towards that higher level. It was made of white jade, and from afar, the light reflected off it made it seem like a shining cloud. This made it seem as if this place was sitting upon the summit of clouds, making it look even more magnificent and grander. With Ying Hong's guidance, they walked up the stairs. They had only walked halfway when they saw someone walking out of the palace. In truth, coming to and fro was a very normal thing. However, this person's aura was too powerful. Divine light actually encircled his body, and with every step he took, brilliant light would shine. It was as if the son of a god was out, as he possessed an astounding aura. All the way, everyone could not help but stand still and admire this young man that possessed such an astounding aura. They wanted nothing more than to kneel down in obeisance and worship him. This young man was tall and slender. His hair was black and thick, with skin like the best quality jade, smooth and fair. He was also extremely handsome. He most probably had to stand there, and it would be enough to make countless women fall for him. He was shockingly in the flower blossom tier, and was a top cultivator at the 9th layer. With every breath he took, it was as if the whole world resonated with him. Ling Han was astonished. This young man's vitality was strong and he was incredibly young. Furthermore, this young man was shockingly already in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. This kind of talent was really quite scary. This young man walked down step by step, his aura seeming as if it was natural, leaving one only to feel endless reverence in his wake. He soon passed by Ling Han's group, but he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stood still. Abruptly, he chased over, his eyes focused on Helian Sun Shui, holding such concentration as if he was staring at his beloved lover. "Hey, you're blocking the way," Ling Han said. "Get lost." This young man directly raised his hand in a slap, filled with condescending forcefulness. Ling Han gave a cold humph. It was too late to draw his sword, so he threw out a punch of his own to parry. War Elephant Fist was out in full display. 17 silver images of dragons appeared, that rolled towards the young man. His sword chi had increased to 19 flashes, so his grasp of the art of fist techniques had also rise correspondingly. The young man exclaimed in surprise. He had obviously underestimated Ling Han's ability, yet he did not take it to heart. His right hand merely turned over and the power behind this palm strike instantly spiked. In truth, the palm and fist did not come into contact, but the two young men's origin power had collided, which instantly created a powerful impact. The shock wave that was released was filled with destructive ability, and instantly, there appeared multiple cracks upon the stone steps. Ting ting ting. Ling Han stepped back continuously, and only regained his balance after he had taken a consecutive 17 steps backwards. Chapter 545, Xuanyuan Zi Guang. An expression of shock finally appeared on the young man's face. He turned to look seriously at Ling Han and said, "You actually managed to block my strike? Not bad, not bad. Who are you? You are qualified enough for me to know your name." "Are you retarded?" Ling Han asked coldly. Did this young man really think that he was the king of the world and everything revolved around him? "How dare you?" The young man was instantly furious and shot out another palm strike. Immediately, a total of 23 flaming tigers appeared and pounced towards Ling Han. Every single fiery tiger was extremely scary and strong enough to subdue any normal cultivator in the 9th layer of the flower blossoming tier. The combined appearance of these 23 tigers was practically a horrifying sight. 23 flashes of chi. Ling Han could not help but feel surprised. He had only grasped 19 flashes of sword chi, and in terms of fist chi, his advancement was obviously even more behind. However, he merely gave a cold humph and faced the oncoming attack with fists raised, striking out with 17 silvery dragon images. Pung 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 pung. The dragon images and the tigers of fire collided and tore at each other. It was apparent that the flaming tigers had the upper hand. Merely 13 of them could stand against these 17 dragon images, and the remaining 10 continued on their fiery course to Ling Han. Ling Han used the ghostly immortal steps and managed to successfully dodge this attack. A powerful fighting spirit burnt in his eyes and he shouted, "Take one more punch from me." He shot out another punch, but this time he inserted an ancient bone pattern and instantly, his martial intent grew inexplicably brilliant. The power of the 17 dragon images increased several times and flew at the young man in a counterattack. Interesting. The young man waved out a palm strike and again 23 fiery tigers pounced. This time, the 17 dragon images actually stopped 17 fiery tigers in their path, but there were still another 6 flaming tigers that continued to pounce towards Ling Han. There was nothing that could be done. This young man had higher comprehension in martial arts than Ling Han, or at least that was the case in terms of chi. In addition to the fact that he had higher cultivation, it was only natural that he would have the upper hand in this exchange. This was something that Ling Han could do nothing about. Most importantly, he was also a genius and furthermore, a super genius. Ling Han gave a loud howl and with ghostly immortal steps, flashed right in front of his opponent, intending to have a short-distance battle with the latter. He had already formed Body of Iron Sheet, and added with the fact that his 9 Dragons Tyrant body art had also advanced to the Flower Blossom tier, in any short-distance fight, he was definitely the best in the same tier. Unless his opponent was also similarly monstrous, and had cultivated some super body art that allowed him not to only have terrifying physical strength, but also an incomparably tough physique. Using the mysterious movements of the ghostly immortal steps, Ling Han successfully flashed right in front of that young man and shot out a punch at him. "Where did you get the confidence to have a close-up battle with me?" The young man smirked and shot out a palm strike to parry Ling Han's attack at an overwhelmingly fast speed. Usually, most cultivators would avoid close-up battles because what they cultivated was origin power, so most were not physically tough. In an instant, a cultivator could shoot out 10 or even 20 flashes of origin power, but without enough physical strength, would he be able to deliver 10 or even 20 strikes in an instant? As long as enough distance was maintained, then a cultivator needed only turn over his hand, or wave his sword a few times, and he would be able to injure his enemy from afar. Would the enemy fleeing with a single leap be faster, or he, who only needed to raise his hand? However, in a close-up battle, raising a hand and turning over his palm would become an extreme luxury. There was a saying that said, "The whip is too short to reach," but if the whip was too long, it would also become very inflexible when used. Yet this young man was actually skilled at close-up battles, as his parrying palm strike was very well practiced, and fully displayed his skill. This meant that this young man definitely had a strong physique. Ling Han's battle-intent soared. With a loud howl, he began a fierce battle with the young man. Ping ping ping. They both struck extremely quick short-distance blows. There were not many flashy moves, merely the display of martial intent and the glowing of intricate patterns that endlessly shattered before reforming again in a continuous cycle. In this battle, the two of them actually came to a tie. Ling Han's physique was undoubtedly stronger. That was something that had been refined through the indestructible Heaven Scroll. Furthermore, with his cultivation of the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art, his physical strength was similarly terrifying. The young man's physique was inferior to Ling Han's, and so was his physical strength. However, his stronger origin power had compensated for this disadvantage. "I've really underestimated you," the young man declared coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and peng, a terrifying aura spread out from his body and transformed into 1,000 flaming blades that shot towards Ling Han. Even if Ling Han had formed the body of iron sheet, wherein his physique was as tough as precious metals of the same level, he still felt dread. He could not help but retreat and extend the distance between the two of them. "Ha! Within 10 moves I will make you bow down in front of me." The young man laughed loudly, delivering several palm strikes in quick succession like he was an ultimate existence capable of splitting apart the skies and cleaving the ground. His battle prowess instantly soared to a whole new level. Unless the level of one's physical strength had surpassed the level of one's origin power, the smart move was of course to maintain distance. However, there was practically no one on this plane that had physical strength that surpassed his origin power. The young man was very smart. Furthermore, he might be arrogant, but he was not an idiot. Though he had previously expressed his disdain towards Ling Han, he had absolutely no intention of fighting with Ling Han in a close-up battle, which was not his strongest area, again. For those cultivating origin power, it was natural to maintain distance with one's opponent so as to throw out martial arts techniques as much as one liked. Ling Han was being suppressed, but it did not mean that he did not have the ability to turn the situation around. He was most skilled at sword techniques, but he did not draw the demon birth sword, not did he use the mysterious 3000. These were his trump cards. Moreover, this was the middle state, and who knew if someone would recognize the mysterious 3000 and lead to the old monsters from the Heaven Sword Sect being drawn out? "Stop." A cold humph was heard, and a displeased voice came from the palace above them. "What do you two take this place for that could allow you two to do as you like here?" This deep rebuke was filled with austerity, and Ling Han and the young man immediately stopped moving at the same time. Being proud depended on the venue. Otherwise that would not be pride you were showing but idiocy. The person who had rebuked them had to at least be in the deity transformation tier, and no matter how monstrous Ling Han and that young man were against such a presence, their only fate was to be suppressed and subdued. Whoever disobeyed would be seeking a beating, and Ling Han and his opponent obviously did not want to be thrashed. The young man was still very arrogant. After slanting a look at Ling Han, he no longer paid him any attention, but instead turned to look at Hellion Sun Shui and said, "I am Xuanyuan Zi Guang. I fancy you, so be my woman." So he was Xuanyuan Zi Guang. No wonder he was so strong. Hellion Sun Shui hurriedly ducked behind Ling Han before poking out her beautiful face and sticking out her tongue at Xuanyuan Zi Guang. She only felt that this person was baffling and detestable. Meanwhile, Ling Han shot a pitying look at Xuanyuan Zi Guang. This guy had too favorable an opinion about himself, yet had completely no idea that this adorable woman was actually in the heaven tier. Though she was currently amnesiac, one day her memory would definitely return, and by then he'd be dead meat. When Xuanyuan Zi Guang saw this, his gaze directed at Ling Han unconsciously became filled with a powerful killing intent. The woman that he fancied actually was so intimate with another man? He could not tolerate this and definitely had to kill the man in question. If not, the knot in his heart would never be erased. "Once you leave here, you will be a dead man," he said, pointing at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "All right. Then you can just spend the rest of your life waiting here for me." Xuanyuan Zi Guang was rendered speechless. He had not thought that Ling Han would be so shameless. He gave a humph then said, "I will wait for you." Chapter 546. Searching for the Boundless Mountain. Xuanyuan Zi Guang turned around to leave, but before he had taken more than a few steps, he heard Ling Han mumble softly, "Idiot." He then could not help but turn back round, his gaze icy, and snapped, "What did you say?" "Oh, I said you were an idiot. I didn't think that you actually know yourself so well, and knew that I was calling you," Ling Han replied, smiling. Instantly, Xuanyuan Guang was enraged, his killing intent boiling and rising above his head, transforming into tongues of flames. Images of real dragons and real phoenixes, Byako and Zhenbu appeared, indicating the terrifying ability that this young man possessed. He really was very powerful. Perhaps he might not be inferior even to the Sword Emperor and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden years ago. "Once you leave this place, I will definitely behead you," he declared coldly, his tone filled with determination. "Then you just have to wait patiently, idiot. Wait for my mood to improve, and that will be when I will take your life," Ling Han said lazily. As someone who had once been an elite cultivator of the Heaven tier in his last life, no matter how powerful this generation of youths were, it was still impossible for him to look upon them seriously as true opponents. In his eyes, the people that he needed to surpass were the Sword Emperor, the Setting Sun Saber Emperor, and others who had already entered into the realm of immortals if they really had entered it, that was. Xuanyuan Guang did not continue to argue with Ling Han as that was completely meaningless and merely a waste of time. With a humph and a flourish of his robes, he left. This time Ling Han did not mutter anything else. He was wondering if he should pick something like Xuanyuan Guang's hair and throw it into the vial of curses to curse him. However, once one had reached the flower blossom tier, they had already left behind their mortal coil and would no longer have any hair fall. They could also freely control the growth of their fingernails. Only demonic beasts would continue to grow as the path they took was one of physical cultivation. Therefore, it was quite a difficult feat to get physical tissue from a flower blossom tier cultivator. Forget it. Xuanyuan Guang was only in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. Killing him would not be anything too difficult to accomplish once Ling Han raised his cultivation by a few more levels. "Let's go and get your accommodations arranged," Ing Hong said, a hint of a smile in her expression. She was obviously very pleased to see a conflict arise between Ling Han and Xuanyuan Guang. That way the chance of Ling Han putting his full effort into assisting her would be even higher. "Is it really appropriate for you to take so much delight in the misfortune of others?" Ling Han teased. "I want to, and what can you do about it?" Ing Hong stuck out her breasts. "How vulgar," Ling Han said disdainfully. The 5 of them entered into the Spirit Treasures Pavilion as Ing Hong showed proof of her identity. Afterwards, they were then invited into the massive building complex behind the Great Hall. However, the North region had the weakest martial arts level, and as a result, the North region branch of Spirit Treasures Pavilion naturally had the lowest status here. In this place, Ing Hong's aura was obviously weaker. Wait until I get the first place in this tournament. We'll see what else you all have to say." She fumed. "Big brother Han, that Xuanyuan Guang indeed has extraordinary power. You definitely must not be careless," Zhu Xianer said softly to Ling Han. Ling Han nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will not fear anyone, but I will not underestimate any genius either. Honestly speaking, his current power is indeed above mine, but if he wants to kill me, that would still be a fantasy." He was absolutely certain of this fact. He had too many trump cards up his sleeve. "Oh right, let me ask you something," Ling Han asked Ing Hong. "Do you know of the Boundless Mountain?" "What mountain?" Ing Hong asked blankly. "Boundless Mountain. Tieske, I only lived in the Middle State for a few years. Moreover, the Middle State is such a big place, so how could I know where the Boundless Mountain is?" "Just hold on, I'll find someone and ask around for you." Ing Hong bustled away, but after a while she again bustled back and said, "You damn brat, are you playing around with me? I've asked a great many people, but none has ever heard of such a mountain." Ling Han frowned. After 10,000 years, it was natural that there would be a change in the names of places, but here was the problem. The Middle State was such a huge place, so how could he possibly travel to check every single mountain? "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you playing around with me?" Ing Hong asked fiercely. "Take care of how you speak. Otherwise, no one would dare to marry you," Ling Han warned. I have huge breasts, so if I wanted to marry, it'd be a piece of cake." Ing Hong snorted. "You all just stay here for the moment. Oh, and it'd be best to try to avoid conflict with Xuanyuan Guang. The South region actually hired such a monster. Looks like we won't be able to get many marks for the martial arts competition." Ling Han laughed and said, "I have a way." "What way?" You think of a way to get hold of Xuanyuan Guang's hair, and I'll make a voodoo doll to curse him. I guarantee his ability would decline greatly, and he would be no match for Xian Er, Ling Han suggested with a smile. Tisk. Ing Hong rolled her eyes. This brat was playing with her again. I'm leaving, you guys can rest for a while. However, take it easy. After all, there is only a month left until the tournament, so don't ruin your bodies. Get lost. After Ing Hong left, the three girls found their respective rooms and deposited their baggage first, though they didn't really have much baggage. After all, they had the Black Tower and everybody had a spatial ring too. Meanwhile, Ling Han sat down and continued to ponder the matter of the Boundless Mountain. In his last life he had heard of the Boundless Mountain, but had never been there before. He only knew that such a place existed in the Middle State. Since that was the case, he could first find out where it was roughly located before slowly searching for the exact location. In the past, that was like fishing a needle from the sea, and now it was like fishing a needle from a lake. Though it was still a very slow process, it was still better wandering aimlessly all over the entire Middle State. The guest rooms of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion were still of very high quality. Though there was a map of the Middle State in every room, it was not very detailed. Furthermore, only some bigger areas were marked, and great many small cities and mountain ranges didn't even have their names written. Ling Han tried his best to remember and compare, and finally tapped strongly on the map. It's here, Flying Blossom County. The Middle State was really too big, so it was divided again into 36 different counties. Flying Blossom County was one of them. However, even if the area had shrunk 36 times of the initial area, Flying Blossom County was still incredibly huge. At least, it was even bigger than the whole North region. If he wanted to find a specific mountain in this place, it would be difficult. Hopefully there aren't that many mountains in Flying Blossom County, Ling Han thought. It was not possible to make a close comparison on such a map, so Ling Han called over a servant and commanded him to buy a map of the Flying Blossom County. It was claimed that anything could be bought in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. As a result, even if he did not step out of here, he could still practically buy whatever he wanted. As long as he had the money for it. Soon enough, the servant returned. He said that there were a total of 3 grades of maps. Ordinary maps could be bought with mere money. The prices of mid-grade maps were in single-star origin crystals, whereas high-grade maps had to be bought with double-star origin crystals. The price of the last grade was as high as 10 origin crystals. Ling Han internally mocked the Spirit Treasures Pavilion for being ruthless, but still handed over 10 double-star origin crystals to the servant and told him to buy a high-grade map and return with it swiftly. After another while, the map was delivered into Ling Han's hands. Since a map could be sold for 10 origin crystals, what more when they were double-star origin crystals, it naturally had features worth such an exorbitant price. Firstly, the material that the map was drawn on was very valuable. It was drawn on the shell of a clear dragon-scaled tortoise, and had used a completely intact shell. The clear dragon-scaled tortoise was not some high-grade demonic beast, but its shell had a special ability: it could shrink or enlarge by will. It could stretch out to 100 meters at maximum, and it could shrink to a size as small as that of one's palm. Because of this, the clear dragon-scaled tortoise had been greatly hunted, and by now, there were pitifully few left of this kind of demonic beast. Ling Han walked into the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, the tiny tortoise shell in his hand immediately enlarged, showing clearly all the mountains, plains and rivers in detail. Chapter 547, The 5 Dragons and Twin Phoenixes. At the most critical moment, the Xuanyuan left behind a message and claimed that all the secrets have been left at the Clear Harmony Palace Hall at the Boundless Mountain. He was very curious what she meant when she said that everything in the last few eons had been a lie. It was definitely not a moment of madness. Something that could make an ultimate elite cultivator of the Shattering Void tier willing to stand against her own clansmen, and even sacrifice herself merely to let the secret be known. The implications of this matter could possibly be terrifyingly colossal. Since they had come to the Middle State, the search for the secret that the Xuanyuan had left behind was naturally a matter of vital importance. The tortoise shell had enlarged to an area of about 100 meters and weighed a few thousand kilograms, but Ling Han's physical strength was really too tremendous. He could easily carry it single-handedly without any need to use origin power at all. Looking at the map, he tried his best to compare it with what he remembered and ruled out those mountains and plains that were definitely different. There's still as many as 21 places. Ling Han shook his head. He could only rule out so many, and there were still 21 mountain ranges that fitted the description he remembered from years ago. After all, he had never been there, and it was already quite a feat for him to be able to narrow down the scope to this extent. Should we go now or wait until after the tournament? Ling Han pondered. The search for the Clear Harmony Palace Hall will definitely not take just 1 or 2 days. Since I have already agreed to help out in the tournament, then I naturally cannot break my word. Alright, then we'll just go after the tournament is over. But do we really need to stay at the Spirit Treasures Pavilion for this whole month? Alright. Ing Hong said that recently, there have been a great many who came out of the ancient historical sites, and it is highly possible that they possess some treasures that they themselves cannot use. They will then put it up for auction. So let's just go and check when the auction will begin. It was really a coincidence that there happened to be an auction this very night. Furthermore, it was the large-scale auction that would take place once every month. And after another month, the super auction that took place once a year would be held. This would be a very grand event with a great many treasures on auction. According to rumors, even elite cultivators of the deity transformation and the heaven tier would appear sometimes. However, only those with invitations could participate in the large-scale monthly auction. Thus, Ling Han sought out Ing Hong, and asked her to help him obtain an invitation. In his opinion, though Ing Hong's status in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion in the Middle State was not too high, it would not be a problem for her to get him an invitation. However, the result was surprising. Ing Hong actually returned empty-handed. I really am about to die of fury. The moment Ing Hong entered, her expression was filled with rage. That be asterisk. Ing Chi actually dared to stop me. She didn't give me an invitation when I asked, but instead tried as much as possible to change the subject. Ling Han frowned and asked, "You couldn't get it?" Ing Hong sat at one side and said helplessly in displeasure, "I was stopped by that be asterisk. She wouldn't give me one." "She has an enmity with you?" Ling Han asked. "You can say that." Ing Hong thought for a moment. "She's just jealous my breasts are larger than hers." Ho ho. Naturally, Ling Han did not believe her. "She is my third uncle's daughter, and my third uncle does not have a good relationship with my father." She told the truth. Ling Han gave an "oh," so it was a family feud. "I'll think of something else and help you get an invitation," Ing Hong continued. Ling Han shook his head and said, "I'll just use my own way then." "You? What can you do now?" Ing Hong was disbelieving. Ling Han grinned and said, "Don't forget my real identity." Ing Hong was astonished and asked, "No way, are you sure you want to take such a risk?" "This is not called taking a risk but rather decreasing the risk," Ling Han said with a grin. He decided to appear with his original identity. Was a heaven-grade alchemist still unqualified to participate in the auction? And no matter what precious item he managed to buy at the auction, everyone would turn their focus on Ling Han instead of Han Lin. Because the moment the auction concluded, Ling Han would disappear, and in his place Han Lin would appear. TSK safe. Now that he had made his decision, Ling Han relaxed. At dinner, he drew out the various food ingredients in the Black Tower to share with the others, and everyone naturally feasted to their heart's content. That was especially the case for Helian Sun Shui and Ing Hong. Neither of them had eaten such delicacies too often, so both fought over food without any care for their image as genteel ladies. Moreover, they were no refined ladies in the first place. One had lost her memory, and the other frequently spoke about sleeping with her, so what reservations did they have? "If you let me eat these every day, it'd be fine even if I have to throw myself at you," the shameless woman said. Ling Han naturally pretended he had heard nothing. He left the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and quietly removed the disguise he had on his face, regaining his original appearance. Then he strode towards the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. "This customer, our pavilion is not open to the public tonight, and will only receive special guests." He had just stepped onto the staircase when he was hailed down. Ling Han declared his identity directly and said, "I am Ling Han, a heaven-grade alchemist. Can I be considered a special guest?" "What?" That person was obviously shocked by the words heaven-grade alchemist, and after slight hesitation said quickly, "Please wait for a moment, honorable customer. Please allow me to immediately report to my superior." In a rush, he raced up the stairs. There was naturally another supervisor there to maintain order. At this point, the auction was about to begin, and a great many people passed him by. There were middle-aged people who walked with the gait of a soldier, There were also elderly people who had unfathomable depths, as well as young people with soaring vigor who carried themselves loftily. Naturally, they all had invitations and were allowed in easily. Some of them saw Ling Han waiting at the foot of the staircase, and instantly looked disdainful. You wanted to go in without an invitation? Where had this beggar come from? Hey brat. How about if you kneel down and call me Lord, and I'll bring you in for a look around? There would always be someone who had cheap mouth and would not take the fact that Ling Han was a flower blossom tier cultivator into consideration. In the middle state, the flower blossom tier cultivators could not really be considered as all that powerful. Ling Han's eyes froze over. He asked, with such a cheap mouth, are you not afraid you will attract trouble for your clan? This was a profligate young master who looked to be in his 20s. He was merely in the spiritual ocean tier yet had the arrogance that said that, the heavens may be greatest, the earth may be number 2 but I am number 3. You damn brat, do you know who I am? The spoilt young mister said arrogantly. My surname is Sunday. Oh, grandson one. Ling Han nodded. Fuck. The profligate young master was infuriated, and he immediately leapt up in anger. This young man was really demeaning him too much, wasn't he? Young master son, don't get mad. He's only a country bumpkin. Furthermore, this place is the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and it would not be proper to make a move here. Someone immediately came up to mediate. It was a friend of the spoilt young master. The spoilt young master gave a humph, and with a flourish of his sleeve he said, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise I would have skinned you alive. Ling Han shook his head. It would be over and done with if he just used a finger to pierce to death such a piece of trash. Anyways, there were already uncountable people targeting a heaven-grade alchemist like him, so he was not afraid if there was another 1 or 2 added to the bunch. The 5 dragons and twin phoenixes are here. It really is them. This aura is really too amazing. It was at this moment that a sudden commotion arose among the crowd. Everyone turned to look behind. A group of 7 people was striding over. There were a total of 5 men and 2 women, and all of them looked to be only in their mid-20s. Yet, every one of them seemed like giants among men. Furthermore, they were all in the flower blossom tier. The middle state was really deserving of its reputation. There were actually so many flower blossom tier cultivators below 30 years of age. And this was only Million Treasures City, and not ancient great sect like the Heaven Sword Sect and the Cloud Phoenix Sect. Who knew how many powerful prodigies and geniuses these sects had? The 5 dragons and twin phoenixes were the 7 most outstanding people of the younger generation in Million Treasures City. They were all members of the great clans of the city. If that was not the case, without sufficient cultivation resources, no matter how much of a genius you were, there was no way you would be able to break through to the flower blossom tier before 30 years old. These 7 people walked forwards, unafraid and upright. Every single one of them exuded a bearing of unmatchable confidence. One of the dragons spotted Ling Han, and could not help but look surprised. I didn't think that there would actually be such a young person who is already in the flower blossom tier. Haha brat, become my follower. Chapter 548, Are you qualified? What? Jianghu actually wants to take in this young man as a follower? This brat has really gotten a big break. Jianghu's father is Grandmaster Kang's youngest disciple, and he's rumored to be shockingly talented in alchemy. His future accomplishments would be immeasurable. Which Grandmaster Kang? Haha, in Million Treasures City, who else would dare refer to himself as Grandmaster Kang? Could he be the heaven-grade alchemist, Kang Zisher, Grandmaster Kang? Naturally. The masses released exclamations of shock. A considerable number actually directed envious looks at Ling Han. If he could become Jianghu's follower, then there would be no longer any need for him to worry about obtaining alchemical pills. One had to know that there were an unknown number of people here who wanted desperately to become Jianghu's followers, but the latter would not even look at them. Even the profligate from before could not help but feel extreme envy. Though his background was not too bad, but it was incomparable to Jianghu. If one was like a dragon, then it was already very kind to compare the other to a dog. All eyes looked at Ling Han, and no matter how they pondered, there was no chance that Ling Han would reject the offer. Ling Han cast an eye on Jianghu and said with a smile, "Are you sure you're qualified enough for me to follow you?" Ha 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 ha. Jianghu laughed loudly. Young man, you are able to break through to the flower blossom tier at such a young age, and this is indeed a commendable feat. However, from the flower blossom tier onwards, there are pitifully few natural treasures that will have supplementary effects for you. You can only depend on the alchemical pills concocted by high-grade alchemists. And my father is the disciple of a heaven-grade alchemist. So, don't you think that I'm qualified enough for you to follow me? This was indeed a fact. Before the flower blossom tier, alchemical pills were more commonly used for recovery and healing, but from the flower blossom tier onwards, alchemical pills would really become supplementary items that no cultivator could go without. How tremendously difficult a feat it was to comprehend the natural Tao of this world. However, high-grade alchemists were capable of extracting the natural essence from medicinal ingredients and transform them into Paterntsa kind of consciousness that would allow a cultivator to have better comprehension and increase the advancement rate of one's cultivation. Ling Han laughed and said, I see you have already broken through to the flower blossom tier before 30, so you can barely be considered a genius. In the future you may follow by my side and be a manservant. Pooh. Everyone choked. This brat was really too mad, wasn't he? He actually wanted one of the 5 dragons, Jianghu, to follow him? Where had he gotten such confidence to say something like that? Jianghu had not foreseen this either. He had already revealed his background, but Ling Han was not the slightest bit moved. He could not help but feel slightly stunned. Ha ha ha, Jianghu, you've been beaten, haven't you? One of the other 5 dragons laughed. That's right. Usually, just because you have a lot of alchemical pills, you always throw them in everyone's faces, and now you've finally thrown them at a wall of iron, haven't you? Jianghu could not help but look angry and said, Wall of iron? At most it's only a wall of wood. He's only about 20, and is already in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier. And you still think he's a wall of wood? One of the others continued to fan the flames, enjoying chaotic situations. Jianghu felt humiliated and countered, He's only in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier. I would be able to suppress him single-handedly. Jianghu, you too are only in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier, someone pointed out. Ha, the cultivation level may be the same, but there could be a massive gulf in battle prowess. And my battle prowess is 7 stars. Jianghu declared arrogantly. To be able to have battle prowess surpassing 5 stars, this was indeed a very terrifying thing. Usually, one with battle prowess surpassing 2 stars could already be considered a genius, and 5 stars was definitely a super genius. Forget it, one of the twin phoenixes, a girl in green robes, advised. She was extremely beautiful, not the slightest bit inferior to Lu Yutong or Li Xichan. She looked like a deity with her extremely beautiful looks and touching temperament. The auction is about to begin. It's best to enter earlier. For Miss Li's sake, I'll spare you this once. Jianghu humped. Meanwhile, the other girl in red robes was a quirky one. She waved a hand at Ling Han and said, I see that you're waiting here, so you must not have an invitation, right? Why don't you come with us? Our private room is big anyway, so having one more person would be fine. Ling Han laughed and said, Thank you for the invitation, but I, as a human, would prefer not to sit with cats or dogs to avoid downgrading my own status. When he said, cats or dogs, his eyes were focused on Jianghu, and the meaning between the lines could be no more obvious. He was comparing Jianghu to an animal. This time, not only Jianghu was driven furious, even the other 6 people were slightly displeased. They were part of Jianghu's group, so didn't that mean that they too were cats and dogs? Brat, watch your mouth, one of them rebuked. Oh. Ling Han was completely indifferent. You all came here and the first thing that pops out of your mouth is to make me your follower. Is that reasonable? Then call your fathers here. I'm in a good mood today, so I will take them in as my followers. How dare you? The 5 dragons shouted simultaneously. Had this young man lost his mind? Which one of their fathers wasn't an important, influential figure? This young man was practically seeking his own demise. Ling Han humphed and said, You feel displeased? Then, before you open your mouths, think carefully if your words would offend someone. There are some people in this world that you cannot afford to offend. Mad. He was really mad. In front of the 5 dragons and twin phoenixes, he actually said that he was someone that they could not afford to offend, but who the fuck was he? It could be claimed that these 7 people were practically representatives of the 7 strongest parties in this million treasure city. Added together, even the city would have to give them face. Ling Han was only 20 years old, and such a young man himself was definitely no one too important. In terms of background, there was no way he could compare to the 5 dragons and twin phoenixes, so where had he gotten such self-confidence from? One could only say that he was too mad. Could it be that the 7 of us have not been out for too long a time that people have already forgotten our power? One of them asked coldly. His name was Xuanyuan, one of the 5 dragons. The forefather of his clan was in the deity transformation tier, and his background was also the worst off amongst their group. However, his personal talent in martial arts was extremely high, and he was also the one who took his place as one of the 5 dragons most seriously. In comparison, the green-clad girl was kinder. She merely frowned slightly and said, "Forget it, he's merely a mad man." Her name was Li Fei Yun. The Li clan was an old great clan in Million Treasures City. They had a powerful heaven-tier cultivator in their ranks, but in the last few years, there were rumors that this old monster had already fossilized, though no one knew the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, the red-clad girl was obviously one who liked to stir up trouble. She immediately pulled Li Fei Yun back and said, "Big Sister Yun, this brat's pride is sky-high, so let us just see if he can back it up." Her name was Ding Ban Xiang, and she too was a member of a great clan that possessed a heaven-tier cultivator. The 5 dragons glared at Ling Han simultaneously. All of them were giants among men and rulers of martial arts. The combined appearance of all 5 of them formed a terrifying pressure. Any normal cultivator in the flower blossom tier would probably have shaky legs in the face of such pressure, not even being able to remain standing. Ling Han looked like he felt nothing. These 5 people were indeed very strong, but they were far from the level of Yao Huiyu and Xuanyuan Guang. Even compared to Lang Wu Xian and Fei Hong, they were still far inferior, and they wanted to suppress him? What kind of joke was that? Are you playing a game of crossing your eyes? He asked, smiling. This brat was really mad. At this point he actually still dared to tease them. "Brat, speak your name," Jia Zhang shouted. "What, do you guys want to beat me up?" Ling Han asked in surprise. People with cheap mouths naturally should be properly disciplined, Lai Qin-yun said coldly. Chapter 549, Grandmaster Ling. Tension thickened. All 5 dragons came from prestigious backgrounds. If it was a direct confrontation with the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, they would definitely not dare to do so, but if it was simply thrashing someone at the main entrance to the pavilion, they believed that the Spirit Treasures Pavilion would not cling onto this fact and make things difficult. They were confident that the pavilion would at least give them this amount of allowance. The 5 dragons had their attention closely focused on Ling Han, their eyes icy cold. This young man spoke to them with such insolence, and made them extremely displeased. Ling Han placed his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "You want to make a move? Then you'd best consider carefully. Later, even if you kneel in front of me begging for mercy, it would have to depend on my mood." Ha 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 ha. The 5 dragons all sneered. Did this young man have absolutely no concept of how the word death was written? The observers all laughed loudly as well. They had seen many madly arrogant people, but it was the first time they had seen someone like Ling Han who was so arrogant when he had absolutely no basis to back up his confidence. How reckless. Fei Zhang moved. They were the mighty 5 dragons, so naturally, they would not join forces and gang up on a single person. However, to be able to qualify as one of the 5 dragons as an exception of the norm, his prowess was naturally extraordinary. One of his hands shot out. Tightly woven patterns appeared, then transformed into a divine light of gold, as if it was not a human arm, but the golden claw of a divine dragon. Ling Han seemed to be stunned as he displayed absolutely no reaction at all. Everyone else shook their heads. When they saw him act so high and mighty, they had initially thought that he might have some great prowess to back it up. But now, it actually seemed that he would not be able to withstand even a single blow. The dragon claw approached and a terrifying pressure rolled out. The skin of a lower-level flower blossom tier cultivator could even simply rip apart from the mere pressure. Ling Han did not move a hand. No, he moved his foot. He shot a direct kick right into Fei Zhang's face. The timing of this kick was very meticulous as it actually just happened to avoid Fei Zhang's attack. Furthermore, if Fei Zhang had taken Ling Han a bit more seriously, he would definitely not have delivered such a close-up attack, or at least he would not have been so rash right from the very first strike. However, very unluckily he was too careless, and thought it would be a very easy thing for him to strike Ling Han down. As a result, this kick was directly planted on his face. How could an arm be longer than a leg? Thus, before Fei Zhang even got close to Ling Han, he was solidly kicked by Ling Han's stretched-out foot. Fei Zhang gave a soft humph and quickly tilted his head, narrowly dodging this kick. He was, after all, one of the 5 dragons and one of the most skilled of the younger generation, so he could not possibly be that weak. He took multiple steps back, a burning ache on his face. He could not help but extend a hand to touch his face, and to his shock, he realized that there were actually traces of blood on his hand. Though he had dodged Ling Han's kick, it was as if the strong wind generated by the kick was as sharp as a blade. He did not cultivate body of iron sheet, so how could he possibly get off lightly when the aftermath of an attack on the level of the flower blossom tier rubbed against him? Everyone could not help but inhale sharply. One of the 5 dragons, Fei Zhang, actually experienced a loss at a single strike. Though it was merely a scrape and had absolutely no effect on his battle prowess, but amongst their age range, how many people were capable of injuring Fei Zhang? Even if Fei Zhang had been careless, Ling Han's individual skill would have to be strong enough to be able to successfully perform such a feat. I've really underestimated you. Fei Zhang rubbed clean the remaining traces of blood on his face, his eyes slightly red. He felt true anger now. Yet Ling Han said, on the other hand, I did not underestimate you. You really do only have this little ability. Fuck, that was really too cocky. Not only Fei Zhang was enraged, the other 4 dragons could not tolerate this either. The 5 dragons were a whole group, and Fei Zhang being demeaned was equivalent to their own level being pulled down along with him. This naturally made them even more displeased and unhappy. Again? Fei Zhang said coldly. He had learnt his lesson this time. He would not engage in a close-quarters combat with Ling Han again. Cultivators cultivated their own qi, and that was truly their strongest weapon. How could he display the power of his qi to its maximum capacity at close range? Grandmaster Ling. It was at this moment that an exclamation was heard from the top of the staircase. Ting ting ting. A short, round fatty raced down the steps. This man was really too fat, so fat that one could barely even see his legs. Thus, everyone felt as if they were watching a meatball rolling down the stairs. This undoubtedly would be a very hilarious sight, but not one person actually laughed because this was a big shot of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. His figure had a high grade and his status too was high grade. The 7th Pavilion Master, Xuanyuan. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion of the Middle State had a total of 9 Pavilion Masters. These were really important characters, qualified to be on equal footing with the sect leaders and grand elders of the ancient great clans. Furthermore, all the 9 Pavilion Masters were in the Heaven tier. Did the Spirit Treasures Pavilion not have a powerful Shattering Void tier cultivator on hand? According to rumors, yes, but none have ever seen him before. A high and mighty cultivator of the Heaven tier would actually come forwards personally to receive a Grandmaster Ling. Then what kind of existence would this Grandmaster Ling have to be? An Earth-grade high-level alchemist? No, an Earth-grade high-level alchemist might not yet be qualified for such treatment. It would have to be a Heaven-grade alchemist. But the problem here was, didn't this world only have 2 Heaven-grade alchemists, and neither of them had the surname Ling? Wait, there was indeed a Heaven-grade alchemist by the surname of Ling, but that person was from the North region, and was rumored to have even obtained the inheritance of the 12 courts. Furthermore, he even found out the location of the depository of an immortal. This Heaven-grade alchemist came here too? Where? Everyone turned here and there, hoping for a glimpse of this legendary person. Naturally, not one of them imagined that it could be Ling Han. He was too young. How could such a young man be any kind of grandmaster? The meatball rolled all the way down, and those in his way hurriedly stepped aside to avoid being run over. However, this meatball was rolling too fast and there were some who did not manage to dodge in time. They were instantly sent flying as if they were mere scarecrows. But Xuanyuan did not have the slightest inclination to stop. This was what being in the Heaven tier meant. He could act as willfully as he liked. The 5 dragons all had a scare and hurriedly stepped to the side of the path. They did not have the slightest qualification to challenge a Heaven tier elite. Not just them. Even if the highest ranked person in their clans came, they would still have to be obedient and docile in front of Xuanyuan. Thus, if they were really sent flying, they could only bear with it like a bout of bad luck. Yet Ling Han made no move to dodge or hide. Who did this brat think he was? If he was really trampled to death by a Heaven tier cultivator, he would have died for nothing. Who asked him to be so blind? The meatball's speed was too fast, and in an instant he was already near Ling Han. Everyone shook their heads. It was obvious that Ling Han too would be sent flying like his predecessors. But it was at this very moment that the meatball Xuanyuan suddenly stepped on brakes and stopped directly in front of Ling Han. A smile appeared on his round face. Because he was really too fat, his neck could not be seen at all. It was as if there was a small ball perched on top of a large ball, making for an incredibly funny sight. Yet not one person dared to laugh. To laugh at the appearance of a heaven-tier cultivator right in his face, that was really a move to make when one was tired of living. Yet Ling Han broke out into loud laughter. With every laugh, the cheek muscles of the spectators involuntarily twitched as they felt a cold feeling rise up from their hearts. Hopefully, Xuanyuan would not sink into a mad rage later on. If a heaven-tier cultivator was in a rage, then a massacre would be inevitable. Unexpectedly, Xuanyuan also began to laugh, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be quite pleased. Grandmaster Ling, you've honored us with your presence. Apologies for not coming out to meet you, please forgive the offense. Xuanyuan bowed. Fuck. A strong feeling of dizziness swept over all the spectators. A high and mighty heaven-tier elite actually bowed in front of a mere flower blossom tier cultivator. Had their vision blurred or something? In addition, Grandmaster Ling, this guy was Ling Han. The expressions of the 5 dragons instantly became unimaginably ugly. Chapter 550, Brick. This young man was actually Grandmaster Ling? What kind of joke was that? Yet how could it be that a high and mighty heaven-tier elite cultivator would deliberately put on such an act merely to prank a few juniors like themselves? If they thought that, then they really had too high an opinion of themselves. Everyone could not help but recall what Ling Han had said before. Even if Fei Xiang and the other 4 dragons knelt in front of him and kowtowed in apology later, Ling Han might not even pay them any heed. When they had heard that, they all thought it was merely an arrogant boast, but now, everyone was fully convinced that it was an absolute fact. A heaven-grade alchemist, what kind of awesome existence was that? He was someone that even a heaven-grade cultivator would actually come out to receive him personally. By that, one could tell how important his status and how exceptionally high his social rank was. A few juniors merely in the flower blossom tier weren't even qualified to carry his shoes for him. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. How should I address you?" Just look at how influential he was. Xuanyuan had already come out personally to receive him, and yet Ling Han did not even know who he was. What a big show-off. Ha ha Xuanyuan. I am the 7th Pavilion Master of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. If Grandmaster Ling does not mind, you may just call me Little Yang, Xuanyuan said with a smile. Everyone instantly shivered in disgust. Looking at the figure of this man, they really had no idea who would be able to call him Little Yang. But in this world, how many people were actually qualified to call him Little Yang? Aside from a few invincible cultivators of the Shattering Void tier, there were probably only a few high-level Heaven tier cultivators that had such qualification. 7th Pavilion Master. Ling Han was disgusted as well. He could not make himself call out the name Little Yang, even if he tried. Grandmaster Ling would like to participate in today's auction? Xuanyuan asked. That's right. Ling Han nodded. Please, please. Xuanyuan hurriedly invited him inside. Ling Han walked forwards. Instantly, everyone, especially Fei Xiang and that profligate young master, breathed an internal sigh of relief. But Ling Han then stopped, then turned and said to Xuanyuan, 7th Pavilion Master, if I want to call a few people to account, would I seem to be too much of a bully? Xuanyuan's expression immediately darkened. He asked, oh, could there be that someone offended Grandmaster Ling? Ho ho, one wants me to call him grandfather, another wants me to become his follower, and there are a few more who want to beat me up, Ling Han said, smiling. When they heard his words, Fei Xiang and that profligate young master were on the brink of tears. How could they have known that Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist? If they had known, they would not have dared to say such a thing no matter what. Who? Xuanyuan's eyes swept over the crowd. Instantly, a powerful pressure swept over the masses. At this moment, he was no longer that amiable damn fatty, but a heaven-tier elite cultivator that could make the world tremble with a single stomp. The spectators felt as if their very spirits were trembling in trepidation, and they could not even manage to gather the slightest energy to resist. Ling Han nodded internally. This fatty's cultivation should have reached approximately the 4th to 5th layer of the heaven tier, though he could not accurately sense exactly which layer the former was at. After all, Ling Han merely had a sliver of divine sense of the heaven tier at the moment. Fei Xiang and that profligate young master stepped out on trembling legs. They both knelt down on the ground and said, please forgive our offense, Grandmaster Ling. Ling Han merely acted like he had not seen them, and continued to chat with Xuanyuan, talking about trifling matters. He was obviously ignoring Fei Zhang and the other 4 dragons as well as that profligate young master. He had really been true to his word. They had all knelt, but whether Ling Han accepted their apology would have to depend on his mood. The 5 dragons exchanged looks with each other. They all hardened their hearts and began to slap themselves. When the profligate young master saw this, he quickly kowtowed continuously, really afraid that Xuanyuan would eliminate all of them in a rage. Grandmaster Ling, the auction is about to begin. Why don't we just go in and sit down first? Xuanyuan asked. He too did not want so many people to crowd around the main door of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. After all, this would not have good implications. Ling Han merely directed a smile at Fei Zhang and the other dragons, as well as that profligate young master, before he walked up the stairs and entered into the Great Hall. Fei Zhang and the dragons as well as that profligate young master all broke out in a cold sweat. Though Ling Han had not rebuked them, how could things be settled so easily after offending a heaven-grade alchemist? With Xuanyuan in the lead, Ling Han arrived inside a private room. This was also the most luxurious private room in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. At the moment only Ling Han obtained such an honor. Ordinarily, such a top-quality private room would only be used during the special auction that would be held every dozen years or so. It was specifically reserved for the use of the Shattering Void tier elite cultivators and other persons of similar status, such as a heaven-grade alchemist. Ling Han had long since become indifferent towards empty fame. He was completely calm in the face of such special treatment, and sat down inside the private room. The auction would begin in a moment's time. Xuanyuan spoke to Ling Han for a few moments before begging his leave and departed. He had also very generously given Ling Han an overdraft tab 100,000 triple-star origin crystals. To be honest, the identity of a heaven-grade alchemist could not possibly be just worth this amount, so why had the former given Ling Han such a small tab? That was simple. Shattering Void tier cultivators would perhaps not take the inheritance of the 12 courts too seriously, but the depository of an immortal concerned too much. If he became the target of the Shattering Void tier cultivators, Ling Han would definitely be fraught with grim odds. Thus, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion would naturally not invest too much in such an unstable variable. To be able to grant him a tab of 100,000 triple-star origin crystals, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was actually already being very generous. As Ling Han sat, one transaction after another was completed. However, there were also some auction items that were not purchased. It was indeed worthy of being the huge auction that would only be held once every month. There were too many items up for auction and the variety was tremendous, but not even one garnered Ling Han's interest. On the other hand, such an auction would only take place once a month. Thus, there could not possibly be too many valuable items up for auction. Perhaps, after another month, there would be astonishing valuable treasures up for auction in the annual grand auction that would be held then. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a bout of loud laughter rang out in the auction venue. Ling Han had initially been sleepy. When he heard such a huge commotion, he could not help but look over. He saw that the auctioneer was actually holding a brick. A brick? Ling Han felt a slight urge to laugh, but when he thought about it, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion shouldn't have really gone so far and used a brick to hoodwink their customers. Thus he began to look more closely. This was actually not a brick. It merely looked very much like one, but upon a closer look, one would still be able to see that its edges were not uniform. It seemed to have initially belonged to a gigantic rock and had now been knocked off. One side of the brick was flat, but the other side actually had half a character, or perhaps it would be better to call it the traces of writing, though it could not clearly be seen what exactly it was. This brick has been through the close examination of several master appraisers of our pavilion. However, they were not able to analyze the specifics of its structure and what it is exactly used for. The only thing that could be confirmed was that this had once belonged to a stone plaque, and is at least 100,000 years old. Furthermore, this stone brick is extremely hard, and has been obtained from a specific ancient historical site. The auctioneer introduced the brick. He seemed to be unable to find any other advantages of this brick, and thus could only try as much as possible to brag. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth, but he too was unable to tell what was special about this brick. There were only a few marks of writing on it, which seemed to make something in his heart feel alive. Interesting. The base price is 10 origin crystals. The auctioneer said, obviously not placing much hope on this auction item. 20, 50, 100. Though they could not tell what this brick was used for at the moment, there was still a considerable number of people willing to buy it as a collectible because it was at least 100,000 years old. 1,000, Ling Han declared. Without specifying the grade of origin crystals, it was understood that the bid was in single-star origin crystals. For Ling Han, single-star origin crystals were really not considered as much money. 2,000. Another person made a competing bid. The voice that spoke sounded a bit familiar. Chapter 551. Could not bite through. Mu Fei Yao. Ling Han suddenly recalled. She was a member of the Cold Spear Association, which he suspected had been established by his disciple. At that time, just for the sake of an alchemy furnace that he had once used, she had once fought desperately with an old man. She spent money as if it was mere water. He hadn't thought that she had come here as well and furthermore also had her eye on this brick. Hold on, it couldn't be that she was purposely arguing with him just for the sake of arguing, right? The Cold Spear Association fully supported the Ling Han of 10,000 years ago, and was naturally filled with hostility towards this Ling Han that had reappeared, thinking that because he, too, was called Ling Han and was an alchemist as well, it was a kind of blasphemy to the Ling Han from 10,000 years ago. Therefore, it was not impossible that because she recognized his voice, she was now deliberately competing against him just to spite him. The status of a heaven-grade alchemist could cover for almost everything, but it was not capable of accomplishing literally everything. For example, the Cold Spear Association, which revered the Ling Han from 10,000 years ago to death, was naturally filled with boundless disdain towards the current him. Most importantly, the Cold Spear Association seemed to be extremely wealthy. 3,000. Ling Han increased his bid. 5,000. Mu Fei Yao followed his lead without any hesitation. Fuck, hadn't he thrashed her behind enough at the time? Why was she now standing against him now? 10,000. Ling Han increased his bid as well. 20,000. Mu Fei Yao increased her bid even more happily. In a mere few moments, the bidding price of this bid had been raised to 100,000. One had to remember that the starting bid for this thing was a mere 10 origin crystals. Indeed, even if it was a piece of S******, as long as there were two people who had their eye on it, it could still get the price of gold. Ling Han did not cower. Single-star and double-star origin crystals were not of much use to him by now, and he had originally meant to spend such grade of origin crystals like money. Meanwhile, triple-star origin crystals were to be reserved for the purpose of cultivation. Thus, as long as the price remained inside this range, he did not mind spending money like it was dirt. As a heaven-grade alchemist, he really did not place much importance on money. The bidding continued, and only when the bidding price reached 1,000,000 origin crystals did Mu Fei Yao finally stop with a smirk. This woman had definitely done this deliberately. Though Ling Han did not care about money, to have someone raise the price so that he was forced to pay 1,000,000 origin crystals, he was still honestly very displeased. In the future, if this woman actually found out who he really was, the expression she would have on her face would definitely be very hilarious. Or so he thought spitefully in his heart. At that time, he would definitely make good use of the opportunity, and make her kneel down obediently and call him ancestor. Soon, the personnel of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion delivered the brick over. With whom Ling Han was, he could actually place this on his tab, but since he had the money for it, he did not want to take advantage of it and simply paid directly. He examined this brick closely. This thing was definitely made out of stone, but it really was very solid. Ling Han was not only unable to break it, even using the demon birth sword to slash it was useless. It did not leave behind a single mark. Who knew what effect would be produced if he handed it over to Hunyo to chew? A thought flashed in Ling Han's head. He threw the brick into the black tower and thought, "Small tower, what kind of material is this? Do you think I am an encyclopedia?" Small tower instantly said in a tsundere manner. "I have lost all my previous memories, so how could I know what this rock that does not even have a bit of source power is?" "Still so tsundere even after lost your memories?" Ling Han mocked internally. Peng peng peng. The rock spirit meanwhile raced over in a rush, its attention completely focused on that brick. Its mouth had split open, and if it was capable of salivating at this moment, its saliva would definitely have formed a river. "A master eat." It transmitted a thought to Ling Han. "Fine, I'll give it to you. Still, this thing is really hard, so don't chip your teeth on it," Ling Han said carelessly. Though he had paid 1,000,000 origin crystals for it, He was never stingy in matters which concerned his own people, though it was very difficult to refer to the rock spirit as people. The rock spirit was very happy and quickly pounced over to begin chewing on it. With a crack it bit down. It actually bit so hard that its whole head was shattered by the force. This was because it had used too much force while the brick was really too hard. The result was that the brick did not shatter. Instead, its head shattered. Thankfully, the rock spirit was capable of fragmenting itself in the first place, and split into a great many little stone creatures. Moreover, for a rock spirit, their human-like figure was only a shape that they maintained. Their head and chest were not their vital points at all, and had absolutely no difference with an arm or a leg. As a result, countless rock debris immediately flew back and gathered once more upon its head, regaining its original shape. The rock spirit would still not give up and began biting again. However, without any change, it was completely unable to chew apart this brick. The result of using too much force was shattering its own head from the impact. Furthermore, after a few more times of the same result, its recovery rate had gradually slowed down. Ling Han was a little worried that it would really kill itself in the process of trying to get stronger, so he hurriedly drew away the brick and said, "You are not capable of digesting this rock at this moment. Wait until you get stronger, then I'll give it back to you." The rock spirit knelt down onto the ground with a paw, its arms continuously pounding on the ground, causing the ground to tremor from the impact. It was as if the rock spirit was wailing in despair, making Ling Han marvel at the sight. He had never thought that this giant rock would actually be so human-like in behavior and would actually show an expression of misery. However, the rock spirit was skilled at digesting strange rocks. Moreover, after fusing with the rock of the divine temple inside the 12 heaven mystery realms, its cultivation was greatly raised. By now, it was already in the 7th layer of the flower blossom tier, yet was not able to even digest a scrap of the brick at all, which showed how high the grade of this brick was. He drew out the brick again and observed the few pen marks on it. Though there was no way to tell what kind of lettering it was, there was a majestic air to it, a kind of weight that had surpassed eons. He played with it carelessly as he thought that this would not be a bad thing to bash someone with, as it was hard enough to do quite a lot of damage. The auction was still ongoing. There were a few ancient martial art techniques up for auction which had originated from the ancient historical sites. What surprised Ling Han was that there were 2 ancient relics that belonged to the era of his previous life, now becoming antiques that people would fight over. He could not help but feel emotional. In what seemed like a dream, 10,000 years had passed for him. Upon his awakening, everything had changed, and no matter where he looked in this world, there was no longer anyone that was familiar to him. He had to reach the shattering void tier as soon as possible. Then he could shatter the empty void and become an immortal so that he could once again compete with the Sword Emperor and the others. There was also the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. She liked him yet did not tell him, and kept their relationship so ambiguous. He was definitely going to give her a good spanking. The auction ended successfully. As there was still one more month until the grand auction held at the end of the year, the items up for auction this time were not really all that valuable, as all the really good stuff would be reserved for the subsequent grand auction. Ling Han knew that the news of his appearance would have spread throughout the whole Million Treasures city. At this moment, there might be heaven-tier cultivators already lying in ambush, wanting to subdue him in secret and force out the information regarding the inheritance of the 12 courts as well as about the depository of the immortal. There was nothing else that could be done. Though he was a heaven-grade alchemist, who asked him to rise up too quickly while he had yet to form his own party? Otherwise, if he had a dozen or more heaven-tier cultivators following by his side, then aside from shattering void-tier cultivators, what party would dare to trifle with him? He exited the private room. When he arrived in a corner, he directly entered into the Black Tower. After putting on his disguise, he reappeared and overtly joined the masses. He strolled out of the auction venue and calmly turned back round and returned to his accommodations. And there was actually not one person that suspected him. Who would have thought that he would hide himself inside the Spirit Treasures Pavilion? This was what it meant to hide in the shadow cast by the lamp. 1. Chapter 552, Fatima's Invitation. Ling Han returned to his accommodations. Hunyao and Helian Sun Shui immediately came up to receive him, each gripping onto one of his arms respectively. "Why did you come back so late? Niao missed you to death," Hunyao said in a cute voice. "Why did you come back so late? Little Shui missed you to death." Helian Sun Shui followed her example. Her intelligence was really worrying. She actually copied an undependable little girl. Xuanyuan merely smiled at one side. She had removed her veil, revealing her captivating beauty. She, unlike Helian Sun Shui and Hu Niu, did not fight for his attention, but rather offered him a fragrant cup of tea. Xuanyuan is still the best, Ling Han complimented. Hu Niu was displeased. Pouting her little mouth, she declared, Niu knows how to too. She then raced off, presumably to make him some tea. Helian Sun Shui stared blankly, not knowing if she should follow Hu Niu or continue to stay and hold onto the corner of Ling Han's sleeve. In mere moments, Hu Niu returned with a cup of hot tea. The little girl had never been very dependable. As she ran, copious amounts of tea continued to spill out. Yet she paid it no mind at all. When she stood in front of Ling Han, she placed the cup on the table with a paw, then looked at Ling Han proudly, seemingly expecting Ling Han to praise her as well. Ling Han took a look. Right, at least 2/3 of the cup's contents consisted of tea leaves. He laughed loudly and said, Hu Niu is indeed generous. Anyone else would only place a few tea leaves for their tea, whereas she would throw in tea leaves by the handful. Hu Niu instantly broke out in a dazzling smile. It was good enough for her to have Ling Han's praise. She did not care about anything else. At night, both Hu Niu and Helian Sun Shui went to bed. This seemed to be a trait of physical cultivators. They placed more importance on their physical bodies than those cultivators that cultivated origin power. Those who cultivated origin power could actually meditate in place of actual sleep. Xuanyuan finally found the chance to have some personal time with Ling Han. She leant back in Ling Han's arms, and felt her heart was very much at peace. She felt very much at ease. After obtaining the alchemical pill from Ling Han, her master had already recovered from her Dao injury. Though there were still some lingering effects, her power had still returned to the spiritual infant tier. In a place like the North region, that would be considered a top elite. Now she no longer had any worries. She was left with only one thought in her mind, and that was to be with this man for all eternity. The two of them chatted on and off, and gradually saw sparks of passion flicker in each other's eyes. Involuntarily they eventually embraced one another. Ling Han's hands moved all over, touching the spots that this extreme beauty was proud of. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan was extremely shy and closed her bright eyes. Only light hums could be heard from her nose as if she was encouraging Ling Han's movements. He was just about to place a kiss upon those entrancing red lips, yet involuntarily thought that the heavens were really amazing. They were both extreme beauties, but Xuanyuan and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were completely different types of beauties. One was gentle and cool, whereas the other was noble and spirited. When he recalled the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured down on him, and instantly, whatever desire he felt was extinguished without any traces left. He merely held Xuanyuan and gently rubbed her jade-smooth back. The only thing left inside his heart was endless longing. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan very obediently leant back in his embrace, and silently listened to the sound of Ling Han's heartbeat. For a few days, Ling Han stayed in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, either cultivating or playing around with the girls. His days were spent very comfortably. But it was still rather boring to stay continuously in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. With the encouragement and urging of Hu Niu and Helian Sun Shui, Ling Han decided to take the three girls and walk around Million Treasures City. They exited the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and walked in the center of this ancient city. It was an ancient city with a long history. One could sense the air of history and age around every corner, and every single brick had its own ancient legend. On this day they played around a great many places, and at night they settled at a lakeside inn, enjoying the beautiful sight of the lake at night. The bright moon and the many stars were reflected on the surface of the lake. Starlight and moonlight flickered continuously, and the scene was exceptionally beautiful. Ling Han and his group sat themselves at the banks of the lake, admiring the beautiful scenery whilst having a barbecue. So fragrant, give me a piece." A voice rang out. A round, fat figure appeared and stretched out a hand to grab the meat skewer that was still grilling, without any fear of the heat. "Damn fatty, this is Niu's." Hu Niu was enraged. Whoever tried to snatch her food would be considered a great enemy, and she immediately shot out a foot to kick the newcomer away. However, though this man was a damn fatty, he was a very nimble damn fatty. With a twist of his body, he actually dodged Hu Niu's kick, and his left hand seemed to be completely unaffected. In a single move, it had managed to grab onto a meat skewer. Hunyeo was shouting in rage and rushed forth in a flurry of punches and kicks. The fatty merely dodged and ducked, but did not retaliate and allowed the little girl to attack him as he liked, showing the extreme flexibility of his body. Yet Hunyeo was even more nimble. They had barely exchanged a few blows when he was hit with a solid punch on his lower abdomen. His round stomach instantly concaved inwards, but his fat body actually acted like a buffer. The concave formed only midway when the force behind Hunyeo's punch had completely disappeared. His stomach bounced and instantly regained its original shape. It even rippled a few times like water. Hunyeo was moving to attack again when Ling Han grabbed hold of her. Yet, she was not pacified at all, and continued to bare her teeth at the fatty. Ling Han smiled and asked, "Fatty Ma, here to make your fortune?" This fatty was precisely Ma Duo Bao. Ma Duo Bao flopped and sat on the ground. There was not much difference between his figure and Ying Shui Yang's. His legs couldn't be seen in the first place, and now that he had sat down, it was as if a round ball had been laid on the ground. One would really worry if he would actually lose his balance and begin to roll around on the ground. He ate the meat skewer first, then wiped away the traces of oil and said, "My tan brother, even if people are separated by great distance, there is always a chance that they may meet each other again. Still, every time I see you, you look differently. What's going on here?" He was playing dumb. Ling Han did not explain. It was obvious that Ma Duo Bao was an able man. No matter how he disguised himself, the former would always be able to recognize him with a single look. He smiled, then said, "Damn fatty, it can't be that you've purposely come to steal my meat, right?" "Who said I've not?" Ma Duo Bao really did not hold back. Shwa shwa shwa, he had already snatched a few more meat skewers. Hunyeo was filled with so much grief she was on the brink of tears. She glared furiously at Ma Duo Bao, thinking that this fatty was really detestable. Ling Han snickered, drew out some fine wine and poured him a cup. Then he said, "Come, have some wine." "Hee, Lord Bao's appetite for wine is very good. If you want to make me drunk to loosen my tongue, that is impossible." Ma Duo Bao had seen through to Ling Han's motives, yet he still lifted the wine cup and gulped it down. Instantly, his brow relaxed and he said loudly, "Good wine. Good wine." This time he did not beat around the bush and said, "My tan brother, Lord Bao plans to form a party and invite you to join. How about it?" Ling Han laughed and said, "I have now become the target of many. Aren't you afraid that I would attract trouble for you?" "What trouble? Lord Bao's one hand can cover the whole sky. I'll block all trouble for you," Ma Duo Bao said carelessly. Ling Han made no comment. He instead asked, "What kind of party do you plan to establish and what is its purpose?" "To split open the skies." Chapter 553, Splitting Open the Skies. Pooh! Ling Han instantly spat out his mouthful of wine. If Fatty Ma said he wanted to form some kind of party to conquer the world, then Ling Han would not be the slightest bit surprised. There were countless people in the pages of history with such grand ambitions, so it would not be a surprise that Ma Duo Bao would join their ranks. However, this Ma Duo Bao should not have such great power, right? Though Ling Han couldn't see through him, no matter how he thought about it, there was no way that the former's power had reached the shattering void tier. But to split open the skies. The gods were everywhere. These gods would not punish evil, but if one were to upset the balance of the world, it would make the eye of Heavenly Dao appear, and possibly even directly eliminate such a being. Ling Han had said something similar previously, resulting in the appearance of the eye of Heavenly Dao, which was then scared off by Hunyeo's shouting. Thus he did not dare to speak carelessly now. There were some things that one only had to know in one's heart before one had obtained enough power. It was best not to speak carelessly. "Fatty, you really are ambitious," Ling Han said ruefully. "But please allow me to ask, what purpose would that have?" Ma Duo Bao bared his teeth in a grin and said, "Shattering void tear shatters the empty void, which would allow only one person to become an immortal. My tan brother, don't you think it would be better if we simply split apart this whole sky and allow everyone to enter the realm of immortals so everyone would be like dragons?" Ling Han was struck dumb. This really was an astonishing ambition, to split apart the skies so that everyone would be able to enter into the realm of immortals. "Is that possible?" he asked. "Without trying, how do you know that it's impossible?" Ma Duo Bao asked calmly. He had never thought that this damn fatty would actually have such a grand ambition and the domineering desire to benefit the whole world. He actually wanted to bring everyone with him into the realm of immortals. To be honest, Ling Han had never even thought of such a thing. Since the beginning of time, ascending to immortality had always been an individual matter. How could it be possible that relatives and friends of the individual would ascend along with him? But thinking about it again, if it really was possible to split apart the skies and cleave the earth, one could really bring his companions with him to ascend to the realm of immortals. As long as one was strong enough. Ling Han mused silently. It seemed that it was a very difficult feat for immortals to descend to the lower realm. If that wasn't the case, wouldn't legends about immortals appearing in the lower realm spread all over the world? He had obtained the memory crystal of Xuanyuan, and had seen with his own eyes and heard with his own ears those immortals admit that they would be suppressed upon their descent into the lower realm, and then could be expelled from it. It was obvious that crossing into another realm was a very difficult thing. Fatty, let me offer you a toast. Ling Han raised his wine cup. Regardless of whether he was willing to join or not, merely the fact that Ma Duo Bao had such an aspiration was worthy of his admiration. Ma Duo Bao gladly clinked his own cup against his, and they both emptied their cups. My Tan brother. All right. My name is Ling Han. Just call me by name. All right, my Tan brother. Ma Duo Bao readily accepted his request, yet had completely no intention to change his form of address. Have you ever thought why there was a lapse in history 10,000 years ago? Ling Han could not help but feel secretly shocked. He recalled Xuanyuan and his previous lifetime. At the time, he had not had the slightest suspicion, but now that he thought about it, a lapse also appeared about 9,000 years ago in the history of his previous life. A great many martial arts inheritances were buried in history, including alchemical knowledge. It was even worse off for array arts as the knowledge had practically all gone extinct. Through calculation, the great catastrophe which led to the destruction of that era he was in actually just so happened to be 1,000 years later, which was precisely 10,000 years. Once every 10,000 years, a great catastrophe would appear in this world. Furthermore, Xuanyuan had left behind her last words, and said that all that had surpassed these 10,000 years were a gigantic deception. What had she meant? Did it have some kind of relation with the great catastrophe that took place every 10,000 years? He pondered for a moment, then said, could it be that Brother Ma knows? I do indeed know, but the walls have ears, so I still cannot announce it verbally, Ma Duo Bao said seriously. Walls? Where were the walls? And where would the ears be? Ling Han did not understand and merely continued to look at Ma Duo Bao. Ma Duo Bao raised a single finger and pointed straight up at the skies. The eye of Heavenly Dao? Ling Han asked in shock. Ma Duo Bao shook his head and raised his finger higher. Ling Han stared blankly for a moment before he instantly came to a realization. The eye of Heavenly Dao was merely the guardian of this realm and was high above them. Then what was even higher than that? The realm of immortals. The realm of immortals was monitoring this realm? In addition, the enemies that Xuanyuan encountered were her clansmen from the realm of immortals. Those people had mentioned the subject of destruction of the human race, and seemed to be the culprits behind that great disaster 10,000 years ago. What Ling Han did not understand was, wouldn't it be a very simple thing if the realm of immortals wanted to destroy the lower realm? Even if immortals would be suppressed and weakened upon their descent into the lower realm, wouldn't it be fine if a few more came? After all, there were only a few shattering void-tier cultivators in this world, but how many immortals were there in the realm of immortals? My Tan brother, 10,000 years is a cycle. After 100 years, or perhaps there may only be a few dozen years left, another calamity will befall the world. If we don't think of something, then the tragedy that happened 10,000 years ago would repeat itself, Ma Duo Bao said. That can't be right? Zhu Xianair had been listening quietly from the side, but she finally gasped out in spite of herself. This topic was really too astonishing. Helian Sun Shui and Hu Niu, on the other hand, were completely indifferent. One of them had lost her memories, whereas the other was a child, so they had completely no concept of world destruction. Ling Han asked, does Brother Ma know the source of all this? I can't say. Ma Duo Bao shook his head, his finger pointing straight up at the skies. Ling Han was astonished and asked, could it be that announcing it verbally would lead to a great disaster? If the whole world consisted of dumb commoners, they would naturally be easy to rule over, Ma Duo Bao said with a smile. Thus, smart people would also have to pretend to be foolish. My Tan brother, your talent is shockingly high, and in the future you will definitely become someone important, but you must remember, there are too many strong elites in this world. Before you have enough power to protect yourself, You must remember to conceal your strength and bide your time. Ling Han nodded and said, thanks for the advice. Then, my Tan brother, would you be interested to cooperate with me on this righteous undertaking? Ma Duobao asked. My current power is still too low. Let's see after I reach the heaven tier, Ling Han said in refusal. It was naturally not possible that just because Ma Duobao had sketched out a grand plan and outlined a grand ambition, Ling Han would simply join his banner without any care. Ma Duobao made no more attempts at persuasion. He merely clapped Ling Han's shoulder and said, my Tan brother, I trust that you will definitely make the right choice. That's right, it hasn't been too peaceful recently, so you had better stay inside the city. Also, take this spirit talisman. Use it at the most dangerous moment as it will be able to save your life. He threw a spirit talisman at Ling Han. Then, without waiting for Ling Han to ask him further questions, he left swiftly. Ling Han and Zhu Xian'er meanwhile were still savoring his last words. What did he mean? Damn fatty Nyo's meat. Yet Nyo released a pitiful cry. Ma Duobao had left, but he had actually stolen all the meat skewers that had been on the barbecue grill. How could she not feel heartache at that? Ling Han comforted her and drew out some more meat to barbecue. He and Zhu Xian'er exchanged a look. Both of them felt much worry. Ma Duobao's words had revealed a shocking piece of information, and it seemed that the catastrophe that had almost destroyed the world 10,000 years ago could possibly happen again. Also that Fatty said not to leave the city as it is not very peaceful outside. What does that mean? Ling Han rubbed his chin and felt that that damn Fatty was really independable. He had merely revealed half the information in all that he said, and wanted Ling Han to guess the rest. Zhu Xian'er was also baffled. Only Nyo and Helian Sun Shui were completely carefree, continuing to barbecue the meat at one side elatedly as they eyed the food greedily. Chapter 554, Trapped. A night passed as Ling Han and the three girls returned to Spirit Treasure's pavilion. Although Xuanyuan Guang said he would kill Ling Han if the latter came out, Xuanyuan Guang wasn't that unoccupied to keep an eye on Ling Han for an entire day. Otherwise, a great battle would be inevitable. When it was afternoon, Yin Hong ran over hastily. What happened for you to be in such a desperate rush? Ling Han said with a smile. Pa, this old lady is still a virtuous lady. How could you use desperate to describe me? Yin Hong said, displeased. A virtuous lady that has the words this old lady on the tip of her tongue? You're truly the first I've seen, Ling Han said, smiling. Now you've seen it for yourself, Yin Hong said unabashedly. All right. There's a great matter I need you to know. What matter? Ling Han asked thoughtlessly. In the recent days there hasn't been anyone entering the city, Yin Hong said. This counts as a great matter? How does it not? You know that what kind of a place Milion Treasure City is and how many people come and go every day? Millions. However, now there are only people going out and no one is coming in. The entire city's much more desolate. Go to the Great Pavilion and see how many few customers there are. Yin Hong said in one breath. Ling Han thought all of a sudden that Ma Duobao said the previous day it wasn't peaceful outside recently and that it was best to stay inside Milion Treasure City due to that. Could it be that this damned fatso knew the reason and that's why he intentionally warned him? Do you know the reason? Yin Hong shook her head and said, sent out a few groups of people to investigate the situation, but they also left without returning. She paused and then said, perhaps Milion Treasures has been targeted by some force, which set up blockades on the major roads so that people can only leave and not enter. Ling Han knocked on the table and said, what force would do such a thing, and what merits does it have for them? Spirit Treasure's pavilion did business, while the Alchemist Society refined pills. The two united could make medicinal pills circulate throughout the entire world. For martial artists this was a beneficial thing, so who would destroy it? Even if the Heaven Sword Sect, the Cloud Phoenix Sect, and the other ancient sects had their own alchemists, they didn't need to do such a thing, right? That's why we have to get to the bottom of it, Yin Hong said. Ling Han glared at her and said, you're thinking of using me? Don't you want to know who did it? Yin Hong said with a snicker. When the sky falls down, there'll be an able person there to hold it. I'm merely in the flower blossom tier, it's none of my business, Ling Han said, not at all concerned. Yin Hong no longer laughed but said, this situation is truly somewhat unusual. The transmission stone already lost contact with the outside, and now people can only leave and not enter. It's as if Million Treasure City has become an abandoned city, not knowing what's happening outside. Aren't there heaven-tier elites? Just let them go have a look, Ling Han said. Someone conjectured that this could be a great conspiracy. Even if heaven-tier elites appeared, they might be targeted. Million Treasure City's defensive formation is first-rate. As long as it has the support of a sufficient amount of origin crystals, even a shattering void tier can't break in, Yin Hong said. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, so, heaven tier cultivators are scared of dying, making Flower Blossom tier juniors give up their lives. That's not so. Although Flower Blossom tier warriors are weak, the elites instead do not care, and it might not be as dangerous. Yin Hong revealed a worried look. Mainly Million Treasure City has become blind and deaf, and doesn't know at all what it'll face next. It has to get help from the outside. Ling Han sighed. Why was it unpeaceful everywhere he went? Does this count as being dragged down by you? He said, smiling. Haha, once aboard this old lady's pirate ship, just accept your fate. Coordinating with him, Yin Hong laughed maniacally. However, this truly wasn't good news. After a few days, the situation became less and less reassuring because as people raised their heads, the entire sky couldn't be seen. What replaced it was a black-colored mist that covered the sky. Now everyone felt uneasy. The city instantly was full of fear and anxiety. Ling Han took out the spirit talisman Ma Duo Ba gave him. He couldn't help but think that this damned fatso already knew that this would happen, telling him not to leave the city in the near future. Apparently this wasn't the end and something even more dangerous would happen. This spirit talisman could save his life. Ling Han laughed. Ma Duo Bao obviously didn't know he possessed the Black Tower, which was his greatest life-saving trump card. However, this spirit talisman shouldn't be wasted, because the things Ma Duo Ba had were definitely remarkable. This should be an instant teleportation talisman, he speculated. He was, after all, a heaven-tier elite in the previous life, and could guess it from the vein-like patterns on the spirit talisman. Instant teleportation talisman. Although I've tricked many people into thinking that I possess instant teleportation talismans and not the Black Tower, I never wouldn't thought I would actually receive one. This thing even I didn't know how to create in the previous life. It said that one must be a shattering void tier elite, having clear knowledge of the secrets of the void to refine it. Ma Duo Bao really has many treasures. Did this guy obtain an ancient treasure trove? His possessions are truly surprising. His strength is unfathomable, and who knows where he's run off to now. Ling Han decided to leave the city to have a look as sitting still to await death wasn't his style. He had the Black Tower and could avert disaster in a hopeless situation. Moreover, he was also very curious. This was Million Treasures City with heaven-tier elites keeping watch, yet someone dared to conspire against it. Just how powerful was this force? He had the three girls enter the Black Tower. If an incident happened in Million Treasures City once he'd left and they were exposed, it would be too late for regrets. However, the problem was that only Zhu Xian'er would listen obediently. Unfortunately, to Ling Han's worry, Helian Sun Shui couldn't be stored into the Black Tower. Hunyo wasn't willing to enter the Black Tower either, nagging him to let her stay with him. It couldn't be helped, they'd go together. Hunyo could enter the Black Tower at a dangerous time anyway. Helian Sun Shui was a heaven-tier elite and might be able to trigger her instincts at a moment of life and death, recovering her terrifying strength. The city's formation was already activated to fend against unknown dangers. However, going out was a piece of cake. Everyone hoped for someone to go out to see the situation, and worried about there being no volunteers. The three successfully left the city. Black mist filled the air, impeding their sight. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth, but it was useless. The mist was so thick that even it couldn't see through it. It wasn't that the Eye of Truth wasn't powerful enough, but that Ling Han's tier was a bit too low, influencing its effects. Be careful, Ling Han said, letting Zhu Xian'er out. Storing people into the Black Tower was the matter of a thought anyway. The four walked forwards and soon the black mist revolved and surrounded them. Their visibility instantly decreased yet again. They were barely able to see things a meter away. Ling Han was slightly better, seeing twice as far. What formation is this? Zhu Xian'er asked. Amongst the three girls she was slightly more reliable. Helian Sun Shui's intelligence was worrying, and Hunyo was just a child. Ling Han's expression was grave as he said, if my guess isn't wrong, this is the fourth killing formation. Chapter 555. Battling Xuanyuan Z Guang. The fourth killing formation? Zhu Xian'er asked in astonishment. According to the legends, there are spirits in heaven and earth that form 10 natural killing formations, Ling explained. The 10 killing formations are all extremely terrifying. The second killing formation to the 10th killing formation can even wipe out shattering void tears. Then what about the first killing formation? Zhu Xian'er couldn't help but ask. The first killing formation? Ling Han paused. It's also known as God killing formation. Could it really kill gods? Zhu Xian'er cried out. That's right. Ling Han nodded. The first killing formation can erase even gods, the world's greatest killing formation. However, knowledge of formations was lost, so who could set up such a killing formation now? The fourth killing formation could even wipe out high-level shattering void tier elites, yet someone could actually set it up at this day and age. Not to mention whether such a grand formation master existed, the materials used to set up the formation alone were something extremely extravagant. Then aren't we in extreme danger? Zhu Xian'er said. Ling Han nodded and said, no idea which force actually trapped Million Treasures City with the fourth killing formation. Are they trying to turn the entire city into a land of the dead? But Million Treasures City is Middle State's financial center. Its value consists in Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society. If everyone dies, how would it benefit them? If it were to take over a favorable location, that would be understandable, but Million Treasures City wasn't some holy land for cultivation and had no worldly treasures. Was it really necessary to unleash the fourth killing formation? Truly strange. Ling Han shook his head and said, we can't possibly break through this formation, and even if a shattering void tier elite came, they'd have to be at least in the 9th layer to qualify to break past it. Otherwise, even if a dozen came, they'd still fail. Zhu Xian'er obviously agreed. How many shattering void tier cultivators were there in the vast lands? No one knew, but at most several dozen. Even if all of them came, they might not even be able to resolve this formation. They retreated slowly for fear that the formation would react, killing them on spot. Fortunately, the fourth killing formation, which could kill shattering void tier elites, didn't seem to care much about nobodies like them. The formation was stagnant and had no reaction. On the other hand, it was also because they didn't go deep. The killing formation was a killing formation after all, and wouldn't miss a small fish because its net was big. They retreated out of the formation and Million Treasures City appeared before them. In reality, this was the entire killing formation's core, but since Spirit Treasure Pavilion also activated a formation to resist, this became a relatively safe area. Han Lin. With a sneer, an imposing and domineering figure appeared before them. Xuanyuan Zi Guang. He stared at Ling Han, and his killing intent circulated. This wasn't in front of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and was even outside of Million Treasures City. No one could stop him from murder here. Ling Han waved his hand and said, you guys go into the city first. I'll take on this guy. Be careful. Zhu Xian'er was kind and caring. Beat him up. While Hunyou waved her small fists. Beat him. Hellion Xuanyuan was now leaning towards Hunyou because she obviously wouldn't trust Zhu Xian'er after Liu Yutong and Li Xichan's brainwashing, leaving her only mimicking Hunyou. 2 grown-ups and a child returned to the city, while Ling Han and Xuanyuan Zi Guang faced off. Ling Han didn't dare to take things lightly. Battling at the same tier, he had the confidence not to lose to anyone. However, Xuanyuan Zi Guang was not only much higher in tier, he also had superb battle prowess. In reality, Ling Han was in a disadvantageous position. Xuanyuan Zi Guang cut the superfluous words and attacked with a palm from afar. Hong, a sea of fire spread out, spiraling fiercely towards Ling Han. Ling Han carried out Demon Fairy Step, charging towards his opponent. There was too great of a difference in tier between him and his opponent, and it would be too stupid of him to fire against each other at a distance. In battle, one obviously should play to one's forte. To greet an opponent with one's weakness would be too unwise. Dream on. Xuanyuan Zi Guang snorted. He also carried out a movement art and pulled apart the distance between them while unleashing powerful attacks, taking the absolute initiative. His martial arts talent truly wasn't below that of Ling Han, and even surpassed it in certain aspects. At least 22 flashes of Qi were currently number 1 amongst the younger generation, and under the amplification of Heaven and Earth Spirit Qi, it was as if there were 23 of him attacking Ling Han together, truly shocking. Ling Han responded with ease. He also had many trump cards such as the Demon Birth Sword, the Thunder Battle Armor, and the Iron Sheet Body, and which of those couldn't turn the tables? He also laughed coldly and said, "Since you don't dare to fight in close quarters combat, then have a taste of this." His figure retreated continuously, and instantly pulled 10 meters away from Xuanyuan Guang. Earlier he kept trying to close the distance between them, thus this sudden retreat was out of Xuanyuan Guang's expectations, making him stop momentarily and not counterattack immediately in fear that it might be a trap. Xuanyuan Guang moved forward, while Ling Han also leapt backwards. "Humph, my cultivation is higher than yours and my origin power is denser, pulling apart the gap. You're even less of an opponent," Xuanyuan Guang said loftily, firing out a palm attack as 23 fire lions appeared and pounced at Ling Han. It was only 10 meters. It was impossible for origin power to be exhausted at such a small distance. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "You think too highly of yourself." He gestured as if drawing a bow, and instantly, a speck of light surfaced, turning into the shape of an arrow. With a xiu it shot towards Xuanyuan Guang. Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow. Fast as a ray of light. Xuanyuan Guang was shocked, hurriedly summoning origin power in defense. The arrow shot at his chest, but the origin power shield appeared in time, blocking the arrow. Even so, it still made him groan. It was so painful that he almost hacked a mouthful of blood. In terms of power he was obviously above Ling Han, but Ling Han focused power on one point, while he had to guard his entire body. This was obviously incomparable. It couldn't be helped. The arrow was too fast and he didn't know what part of him it would aim at, forcing him to guard all over. Ling Han retreated with ease, escaping from the 23 fire tigers and said, "You're nothing more than this." Xuanyuan Guang made a very sullen face. No matter tier or battle prowess he should firmly suppress Ling Han, yet he suffered a small loss, damaging his self-esteem. A godlike man like him. He was always the only one who, at a lower tier, won against other geniuses. How could he be beaten by someone at a lower tier? He was furious. A flame arose above his head and turned into a dragon, phoenix, and other ancient miraculous beasts, showing his extremely unique bloodline. "You are dead for sure," he announced coldly. Ling Han laughed and said, "You are really good at talking big." Who didn't know how to speak in declarative. Hong. At this moment the black mist surged. Swords and axes covered in frightening vein-like patterns could be seen indistinctly within, radiating a shockingly cold glare. Ling Han's expression changed drastically, and he immediately ran towards the city. Xuanyuan Guang was furious. Seeing that he was about to unleash his power, this brat actually abandoned the battle? He was just about to curse, but then he also saw the changes in the black mist, instantly feeling a chill inside. He also exerted power on both feet, running towards the city gate. The fourth killing formation had been activated. Chapter 556. The fourth killing formation. The killing formation was activated, and an extraordinary image arose, forming a terrifying, great danger. After Ling Han returned to the city, he smiled at Xuanyuan Guang and said, Why are you following me? Come, let's fight for 300 rounds." He assumed a fighting stance, ready to give it all. Xuanyuan Guang was almost angered to death. "You freaking guarded the city gate only to say fight for 300 rounds? Could there be such a cheap person? Not to mention 300 rounds, if he was only stopped shortly, he would be killed by the killing formation right away. I'll come collect this debt from you in the future," he said in a grave voice, turning into an arrow and charging at the city gate. Ling Han originally wanted to mess with him, but feeling several formidable and terrifying mental spirits, he gave up on the idea. True elites had come, and definitely wouldn't sit idly as he killed Xuanyuan Guang craftily. How unfortunate. He'd still wanted to make the other party suffer. 1,000,000 Treasure City's great formation was also completely activated, and a white flash of light covered the city's skies like an eggshell. In reality, unseen beneath the ground was another half of an eggshell, guarding this ancient city from all directions with 0 blind spots. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion really wasn't short on the money at all. While this defensive formation was first-rate, it was also terrifying when it burned origin crystals. Hong, black swords 100 m long formed within the killing formation, emitting a shockingly cold glare. Even though several heaven-tier elites were already at the top of the city, they all felt a chill within facing against the black swords. It couldn't be blocked. Those black swords were like completely activated spirit tools, and heaven-tier elites would definitely be killed instantly if they stepped near them. The black sword slashed past. Fortunately, the city's great formation had been activated, turning into a shield that blocked the black sword. Hong vein-like patterns intertwined and shone, turning into countless fragments that scattered down from the sky. Thankfully it was blocked. Everyone was greatly shocked. Which force insisted on targeting Million Treasures City? No matter whether it was Spirit Treasures Pavilion or Alchemist Society, they were harmonious in bringing wealth, and were of status above the norm, never making enemies of any force, so why would they attract someone using such a killing formation? Could this be the fourth killing formation? An old fogey cried out. The fourth killing formation? Most people were at a loss. Killing formations are formed naturally by the world. There is a total of 10 kinds of them. Though ranked one after another, their powers are actually not much different, and according to legends they could even kill shattering void tier elites. As for the first killing formation, it's the world's first unbreakable formation, claimed to be able to kill gods. The old fogey explained. What? Hearing those words, everyone's expressions changed drastically. What could be done? The fourth killing formation surrounded the city. Could Million Treasures City's defensive formation rival it? Moreover, even shattering void tier warriors could be killed. Once the city's defense broke, they would all die inevitably. Who was it to be so deranged? Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth and observed continuously, comparing as he said, the fourth killing formation isn't complete, and one shattering void tier elite can probably break it. Boy, what do you know? Who the hell are you? The adults are talking, kids screw off to the side. Once he spoke, it instantly aroused many people's dissatisfaction. These people were all self-assured in their experience, even flaunting their identities in a situation like this. However, there were also people who kept an open mind and revealed a hint of cheerfulness. It was rumored that Spirit Treasures Pavilion had a shattering void tier big shot keeping watch, and if he took the field, wouldn't he be able to break through the formation? With this little friend's words, this old man suddenly feels the same. It suddenly occurred to the old fogey earlier. Otherwise, this city's great formation couldn't possibly block the fourth killing formation. This was a naturally formed killing formation, something extremely terrifying. Only the other 8 killing formations could rival it. As for the first killing formation, it could kill gods, so even the other 9 killing formations added together were inferior to it. If only Ling Han said so, obviously no one would believe it. The words of the lowly carried little weight. However, being confirmed by the old fogey, more people instantly believed those words, which also greatly increased their confidence. Please request the senior of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion to intervene and break through this killing formation. That's right, only that supreme being can do it. Everyone said one after another. Although they had no right at all to request a shattering void tier elite to act, it greatly concerned their lives, so they could only muster up the courage to say so. Otherwise, there would only be the road that led to death ahead of them. A figure flashed by. It was shockingly the damned fatso Xuanyuan. He looked outside the city as another black-colored spear formed, launching a second attack. He frowned and said, "Several pavilion masters have left Million Treasures City to visit other places." The Grand Pavilion Master also left? Everyone cried out. He left. Xuanyuan sighed. Now, this pavilion only has me, the only pavilion master keeping watch. Everyone was depressed. Heaven tier elites couldn't break through the fourth killing formation even if it was an incomplete one. Pray that the great formation guarding the city is strong enough, guarding till those seniors return. Everyone could only hope so. Ling Han, however, was curious. Those pavilion masters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion actually all left the city, moreover at the same time? Being able to move 8 pavilion masters together, could it be that an extraordinary historic site had been discovered? Xuanyuan shook his head and said, "The 8 pavilion masters won't possibly return in near time. Probably, 1 to 2 years would still be difficult." What, that long? Everyone's faces turned pale. 1 to 2 years? Could this great defensive formation be maintained for 1 to 2 years? Million Treasures City is an important land of Middle State. With communications cut off for a long time, people will definitely realize that something is wrong and run over to see exactly what's going on, someone said, filled with hope. However, can we really endure till that time? Someone said pessimistically. Hong, hong, hong. The fourth killing formation kept bombarding Million Treasures City. The great city guarding formation formed a shield to protect it, but it wouldn't stand such crazy bombardment for long. Soon, cracks appeared on this shield, which shattered with a bang in the end. The great city-guarding formation formed a second shield, and continued to withstand the fourth killing formation's bombardment. In the short term, the defensive power could completely keep up with the destructive power, reaching a balance. The city's protection wouldn't be broken through. The problem was that the great city-guarding formation was activated by origin crystals, and under such high expenditure, how long could it be maintained? After Xuanyuan and a big shot of the Alchemist Society discussed shortly, they arrived at a conclusion. It could endure for half a year, and if the other forces took out their origin crystals as support, then it would last even longer. At such a time, no one dared to be selfish. Everyone contributed their origin crystals one after another, hoping that the great formation could persist until reinforcements arrived. "Where are the experts of the Alchemist Society?" someone asked. Right, although alchemists primarily refined pills, the Alchemist Society's headquarters were here, so they hired a few elites to keep watch. Perhaps there might be a shattering void-tier super-elite there. The two heaven-grade alchemists left the city long ago with their heaven-tier followers, an alchemist said. His status was considerably high as he was a high-level earth-grade alchemist. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society left at the same time, but Million Treasures City suffered the surrounding attacks of the fourth killing formation. This wasn't a coincidence no matter how one looked at it. Chapter 557, Dilemma. Could the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society have joined hands to conspire to murder us? Someone with persecutory delusion cried out. Xuanyuan sneered and said, "To kill a dreg like you, would they need to take such a roundabout way? This lord can crush you 10,000 times." This certainly stood to reason, making many agitated people calm down. The key was that the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society had no reason to do so. The 8 Pavilion Masters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the 2 Heaven-grade Alchemists of the Alchemist Society, as well as the Heaven-tier elites, did they go to a certain historic site? Ling Han suddenly asked. Xuanyuan looked at Ling Han again, revealing an astounded look. Although this youngster interrupted twice and seemed to have no manners, every word he said nailed the spot. He nodded and said, "That's right. The pavilion received news that Alchemy Emperor Ling Han's ancient tomb was discovered, and within it were treasures collected by the Alchemy Emperor in all his life." Everyone was in an uproar. The Ling Han 10,000 years ago was a legend, not only excelling in alchemy, but also at the pinnacle of martial arts. How much and how shocking would his wealth be? Thinking about it made people's eyes red with desire. Now that his ancient tomb was discovered, could you say that you would hold back and not intervene? Ling Han's expression, however, was strange. A ghost? In his previous life, his flesh was shocked into ash by the Black Tower during an expedition. There couldn't be an ancient tomb where he was buried. This was clearly a trap to draw out the elites of Million Treasures City and take advantage of it to surround the city. Concocting such a great conspiracy just to kill them, the useless troops? Even though there were still Xuanyuan and other Heaven-tier elites here, setting up the fourth killing formation just to kill a few Heaven-tier warriors, this was obviously not worth it. No, there had to be a greater scheme, just that he hadn't thought of it. By the looks of it now, this is a scheme of luring the tiger out of the mountains. Hopefully, the Pavilion Masters and the 2 Grandmasters can return safely. Xuanyuan sighed. He obviously knew that things were too coincidental and there definitely was a bait. The enemy hidden in the dark deliberately planned such a large scheme, so presumably reinforcements wouldn't come in the near time. We can only rely on ourselves now. Xuanyuan cupped his fists and said, "Please, old brothers and sisters, be generous and help small Yang guard Million Treasures City. Million Treasures City is our home too, we ought to do everything in our power." A voice floated over from within the city, extremely old but also filled with power and influence, making many people's thighs shiver as they were unable to stand firmly on their feet. "Small Yang, when it's necessary to intervene, we won't stand by idly." This was an old lady's voice, which was surprisingly like tough iron. After hearing her words, many people cried out with ears leaking blood, unable to withstand such oppressive might. "Yes." A third voice sounded, but it was a simple answer. These were the few Heaven-tier forces in the city. Of course, this was also because of Million Treasures City's singularity, or else no city in the Middle State would have Heaven-tier warriors keeping watch. Xuanyuan couldn't help but feel relieved. There were pathetically little shattering void tier elites in the world, and heaven tier ones were rare enough. Now there were 4 heaven tiers joining hands, obviously making him much more confident. Moreover, the mysterious enemy used the 4th killing formation to entrap them. Didn't this explain that the opponent didn't have power equal to shattering void tier? Otherwise, even the 4 in the heaven tier wouldn't block it, no? Thinking so, his had slightly even more confidence. Ling Han took it all in his eyes but shook his head. The hidden force definitely had shattering void tier elites, or else why would they act so extremely daringly? Moreover, without the power of shattering void tier warriors, how could they have set up the 4th killing formation? The opponent's shattering void tier powerhouse was probably pinning down the Grand Pavilion Master of Spirit Treasures Pavilion, making him unable to get back in time. Anyway, Million Treasures City currently was certainly in imminent danger. Hong Long Long, the 4th killing formation kept operating as black swords, black sabers, black spears, and all other sorts of weapons appeared, bombarding the Great City Guarding Formation. The Great City Guarding Formation only formed a shield in opposition, simple yet effective. The day passed with people overwhelmed in anxiety. When everyone raised their heads to look at the sky on the next day, they were all shocked. Yesterday, the 4th killing formation only prompted weapons to bombard the Great City Guarding Formation one at a time, but today, there were 2 weapons. This created 2 times the destructive power, and obviously caused the expenditure of twice as many origin crystals. The only thing that set people's mind to rest was that the Great City Guarding Formation could still last. Originally, the condensed shield could withstand 10 hits before shattering, but now it shattered with 5 hits. As long as it didn't shatter with 1 hit, then there was no need to worry about the city gates being broken through and the killing formation's menace's direct arrival. Everyone's expression was grave. Yesterday was 1 attack and today was 2, so would it become 3 tomorrow and the day after 4? Increasing continuously at this rate, the Great City Guarding Formation's defensive limit would be reached. As expected of the 4th killing formation, Ling Han also looked cautious. If he didn't have the Black Tower, he would just tear apart the instant teleportation talisman and run since he couldn't save others anyway. However, he now had the ability to save everyone in the city, and if he chose to only protect himself, an insurmountable threshold would be left in his heart. Saving people was as easy as lifting a hand for him, but this would expose the secret that he possessed the Black Tower. At that time, how many people would target him? Wait, my true self has already been targeted by countless people anyway, so what if I expose that I possess a spatial spirit tool that can accommodate living things? Ling Han thought the other way around. A spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living things in the Black Tower, these were 2 different matters. As for the people stored in the Black Tower, he would make them lose their senses, not letting them know where they went during this time. Alright, if it comes to the moment of disaster, I'll appear with my original face, storing everyone into the Black Tower, then leave with the instant teleportation talisman. Ling Han made up his mind. With his thoughts clear, his mood instantly turned cheerful. On the 3rd day, the thing everyone worried about happened. The 4th killing formation formed 3 weapons at a time, firing at Million Treasures City. Now, the shield formed by the Great City Guarding Formation exploded in only 3 hits. The atmosphere within the city was stifling, and public order began to go out of control. At night, several vicious incidents happened. There were robberies, murders, and rape on women. Under the Armageddon-like inhibition, the beastly nature in many people's hearts was unleashed. If they were to die, why not do whatever they pleased before dying? The city became more and more chaotic as more people joined in for such wild pleasures. At first, it was only normal people, and afterwards, some lowly martial artists also joined the line of criminals, making the calamity even scarier. At this rate, the 4th killing formation didn't need to break through the city. Million Treasures City would bring about its own destruction. The city's powerful forces joined hands to enforce the law, killing many evildoers. The chaotic situation finally returned under control. Fortunately, on the 5th day, the 4th killing formation didn't form 5 weapons, stopping at 4 at a time. Everyone felt slightly at ease. Chapter 558, The Thousand Corpse Sect Assaults. Even though there were only 4 weapons attacking simultaneously, this was still very terrifying. The shield formed by the Great City Guarding Formation could only block 2 attacks before shattering. The consumption of origin crystals became an astronomical figure. Even if the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society were very wealthy, they could only endure a month of such expenditure. 1 month later, what would they do? The 10th day came. Someone's here. At the east side of the city. The news spread, and everyone came to the east side of the city like a swarm of bees. They ascended onto the city walls and saw 10 young males and females standing out east the city. Behind them was a crooked old man whose eyebrows were all white. Who are you people? Why trap us in here? What exactly do you guys plan on doing? Everyone shouted one after another. The 11 people didn't seem to have come here mistakenly no matter how it looked. Xuanyuan also came to the city's edge, and as he looked at the old man at the bottom, his expression turned stern. He couldn't see through him. This person was definitely in the heaven tier, and his cultivation wasn't below his. The 11 people in the distance were indifferent. They had no intention of replying, appearing quite arrogant. May I ask how we might have committed an offense, making you guys open such a killing formation to trap us? Xuanyuan asked. This was a heaven tier elite. The old man finally said, in Million Treasure City, there's something that my sect must obtain, but we don't know where it is. Finding it will inevitably alert people, so might as well besiege this place and kill everyone. Then there wouldn't be anyone in the way. It was actually for such a reason? Because they feared others might get in their way, they had set up a killing formation to completely slaughter a city. Could they be more deranged and perverse? After everyone heard, they instantly hurled all kinds of abuse. However, some people thought that to make such a force unsparing in unleashing the 4th killing formation to besiege an important place like Million Treasure City, the thing they sought had to be quite precious, no? For this force to do so, it was equivalent to making all the vast lands its enemy. It wasn't like the 8 pavilion masters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the 2 heaven-grade alchemists of the Alchemist Society would never return. Would they let the matter go after they found out? Only in terms of size, the combination of Spirit Treasures Pavilion and Alchemist Society was probably the most powerful existence in the vast lands, right? To gravely offend such forces just like that, it was enough to prove just how precious that thing was. Oh, what is it? Why don't you guys let us find it and remove the 4th killing formation in return? Xuanyuan said, smiling. Although he was a great expert, the blood of a merchant flowed within him, so it was naturally a habit to bargain. No need to bother. We still hope to acquire it by ourselves. Moreover, our sect likes this place quite a lot, and plan on turning this place into our sect's main base, the white-browed old man said. Oh, may I ask what this lord is called and what your dear sect is called? Xuanyuan asked. The white-browed old man revealed a frightening smile and said, this old man is surnamed by one with a one-character name Yuan too. As for our sect, you guys should have heard of it to some extent. Oh, then why not say it and let everyone admire a little? Xuanyuan shot back. No need to say, see for yourselves. Bai Yuan laughed grimly and waved his right hand. Hong long long, a strange voice sounded as 7 caskets suddenly slid out from the black mist as if they had legs, sliding all the way to his legs before stopping. The 1,000 Corpse Sect. Instantly, many people cried out at once. Gagaga 3. This sect will use Million Treasure City to tell the entire world that the 1,000 Corpse Sect is back again. Bai Yuan laughed loudly. Hearing his arrogant laughter, the people at the top of the city walls said nothing, feeling only an extremely oppressive atmosphere. The 1,000 Corpse Sect came back so brazenly, and was going to destroy Million Treasure City, while they were the ones who were going to be used for ceremonial sacrifice. Ling Han shook his head inwardly. If the 1,000 Corpse Sect chose Million Treasure City as the location for their gates of revival, then the 4th killing formation would never be withdrawn. It would be 1,000 Corpse Sect's great mountain guarding formation. The 10 killing formations all had one thing in common. The killing formations formed by heaven and earth didn't need origin crystals to maintain the formation but needed to be set up. The power of heaven and earth would naturally pour in, forming a terrifying murderous calamity. Used as a sect-guarding formation, it would truly be the world's finest. Don't say that I didn't give you guys a chance to live. Bai Yuan laughed eerily. These 10 people are the sect master's 10 direct disciples. Now they're here to choose followers, and those picked by the 10 masters can live on. The 10 young males and females were all lofty. What was surprising was that they clearly didn't have any fluctuations of corpse chi on their bodies, unlike Bai Yuan, whose figure was crooked and bound by corpse chi. A youngster in a green gown said, amongst those in the same age level, Whoever can block 10 of my moves will qualify to be my follower. Haha, 7th junior brother actually said to have them block 10 moves. Could you have slacked off recently, falling behind in progression? A youngster in purple clothing said, smiling. Whoever can block 5 of my moves can become my follower. He obviously thought himself stronger in that there weren't many who could block 5 of his moves. These youngsters were certainly strong. All of them were in the flower blossom tier. A few were even in the high stage of the flower blossom tier, no weaker than Xuanyuan Guang. Humph, rats scampering across the street dare to be so arrogant. Let me test you guys out. Jianghu already jumped down the city gates and said loftily, I'm not here to be your follower. Just that you guys are unpleasant to the eye, so I'm finding one to slaughter. Who wants to die? Alright. On top of the city, many people instantly cheered. The 1,000 Corpse sect trapped them with a killing formation, not only conspiring to take their lives, but also humiliating them. This obviously made many people's blood boil with indignation, simply wanting a grand battle. However, some people had other ideas because the current circumstances clearly favored the 1,000 Corpse sect. A fine bird chose a good tree to nestle in. Just a second layer of the flower blossom tier, who'll go? The 10 disciples of the 1,000 Corpse sect looked at each other, and finally looked at the youngster that had just turned 20. 17th junior brother, your tier is the lowest, so this one'll be up to you. That youngster seemed somewhat shy, and walked out among everyone's jostles, facing against Jianghu. Die. Jianghu immediately attacked, reaching out with his right hand and turning it into a golden dragon claw that pressed towards the youngster. The dragon claw grew with the wind and turned into a terrifying 3-meter-long being. Vein-like patterns shone and drew in heaven and earth's spiritual chi. The claw enlarged once again, reaching 900 meters. The dragon claw pressed down as if a real dragon was truly drawn out to suppress the world. You have some strength. That youngster nodded and reached out to counterattack. As he reached out, the 1,000 Corpse sect's special characteristic was immediately displayed as a black-colored evil chi swirled and turned into a frightening skeleton, opening its mouth to bite at the dragon claw. Chapter 559, Corpse soldiers show off their power. The two battled fiercely. From the circumstances, it was very hard to tell who was better right away. On top of the city walls, everyone was excited. The 1,000 Corpse sect boasted greatly, but in the end they were nothing more than this. Although Jianghu was one of the 5 dragons, he definitely couldn't enter top 100 amongst the younger generation in the middle state. Only Xuanyuan Guang, Yao Huiyu, and so on could represent the limits of the prodigies of the younger generation. Nevertheless, the 1,000 Corpse sect was a great ancient sect, yet the disciples they fostered were nothing more than this. It seemed that it had been too long, so their sect had waned. If it weren't for the 4th killing formation, they definitely wouldn't stand a single blow. Ling, however, shook his head and said, Jianghu has lost. His voice wasn't low. It was heard by many people on the side and they couldn't help but be furious. Hey, which side are you on? Why would you hope for Jianghu's defeat? Could he be the 1,000 Corpse sect spy? I think he's suspicious. These people all stared at Ling, their gazes unfriendly. Zhu Xian was smart, immediately understanding what Ling meant. She said, he's the 1,000 Corpse sect's disciple, and 1,000 Corpse sect's true battle prowess lies in corpse soldiers. Hearing Zhu Xian's explanation, everyone instantly came to the same realization. Right. Why was the 1,000 Corpse sect notorious and spurned by the people of the world, and even destroyed several millennia ago? It was precisely because they refined corpse soldiers. Where did corpse soldiers come from? They came from the martial artists they killed, and the elite warriors' corpses stolen from cemeteries. Without corpse soldiers, the 1,000 Corpse sect would be a second-tier sect, but with them, it could be compared to powerful forces like the Heaven Sword sect and the Cloud Phoenix sect and even go further beyond. Now that youngster rivaled Jianghu with his personal battle prowess, so when he unleashed his corpse soldiers, what would the outcome of the battle be? Ling said Jianghu already lost, and definitely didn't say it without thinking. He wasn't on the 1,000 Corpse sect's side, but simply told the truth based on the facts. However, Jianghu, who was the one involved, didn't realize at all. He still battled with the youngster fiercely, and as the two were well matched in strength, he was also fully enjoying himself. Being oppressed in the city for 10 days made him extremely out of sorts, and he just happened to need a great battle to vent some anger. 17th junior brother, why aren't you done yet? Too slow. That's right, what month and year will this fight go on until? The 9 youngsters of the 1,000 Corpse sect all began to shout. That youngster revealed a fierce and savage smile and said, "Since the senior brothers and sisters are impatient, this little brother will end this battle as soon as possible." He let out a battle cry, and as ear-piercing sounds came from afar, for caskets slid over. The 1,000 Corpse sect's people fostered corpses, and the stronger they were, the more corpse soldiers they could foster. He was in the Flower Blossom tier and could at most foster 6 corpse soldiers, but this demanded too much, for was already his limit. Meanwhile, normal Flower Blossom tier disciples could only foster 2. One needed to separate a part of the divine sense to control the corpse soldiers, and the more divine sense was separated, the more it affected the body. Therefore, unless one had extraordinary talent, it was better to pursue the quality of corpse soldiers, and only then the quantity. "Go!" that youngster shouted lightly, and 4 corpse soldiers immediately leapt out their caskets. Each one was rotten with only the skeleton left, but their bones were refined into the color of shiny silver, as if it were made out of metal. 3rd tier silver-armored corpse, equivalent to the Flower Blossom tier. That youngster stared at Jianghu and said, "You're too weak. You're not qualified to be a follower of I.C. Yao." Bullsh. Jianghu was furious. Although he didn't want to be his opponent's follower at all, he couldn't bear the opponent's disdain. He let out a battle cry, and a mirror appeared in his hand. "Heptagold mirror," he shouted loudly and moved the mirror. Instantly, a flash of golden light surged out, shining towards C2 Yao. C2 Yao faced it indifferently, not even bothering to parry or evade. A corpse soldier stepped forward to block the flash of golden light. With a Z, a hole instantly opened up on the corpse soldier's ribs with gas flowing out. Impressive. The corpse soldier's physique couldn't be compared to same-tier rare metals, but it was still quite formidable. However, it was penetrated with one attack, serving to show how terrifying this spirit tool was. C2 Yao didn't care at all. He pointed at Jianghu and said, "Kill him." Instantly, the 4 corpse soldiers were like fierce wolves and tigers, pouncing towards Jianghu. The 1,000 Corpse sect was dreaded and hated by many large forces in the ancient times, which certainly stood to reason. It was not only because their actions were vile but also because they were powerful. With regards to just personal battle prowess, C2 Yao and Jianghu were equal, but once corpse soldiers were out, their battle prowess wasn't on the same level at all anymore. The 4 corpse soldiers were in the 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, refined hundreds of times. Their physique was tough, and they did not fear death nor pain. They were literally human-shaped weapons, and which Flower Blossom tier cultivator wouldn't get scared seeing them? Jianghu already unleashed that heptagold mirror, and his battle prowess skyrocketed a whole lot, but against the 4 corpse soldiers he was really backed up, completely unable to cope. Weak, truly too weak. The 10 disciples of 1,000 Corpse sect all shook their heads, appearing as if he were beneath contempt. On the top of the city wall, everyone was silent. Jianghu wasn't really weak. He was at the 2nd layer of the Flower Blossom tier, but his personal battle prowess reached 7 stars, and after unleashing the heptagold mirror, his battle prowess skyrocketed to 10 stars. It couldn't be helped that his opponents were too strong and too many. 4 corpse soldiers were all at the 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier in terms of battle prowess, neither fearing death nor pain, with tough defense. Nothing could be done. He was very soon in imminent danger and would definitely be killed within 10 moves. "Enough," Xuanyuan said in a deep voice. Bai Yuan laughed gently and said, "Juniors are sparring and the older generation shouldn't meddle." This lord said stop. Xuanyuan roared, and his voice turned into waves that rolled towards the opposing side. This was a heaven-tier warrior's furious roar. If hit by the sound waves, it was guaranteed that those at the Flower Blossom tier would instantly faint. "Damned fatso, you're too pushy." Bai Yuan attacked, and a deathly mist was waved out, blocking Xuanyuan's sound waves. "Ah!" Jianghu let out a tragic scream. His arms and legs were grabbed separately by 4 corpse soldiers, and with a pull he was torn into pieces. He had no iron sheet body, and having his limbs grabbed and pulled he obviously died. 17th junior brother, why'd you dismember him? Wouldn't it be better to leave a complete body to refine a corpse soldier? Someone said with a laugh. C2 Yao laughed and said, "A small fry at the 2nd layer of the Flower Blossom tier refined into a corpse soldier would have limited strength. Moreover, he can still be refined into a corpse soldier even after being dismembered, just that a bit more effort is necessary. Who wants to battle? He looked at the people on the city wall wearing an expression of disdain. How truly arrogant. However, Jia Zhang's strength was already quite good, yet he was swiftly defeated at the hands of this person. This guy certainly had the ability to be proud. At least, those who had the same battle prowess as Jia Zhang were not qualified to take up the challenge, or else, they'd just be giving up their lives. Chapter 560. West Region's Pang Xiang Ming. I heard that the Spirit Treasures Pavilion held a once in 3 or 5 year competition, and one of the competition rounds was martial arts. Are there really no other decent opponents? Si Tu Yao continued to ridicule the crowd. Everyone was unconvinced. Although Si Tu Yao won, it still didn't change their fate of being trapped, and since they were trapped and humiliated, they felt even worse. I'll battle you. A hot-headed young man leapt down, yet he was just a nobody that didn't even enter the flower blossom tier. Without even getting close, he was bitten to death by a corpse soldier, his blood splattering all over the ground. Si Tu Yao played with the heptagold mirror that used to belong to Jia Zhang, and smiled as he said, although that guy was pathetically weak, this spirit tool is really quite good, posing a threat to even peak stage flower blossom tier warriors. Give back the treasure mirror. Someone leapt down the city walls and yelled at Si Tu Yao. It was a 40-years-old man, who emitted an unfathomably deep presence. Already at such an age. Don't butt in. Bai Yuan intervened and swatted towards that person with a palm. Yin Su Yang hurriedly intervened to save that person. Peng with a loud bang, Bai Yuan's attack was neutralized. That middle-aged man's face turned pale and he hurriedly ran back. He was Jia family's spiritual infant tier elite. He originally wanted to retrieve the treasure, yet almost gave up his life doing so. Bai Yuan laughed. This old man will give you guys a chance. Those under 30 years of age can take the field to spar with these 10 small guys. Each person can participate in at most 10 fights, and with each win this old man can let 10 people leave this city. Yin Xuanyuan immediately sneered and said, can your nonsense be trusted? Then this old man will make an oath, Bai Yuan said, and raised his hand to make an oath as expected. Gods lay 3 feet above one's head, Dao oaths couldn't be recklessly made. Everyone instantly revealed an impulsive look. Winning one battle they could receive 10 quotas to leave the city, and if they won a few battles they could even bring their entire family out of this killing formation. I'll battle you. Someone immediately jumped out and attacked Si Tu Yao. Court death. Si Tu Yao sneered as 4 corpse soldiers demonstrated their power, instantly dismembering that person. Give us a decent opponent or else there's no need to make such a bet, a disciple of the Thousand Corpse Sect said, revealing an impatient look. I'm not interested in killing ants. Atop the city gates, the youngsters looked at each other, revealing their burning fury. Quite arrogant, huh? A youngster in a blue long garment said dully. His figure was lanky, and he had a moon-shaped mark on his forehead, flashing indistinctly. He stood amongst the crowd, unprepossessing, but once he spoke, his presence rose infinitely, instantly turning into a resplendent star from a passerby. He leapt down and stood at the city gates. This opponent's not bad. With a glance, Si Tu Yao revealed a joyful look. This follower's mine. The youngster in the blue raised his right hand. A silver bell was actually fastened to his wrist, looking somewhat girly. He shook his hand and instantly ding 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 sounds echoed, beautiful and pleasant to listen to. He looked at Si Tu Yao and said, I'm about to win and I don't need any quotas to leave the city. You can kneel on the ground and kowtow forcefully 3 times. Si Tu Yao's expression changed drastically and he said, such arrogant manner. After I defeat you, I'll have you know what the pecking order is. The youngster in blue smiled slightly and said, attack, I'll give you 3 moves. Arrogant. Si Tu Yao snapped his finger. Charge. The 4 corpse soldiers immediately jumped out and attacked the youngster in blue garment. The youngster was extremely at ease, and as he pressed his right hand forward, the 4 corpse soldiers actually stopped all at once as if a freezing spell had been cast on them. What? Everyone cried out, what was going on? Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth and instantly saw everything clearly. The 4 corpse soldiers actually had threads attached to them. It was precisely these threads that tied them tightly, rendering them unable to do anything. Ling Han thought it was blood-sucking origin gold at first, but examining closely, he discovered that it was actually formed by origin power. Origin power formed threads that could tie down people. What sort of mystic arts was this? The youngster in blue clothing pulled with hands again, and the 4 corpse soldiers were instantly like marionettes, moving involuntarily. However, their movements were rigid and that look was truly amusing. However, no one was able to laugh, feeling frightened on the inside. Those were 4 corpse soldiers, which were comparable to warriors at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, yet under the control of the young man, they were like marionettes. This was too ridiculous. Who is this guy? He seems really strong. He's the one West Region Spirit Treasures Pavilion asked to attend the martial arts contest. He seems to be called Pang Xiang Ming. Right, he's called Pang Xiang Ming. So powerful. Everyone cried out. Not many people could see that Pang Xiang Ming used threads of origin power to constrain the 4 corpse soldiers, but it was precisely because they didn't know that they felt it incredible, taking him for a celestial. Ling Han also nodded. This skill was certainly effective, but Pang Xiang Ming didn't appear that relaxed either. After all, he was tying down 4 9th layer flower blossom tier corpse soldiers, while his cultivation was merely at the 5th layer of the flower blossom tier. This was also because he was freakish enough to fight a stronger opponent while being weaker and even fight 1 against 4, however this was also roughly his limit. Conversely, the 1000 corpse sect was truly freakish. A random disciple could rival the most outstanding geniuses of present age. C2 Yao was also shocked at first, but his divine sense could be said to be connected with the 4 corpse soldiers, and he soon felt that the opponent's constraints were inadequate. Thus he immediately laughed loudly. Haha, thought you were going to be quite formidable. Ping 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 ping. As expected, the 4 corpse soldiers shook off the constraints, attacking Pang Xiang Ming once again. Pang Xiang Ming was fearless. As his hands danced, he appeared extremely effeminate, looking as if a girl reincarnated in the wrong body. As he raised his hands, he formed orchid-like shapes with his fingers, appearing extremely gentle. The 4 corpse soldiers couldn't approach at all. As they got close, he would constrain them with his origin power and throw them out. C2 Yao let out a battle cry and joined the fray. Corpses flood heaven and earth, he bellowed as corrosive black-colored corpse chi spewed out from his entire body. You think it'll work on me? Pang Xiang Ming sneered and spread out an origin power shield to block out the corpse chi. He was at the 5th layer of the flower blossom tier, so his origin power was naturally much thicker than C2 Yao's. The corpse chi couldn't possibly penetrate it. C2 Yao laughed loudly and said, "This wasn't prepared for you." As the sound of his words fell, a blood-red ray shone from the eye sockets of the 4 corpse soldiers, emitting an even more violent presence. Ping 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 ping. They suddenly broke the constraint of Pang Xiang Ming's origin power threads, charging towards him. Pang Xiang Ming frowned slightly. After absorbing corpse chi, the 4 corpse soldiers' strength increased explosively at least by 1 star of battle prowess. It made him feel a modicum of pressure. Chapter 561. Fighting for You. The 4 corpse soldiers charged up together at Pang Xiang Ming. Each attack emitted an intense evil presence, just as if they were demons that climbed out of hell. From a certain sense it certainly was so. Corpse soldiers and corpse chi were of the same origin. After the 4 corpse soldiers absorbed C2 Yao's personal corpse chi, their strength instantly grew explosively. C2 Yao, on the other hand, appeared somewhat dispirited, seeming to have expended a great deal. Just a few skeletons to deal with me? Pang Xiang Ming sneered. The moon-shaped mark let out a great ray of light, while his hands danced, confining the 4 corpse soldiers once again. Break! He shouted loudly, and with a snap, the hands and legs of 2 corpse soldiers were pulled off. Such formidable power. After corpse soldiers were refined, their bodies were extremely tough, approaching the level of same-tier rare metals. As for how close it could get, it would depend on the refinement, heat, and ingredients added. The elite corpses were only slightly higher in grade. As for the original ingredients being refined into a powerful corpse soldier, they naturally had a great price. C2 Yao's 4 corpse soldiers weren't extraordinary amongst the flower blossom tier beings, but being refined into 3rd tier silver armored corpse was already quite remarkable. Yet, Pang Xiang Ming instantly smashed 2 corpse soldiers, proof enough of Pang Xiang Ming's remarkableness. Damn it! C2 Yao roared and the 4 corpse soldiers assaulted again. The corpse soldiers had no sense of pain anyway, so losing a hand and a leg only slightly affected their battle prowess. He also personally entered the battle, attacking Pang Xiangming with them. Pang Xiangming should be able to win, right? Zhu Xian'er asked Ling Han. Ling Han nodded and said, if Si Tu Yao doesn't have any other trump cards, then Pang Xiangming's victory is assured. He made judgments on several occasions that already convinced and assured many people. Although almost no one knew Pang Xiangming, everyone was in the same boat, hoping that Pang Xiangming could emerge victorious. Some people simply wanted to regain some pride, while some thought that after Pang Xiangming won, there would be some spots to leave the city, maybe they could get one from him. Originally, everyone was like a block of iron, willing to fight to the death for their survival, but once a feeble chance of survival appeared before them, quite a few people had a change of hearts. Pang Xiangming was better by a notch as expected, and after a few dozen moves, the 4 corpse soldiers were broken down. He also attacked Si Tu Yao with a heavy palm, but it didn't kill him. As a black-colored corpse chi swirled, Si Tu Yao retreated into the crowd and hacked out a mouthful of black blood, looking extremely feeble. Haha, 17th junior brother, looks like you have no chance with this follower. A youngster in a black gown laughed loudly, taking large strides forward. He then said, I'm Bian Hao, the 14th disciple under the Sect master. Pang Xiangming looked coldly at the youngster in black gown and said, move away, he still owes me 3 forceful kowtows. Youngster, do you really not want the 10 quotas to leave the city? Bai Yuan interrupted. I don't. Pang Xiangming declined without hesitation. Is it? You stupid? Atop the city, several people instantly cried out. You don't want it? Then give it to me. Motherfuck, where did this fool come from, actually willing to die here just to earn some respect? How extremely retarded. Ling Han, however, clapped and revealed a smile. This Pang Xiangming had quite a personality. He was worthy of saving. He looked coldly from the sidelines. Some people he planned to save, while some were only fit to turn into mire here. Hee, since you're willing to give up 10 quotas, then that's your choice, Bai Yuan said with a smile. However, him kowtowing because you won is your own one-sided wish. He never agreed. How deceitful. But thinking it over, certainly, the bet of 3 kowtows was Pang Xiangming's unilateral statement. Si Tu Yao didn't agree, so a one-sided wish didn't work, right? Otherwise, with so many beauties in the world, if you liked one, couldn't you just bring one home? Pang Xiangming revealed a furious look, but didn't express his anger. He pointed coldly at Bian Hao and said, then I'll kill you. Kill me? You're not qualified. Bian Hao laughed loudly. He had the cultivation of the 4th layer of the flower blossom tier, a layer higher than Si Tu Yao, but the 1,000 corpse sect still relied on corpse soldiers. How many corpse soldiers he possessed and how strong the corpse soldiers were was the key. Ji1 with a grazing sound for caskets slid over. Ping 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 for corpse soldiers jumped out. They were obviously 3rd-tier silver-armored corpses. Unless they possessed 3 lives corpse casket, they couldn't control corpse soldiers with power beyond their own tier. This also showed the scariness of the 3 lives corpse casket. Pang Xiangming obviously wouldn't be afraid, charging towards Bian Hao. The 4 corpse soldiers intercepted him, waving their large skeletal hands and raising a terrifying strong wind. Apparently these 4 corpse soldiers were stronger. I'm afraid they've reached 13 stars battle prowess. Ling Han nodded. So powerful. Zhu Xian'er cried out in surprise. After martial artists died, only the corpse remained. Even if it underwent refinement, being able to unleash battle prowess that corresponded to its own tier was quite remarkable, and to surpass star levels, the corpse was either really extraordinary when it was alive, or a great price was paid to refine it. No matter how it looked, Bian Hao's 4 corpse soldiers were truly strong and gradually suppressed Pang Xiangming, giving him no time to attack Bian Hao. Puh. A trace of blood oozed from Pang Xiangming's waist. Bian Hao wielded a dagger, fresh blood still dripping from it. He licked it with his tongue, revealing a bloodthirsty savageness. His sneak attack succeeded just now, striking Pang Xiangming. However, under such circumstances, it didn't really count as a sneak attack. The people of the 1,000 corpse sect were one with corpses, and it could only be said that the 4 corpse soldiers gave Pang Xiangming too much pressure, creating a chance for Bian Hao's attack to hit. Ha 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 ha. Bian Hao laughed loudly. You've already affected by my corpse poison, and you can only be saved by submitting to me. Otherwise, the corpse chi will slowly erode you, turning you into a bloodthirsty corpse soldier. Pang Xiang Ming ignored him and flew directly to the top of the city wall, slumping down. He took out a pill bottle from a spatial ring and poured out a few soybean-sized medicinal pills to take, beginning to execute an art to expel the corpse chi. Ignorance. Bian Hao sneered as he looked toward the city gates and said, "Who's still not convinced and wants to battle with me?" He was nothing more than the 14th disciple of Thousand Corpse Sect Master. How could he be so arrogant? Everyone placed their gaze on Xuanyuan Guang. This youngster had outstanding and domineering might, having the momentum to surpass Yao Huiyu and other prodigies who had already made a name for themselves. Moreover, his cultivation of the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier was at the top of the younger generations. If he took the field, victory was definitely assured. Xuanyuan Guang revealed a proud look. He originally didn't want to take the field so soon. A genius like him should obviously intervene at the last moment, shining on the entire field. However, Million Treasure City had no other stronger youngsters, and if he didn't step up now, the enemy's challenge would soon be over. He smiled faintly at Helian Sun Shui and said, "This battle? I'll fight it for you." Chapter 562, The Good Quality of Others. Damn, he doesn't even forget to pick up girls when taking the field. The eyes of the young ladies nearby lit up in excitement as they cupped their hands and placed them in front of their chest, desperately yelling out Xuanyuan Guang's name, wishing they could throw themselves at him. Idiot. Ling Han shook his head. Idiot. Helian Sun Shui imitated him while sticking her tongue out. After all, she had to add in some individual characteristic. Next time you meet this idiot, just beat him up. Ling Han encouraged. But I'm scared of hurting my hand, Helian Sun Shui said weakly. Ling Han pondered, then took out the brick, shoving it into her hand and said, "Then use this to smack him." Helian Sun Shui was instantly elated and said, "All right." She gripped the brick and tried out her strength in waving it, looking eager to give it a try. Xuanyuan Guang scored a rebuff, and his expression turned gloomy. No matter whether it was martial arts or relationships, he was successful in every endeavor, but now, he not only was unable to completely suppress Ling Han in martial arts, he also was unable to conquer Helian Sun Shui, making him out of sorts. We'll see when I sweep clean these Thousand Corpse Sect dregs and win over endless glory. Xuanyuan Guang leapt down. Looking loftily at Bian Hao, he said, "If you can block one move, I'll spare your life." How arrogant. Bian Hao possessed 4 corpse soldiers that reached 13 stars in battle prowess. Was this not enough to block Xuanyuan Guang's one move? Bian Hao obviously burst into anger. He was a personal disciple of the Thousand Corpse Sect Master, proud and arrogant. However, someone actually looked down upon him, so how could be tolerated? He was just about to attack, but felt his shoulders sink. Someone held him back. It was Bai Yuan. "Venerable Bai, please let me battle," he said. Bai Yuan shook his head and said, "You're not his opponent, let the third go." What? The disciples of the Thousand Corpse Sect all cried out. Although they weren't all here today, the third, in other words, the third disciple of Thousand Corpse Sect Master, Jianghu, was the strongest in their party. The strongest card was already going to be dealt now? Was the opponent that strong? Jianghu had been napping all this time. Now he finally opened his eyes and stared at Xuanyuan Guang for a short while, revealing a bellicose expression, and said, "This person is a good opponent. I don't have the certainty to win." Bian Hao and the other disciples were shocked again. Even third senior brother said so. Was Xuanyuan Guang really that strong? Second senior brother should be able to win firmly, not to mention great senior brother, whose talents are peerless, such that all of us together aren't as good as him. Jianghu said with a smile. Bian Hao and the other disciples all nodded, firmly believing Jianghu's words. Every one of them were geniuses, but they still idolized their great senior brother, who knew just how strong this person was. Jianghu walked out in large strides. His stature was very tall, but he was very sturdy. At first glance, he looked somewhat like a youngster that cut firewood in the mountains. "Your corpse soldiers?" Xuanyuan Guang asked. "When I need to use them, they'll appear," Jianghu said indifferently. Xuanyuan Guang sneered and said, "Not using corpse soldiers, you'll be instantly killed." "Haha, if so, then I can only blame my inferior skills." Jianghu laughed loudly. When experts fight, they battled with their wits first before using their hands. Apparently Xuanyuan Guang also didn't dare to underestimate Zhu Tiangu, or else he wouldn't need to provoke him with words, and simply just attack. Xuanyuan Guang placed one hand behind his back and said, "Since you're not using corpse soldiers, I'll let you face me without one of my hands." This arrogance. Zhu Tiangu revealed a hint of anger. The opponent wanted to force him to use corpse soldiers with just one hand? How confident could he be? He snorted, opened his mouth and reached in with one hand, pulling out a black-colored longsword. What the hell? Everyone atop the city was shocked. You were really that poor that you didn't even have a spatial ring hiding a sword inside your body? Ling Han, however, revealed an astounded look and muttered, "The legendary nurturing a tool with one's own body is real." What's nurturing a tool with one's own body? Zhu Xianer asked. She, like Ling Han, was also disguised, so she obviously didn't call herself Xianer and Ling Han as Brother Han or Master Han. Nourishing a spirit tool within the body means to use one's own blood and qi to nourish the spirit tool constantly. This allows the spirit tool to become more powerful and even manifest a tool spirit, Ling Han said, but immediately shook his head and added, "No matter what spirit tool, the moment it's shaped, it exists for battle. As a vicious object, nourished within the body, it is extremely likely to kill oneself." Nourishing a tool with one's own body was a risk, but if one could stick it out, then the tool thus nourished would be extremely powerful. Atop the city wall, everyone listened to Ling Han's explanation, nodding repeatedly. Some people were also secretly guessing Ling Han's identity. He clearly looked 24 to 25 years old yet knew so much secret knowledge. His background was probably extremely remarkable. Xuanyuan Guang, however, revealed a curious look and said, "Nourishing a tool with one's own body? Hehe, that's a first, let me try it out." Zhu Tiangu held his sword in hand, and his listless expression was instantly swept clean, emitting a feverish battle intent as he shouted loudly, "As you wish." He pushed off fiercely and shot towards Xuanyuan Guang. As the black sword was brandished, 17 flashes of sword qi formed, tangling towards Xuanyuan Guang like whips. "Interesting," Xuanyuan Guang muttered, still with one hand behind his back. He flicked gently with his other hand and a fire tiger appeared, biting at the sword qi. "What a joke, you want to neutralize my black demon sword?" Zhu Gutian sneered. "Can I not?" Xuanyuan Guang said arrogantly. That fire lion swelled up abruptly and became 10 large, emitting a terrifying baleful presence. Condensing qi into ray. Bai Yuan gaze tightened. This youngster is truly remarkable, almost forming a ray, yet he intentionally suppressed it, obviously wanting to cultivate more flashes of qi. How truly bold and daring. Rays crushed qi in quality. At the time, when Rain Emperor cultivated Fist Ray with the cultivation of the first layer of the Flower Blossom tier, he fought a 9th layer Flower Blossom tier warrior and a King tier demonic ape. It was clear how powerful rays were. This could increase the battle prowess of martial artist at the core, but Xuanyuan Guang suppressed the condensing of ray forcibly. On one hand, it showed his great martial arts talent, and on the other, his great ambition of not settling for 22 flashes of qi. In certain aspects, geniuses were all the same, existing for the sake of breaking the limits. This fire lion wasn't a flash of kit was condensed from 22 flashes of qi. However, it was different from the integratedness of a ray, but was more like a combination. Ling Han nodded. The good quality of others could help develop oneself. Xuanyuan Guang's thought process was very good, simulating qi into a ray. This way he could continue to cultivate qi while increasing its power. Truly remarkable pioneering. Chapter 563, Victory. Xuanyuan Guang and Zhu Tiangu carried out a fierce battle. Both of them held back, one only using one hand and the other not using corpse soldiers. Apparently, if Xuanyuan Guang was forced to use 2 hands first, then he would be the one at a disadvantage. Conversely, if he could, with one hand, force Zhu Tiangu to use corpse soldiers, then he would have the advantage to a certain degree. Of course, this advantage wasn't much because the 1,000 corpse sect's battle prowess mainly relied on corpse soldiers. If Xuanyuan Guang could only unleash 30% of his battle prowess with one hand, then Zhu Tiangu at most could unleash 20% of his battle prowess without using corpse soldiers. As expected, without battling for 10 rounds, Zhu Tiangu was forced to summon corpse soldiers. 5 corpse soldiers. Flower Blossom Tier's limit was to control 6 corpses and he reached 5. Despite it being only one more when it was near the limit, this small advantage could be infinitely enlarged. 5 corpse soldiers were definitely stronger than 4 and not just by a bit. Xuanyuan Guang naturally didn't dare to be careless anymore, maneuvering both hands to battle against Jianghu and the 5 corpse soldiers. The outcome of the battle couldn't be decided in a short while, serving to show how terrifying these 2 youngsters were. The older generations can't even compare. The youngsters nowadays are truly terrifying. As expected, it's the prosperous time of martial arts. Exceptional talents from the younger generation keep emerging. Unless one was a prodigy of the same generation, one probably wouldn't be qualified to contend with these youngsters. Atop the city wall, quite a few people cried out, exclaiming at the power of Xuanyuan Guang and Jianghu. However, it should be rare for such powerful youngsters like them to appear. Yes, in the middle state only Yao Huiyu, Ming Dai Wu, and some others that could be counted one's fingers have reached such heights. Definitely not beyond 10 people, a very experienced man concluded extremely surely, making everyone convinced as they nodded their heads ceaselessly. After Ling Han heard that, he couldn't help but laugh. He then said, "Hunyo, show them a little of what you've got." "Okay, I'll show them Nyo's awesomeness." Hunyo leapt down the city gates, placed her hands on her hips and said, "Who wants to fight Nyo?" After the people of Thousand Corpse Sect looked at each other, they all laughed loudly. This was only a 6 to 7-year-old little girl that they could kill by extending a finger. If they were to attack this little girl, then that would be too shameful. They all ignored her and overlooked that Hunyo jumped down from the city wall, not walking out of it. However, Bai Yuan revealed an astounded look because he couldn't see through Hunyo's cultivation. If she truly was just an ordinary little lady, then how could she possibly jump down from such a high city gate and be all right? The youngsters were careless and overlooked it, but he wouldn't be. He was much more experienced compared to these youngsters. Living cautiously till now was the only secret to becoming a heaven tier elite, so he obviously wouldn't overlook it just because he'd become elderly. He pondered and said, "Bianhao, you go fight her." "Venerable Bai, me?" Bianhao felt wronged. Why did he have to go? This was truly just a little girl. Taking one step forward was already extremely embarrassing. "Don't be careless," Bai Yuan warned. Bianhao revealed an astounded expression. Hearing Venerable Bai's tone, it was as if this little girl was quite remarkable. He finally withdrew the reluctance within his heart, taking large strides forward and said, "Little girl, you want to fight me?" Hunyo crossed her arms before her chest and said in a delicate voice, "Not fight, beat." It made many people atop the city wall laugh loudly. This little girl looked delicate like jade, truly attracting people's affection, while some people with special fetishes began to drool. Ha 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 ha. Si Tu Yao and the others laughed loudly, while Bianhao could no longer remain calm. "I'll let you have one move," Bianhao said. "Thank you, Uncle." Hunyo bowed in a lowly manner. Hanging around Ling Han a lot, she also learned how to trick people. Just as Bianhao was about to nod, a blur flashed before his eyes as a small figure appeared before him. Peng, he felt pain on his face and his body instantly escaped control, sitting abruptly onto the ground. Everyone looked at Hunyo with shock. This girl had looked like an adorable little princess just now, but in an instant she unleashed her attack with such a terrifying speed, knocking Bianhao to the ground. It was as if she wasn't the same person. This clearly wasn't some little princess but a small devil. "Cici." Hunyo snickered, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth and said to Bianhao, "Uncle, what happened to you? Not feeling well?" Bianhao truly wanted to die at this moment, finally understanding that Bai Yuan's warning wasn't without reason. This little girl was certainly vicious, and her battle prowess couldn't be measured with logic. He leapt up again and let out a battle cry. 4 corpse soldiers instantly arrived all together, attacking towards Hunyo. "Ayaya, Uncle, weren't you going to let Nyo have one move?" Hunyo's figure was agile, running while yelling. Despite the attacks of 4 corpse soldiers coming from all sides, it was like she was taking a stroll, appearing extremely relaxed. Moreover, the little girl wasn't to be trifled with either. Her small hand turned into a palm and shot toward a corpse soldier. So what if corpse soldiers were refined hundreds of times? When Hunyo was only in the spiritual pedestal tier, her claws could tear her target with the destructive power of the Flower Blossom tier's 2 stars battle prowess. Now that she advanced into the Flower Blossom tier, These claws were naturally even more terrifying. With a chi, the skeletal framework that was only slightly inferior to rare metals of the same tier was instantly torn apart with ease, shredded into shattered bone scraps in a few moves by Hunyo. Puh! Everyone spurted out. This little girl was too freakish. How could she be so strong? Was this any weaker than Xuanyuan Guang? Amongst the prodigies of the middle state, another person must be added, the experienced person from before exclaimed. What, didn't you say middle state's prodigies weren't beyond 10? The experienced person was humiliatingly proven wrong, and his face instantly flushed. Earlier he'd said that 10 prodigies like Xuanyuan Guang and Jianghu couldn't be found in the entire middle state, but now? A random little girl that came out was strong to such a heaven-defying degree. After Hunyo easily took care of the 4 corpse soldiers, Bianhao could only admit defeat. He couldn't win even with corpse soldiers, let alone without their help. Hunyo laughed loudly and said, anyone else? Nyo wants to fight 10 alone. The side of 1,000 corpse sect involuntarily sank into silence. Although Bianhao could only rank at number 8 or 9 in strength amongst the 10 disciples, Hunyo was too relaxed just now. Thus, to suppress this little girl, Zhu Tiangu probably had to be sent out. The problem was that Zhu Tiangu was still fighting fiercely with Xuanyuan Guang, and it had to wait. Bai Yuan could only say, I'll count as if you've won 9 times. For the 10th, the 3rd will fight you after this round. Want Yo to wait? Then I won't play. Hunyo stomped her feet in discontent and returned. Atop the city wall, everyone's gazes were filled with shock when they looked towards Hunyo, and some older figures already wanted to take this little girl as a disciple. This little girl was so strong now, how terrifying would she become after she grew up? Amongst the elites of the world in the future, there was definitely a place for her. Chapter 564, Knocked Out by a Brick. What are you guys staring at Hunyo like that for? No matter how much you guys look, you guys won't get any food. Hunyo swept everyone with a warning glance. Could these people be thinking of the food on her? They were too bad. The experienced person began to judge again and concluded, middle states geniuses, adding this little girl should be all. He seemed to have quite the reputation, so despite being humiliatingly proven wrong once, those words still received the recognition of many people, who started expressing their agreement. Not bad, such a little girl is definitely hard to come by in 10 millennia. Too freakish, absolutely unimaginable. Ling Han listened, couldn't help but laugh and said, Hainyo, you go down to fight. As Helian Sun Shui heard it, her face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly shook her head and said, I can't. I said you can, so you definitely can. Don't forget, I gave you a brick and you can smash with that. Ling Han encouraged her. Helian Sun Shui didn't know the differences of tiers, or else if she thought she was a normal little girl, she would never dare fight with a flower blossom tier opponent. However, now that she didn't know, she was fearless, nodding ignorantly. In her mind, Ling Han was the first person she saw when she opened her eyes, so she naturally felt close to him and would listen to him. Ling Han nodded and shouted towards the bottom, we've won 90 quotas now, right? Bai Yuan nodded indifferently and said, correct. Then let's win a bit more. Next, this big chick will battle. Ling Han pointed at Helian Sun Shui. Instantly, everyone's gazes moved over. Then they shook their heads simultaneously. No way. This girl didn't have a shred of origin power fluctuation. Wouldn't letting her take the field to battle just be feeding the opponent? You dare. Xuanyuan Guang could actually look and hear in all directions amidst a fierce battle, immediately yelling at Ling Han. Ling Han picked his ears and muttered, none of your damn business. Bai Yuan, however, stared at Helian Sun Shui, and revealed an expression of deep thought. He also couldn't see through this girl, but compared to the little girl earlier, it was completely different. Hunyo was a deep pit like a great sea that he couldn't see the bottom of, while this girl was like she was covered by a layer of mist. Strange, too strange. Helian Sun Shui looked at the height of the city walls and immediately said weakly, I can't go down. It's too high, I'll fall to my death. Everyone burst into laughter. You guys were definitely clowns invited by a monkey to come jest. Ling Han grabbed onto Helian Sun Shui and brought her down the city walls. He then smiled and said, go on. He naturally wasn't worried at all. Helian Sun Shui's true cultivation was in the high stage of the heaven tier, and she had the bloodline of true dragon. If her battle prowess was fully unleashed, Even Bai Yuan might be suppressed with a single hand. Helian Sun Shui walked forward timidly while grabbing tightly onto a brick. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at this look. Another opponent that looked like they couldn't stand a single blow. Bai Yuan pondered and said, "Fifth, you go." What? Bian Hao and the others were greatly shocked. The fifth, Xiang, was third strongest elite amongst them, and he was going to be sent out now. Xiang, a dapper and handsome man. Divine light flashed across his body, looking extremely holy. He didn't appear like a thousand-corpse sect disciple at all. He walked out and looked at Helian Sun Shui. Then, revealing a breathtaking expression, he said, "Beauty, be my Dao companion and I will take you to the pinnacle of the world." "Ah, rascal." Helian Sun Shui shivered as she scolded him. "So pure, I like it." He laughed loudly, leaping before her and reaching out towards Helian Sun Shui's face. "You dare." Xuanyuan Guang roared angrily. This was the lady he'd set his eyes on. He swore that he would definitely cut off Xiang's hand, and if Xiang really touched Helian Sun Shui, he would break his bones into ash. "Humph, fighting against me you still have the heart to look elsewhere?" Zhu Tiangu sneered, and launched consecutive deadly attacks, instantly suppressing Xuanyuan Guang. "Get lost, damn rascal." Helian Sun Shui screamed, swinging the brick fiercely towards the other, and she actually closed her eyes and turned her head around as if leaving it up to chance. Puh. The problem was that she actually landed the hit. Wasn't it Xia Xian's fault for being frivolous and touching her face? Face to face, once Helian Sun Shui's brute force was mustered up, that terrifying power was such that Ling Han couldn't block it, and even Hunyo would have to surrender. "Ah!" Xiang screamed tragically and lay on the ground. A hole opened up on his forehead as he lay straight and still. "What?" Everyone's faces twitched. This girl really knocked out a flower blossom tier elite with a brick. "Physical cultivator." Bai Yuan blurted two words out. The finally knew why he couldn't see through Helian Sun Shuesha was a physical cultivator. Her power was condensed in every inch of her flesh and couldn't be sensed until the moment it was unleashed. So, she's a physical cultivator with shocking brute force. Yes, in close combat, physical cultivators have the absolute advantage. Haha, it's that guy's fault for being lustful, wanting to take advantage of her but ending up knocked out by a brick. Yes, if Flower Blossom tier warriors don't guard their bodies with origin power, their defense isn't much higher than normal people's. Everyone nodded one after another, thinking that Xia Xian lost truly wrong, Lai really lost to his own lust. Humph, since you're an expert, why pretend to be in such a delicate state? A girl from the Thousand Corpse sect stepped out. She was the ninth and her name was Han Gu Yun. Although the seventh was defeated, it wasn't because Xia Xian's strength fell short. She was also remarkably beautiful, but was far inferior compared to Helian Sun Shui. It couldn't be helped. Even if their looks were on the same level, Helian Sun Shui was a genuine heaven tier elite after all. How could a flower blossom tier warrior possibly rival that natural temperament? Han Gu Yun immediately let out a battle cry and summoned her corpse soldiers. While she also had 4 of them, they were a little stronger than Bian Hao's corpse soldiers, at least possessing 14 stars in battle prowess. Despite it being only a difference of 1 star, on top of this amount, Bian Hao would definitely be crushed by her. Helian Sun Shui trembled. What the hell were these skeletons? It made her scared. Ping 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 ping, the 4 corpse soldiers came attacking noisily with monstrous viciousness. Ah! Helian Sun Shui let out a scream, waving the brick in her hand to swat the corpse soldiers. Pa 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 pa, the 4 corpses were instantly sent flying, losing their heads and limbs. In short, the 4 corpse soldiers were all incapacitated at once. Pooh, everyone spurted out again. A great expert. This was too ridiculous. Sending 4 corpse soldiers flying with a few casual palms, she was even scarier than the little girl earlier. Looking at her age, she seemed just about 20 years old, so how could she be so strong? Xuanyuan Guang's face twitched. He'd originally thought Helian Sun Shui was just a delicate and weak lady, but never thought that her brute force was terrifying to such a degree. The 4 corpse soldiers were instantly smashed into dregs, something he might not even be able to do. Genius, she's even more freakish than Xuanyuan Guang and Yao Huiyu. Chapter 565, Flaunting Strength. The experienced man earlier was proven wrong once again. This girl who looked somewhat klutzy and cute was clearly more terrifying than the little girl. Her battle prowess was astounding, proven by her demolishing 4 corpse soldiers in only 1 round. Amongst Middle States geniuses, there's going to be one more new person, he exclaimed. There won't be any more similar freaks, right? Someone interrupted. Definitely not, the man said with extreme certainty. 2 such exceptional talent emerging in one day was already a great miracle, so how could it possibly happen over and over again? Hellion Sun Shui was still in shock, and as she looked at 4 skeletons that were smacked into disarray, she couldn't help but pat her flat chest, saying curiously, "So I'm actually this remarkable?" Han Guyun was now in a dilemma. The strongest thing about the 1,000 Corpse sect was definitely corpse soldiers, but 4 of them were smacked into dregs at the same time. If she charged up, wouldn't she just be giving up her life? However, seeing her opponent's figure, which hadn't a single bit of the aura of an expert, having just surprising brute force, if she retreated without fighting, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? "Ninth, back down," Bai Yuan said. He was a heaven-tier elite with shrewd insight, and obviously saw that though Hellion Sun Shui lacked battle experience, her strength was too powerful. She only needed to battle with her instincts to win against her opponent because her level had already surpassed the Flower Blossom tier. Even if the 3rd went up to face her, it would be useless. The 1st or the 2nd had to come. "We all forfeit the next few battles. Lady, you're quite good. Do you have any interest in joining our sect?" Bai Yuan began to poach. This muddled and klutzy girl seemed to be easily deceived. "Don't want to." Hellion Sun Shui hurriedly shook her head as she looked at the top of the city wall towards Ling Han, revealing a pitiful expression. She wanted to go back, but it was too high. Ling Han guided patiently and said, "Jump up on your own, you can do it." Hellion Sun Shui kept shaking her head and said, "It's too high, I can't jump up." She had absolutely no confidence. "If you don't try, how would you know?" Ling Han said with a smile. Hellion Sun Shui pouted and leapt with all her effort. She instantly soared into the sky, not only leaping far beyond the city walls, but also far beyond it, turning into a small black dot. After a short while, peng, a ball of light suddenly exploded in the skies. Not good, she bumped into the city's large formation. Though the Great Formation is mainly for defense, ramming it on one's own accord will still trigger the Great Formation's impact. Even deity transformation tier elites would be annihilated. It's over. Puh. At this moment, a figure fell heavily downwards, plunging into the city walls. Under the powerful impact, a section of the city walls collapsed. Amidst the dust-filled air, a silhouette walked out, staggering. And who else could it be other than Hellion Sun Shui? Everyone's faces twitched involuntarily. This girl rammed into the great city guarding formation. Just how powerful was her physique for her to be as if nothing happened? Ow, 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 ow. Hellion Sun Shui covered her head and groaned, but she was unscathed from top to bottom, leaving everyone speechless. Ling Han also came to a painful realization. No wonder he was still firmly dominated by her despite losing her memory and being unable to use origin power. This wasn't a coincidence. Rather, this girl's cultivation had reached a terrifying degree. Hellion Sun Shui was like a child who had been wronged as she walked to Ling Han's side and pulled on the hem of his clothes, looking like she was about to cry. Looking on, everyone was speechless. If anything or anyone were to cry, it would be the 1,000 Corpse sect at the bottom and the great city guarding formation in the sky. Ling Han looked down and said to Bai Yuan, "Now we have 190 quotas, right?" "Right?" Bai Yuan nodded, looking somewhat displeased. He absolutely never would have thought. He originally wanted to toughen these 10 youngsters so as to avoid them being too proud and arrogant, but now it seemed like they were struck quite hard mentally. Xuanyuan Guang was alright, at least being rivaled by Jianghu, but the following appearance of Hunyou and Hellion Sun Shui absolutely just trampled on their confidence. A 6 to 7-year-old little girl and a brute force freak. Battling at the same age, they were absolutely invincible beings. Now the 1,000 Corpse sect was pressed for a win to boost their morale and increase the confidence of these 9 youngsters. Ling Han leapt down from atop the city wall and said, "Then I'll be you guys' opponent and earn a few more quotas to leave the city." Where did this youngster's confidence come from? Bai Yuan smiled grimly. Xuanyuan Guang was in the 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, which was rarely seen at this age segment. Moreover, he cultivated 22 flashes of qi, having terrifying strength. He couldn't see through Hunyou and Hellion Xuanyuan, and those he was unable to see through were obviously out of the ordinary. But Ling Han, second layer of the flower blossom tear, obvious at a glance. Even if this boy could surpass 10 stars battle prowess, he would only have 20 stars battle prowess, and about half of the people here could crush him. Alright, this boy could be used to boost their morale. Bai Yuan nodded and said, "Fourth, you go." The fourth, Tian Xiaoning, ranked second in strength amongst the 10 people. He was at the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier, and the amount of corpse soldiers he could control also reached 5. He was not much inferior to Zhu Tiangu. Directly letting Tian Xiaoning take the field was a plan to acquire an overwhelming victory to boost morale. Tian Xiaoning walked out in large strides. He was nearly 30 years old, tall and sturdy, yet naturally bald. His forehead was glossy and didn't even grow any eyebrows. His entire face gave people an extremely strange feeling. Seeing this, Ling Han couldn't help but smile and say, "Cultivating to the point of balding, your lordship is extraordinary as expected." The corner of Tian Xiaoning's mouth twitched involuntarily as he said, "Shoot your mouth off like that and ridicule carelessly more. This is only attracting disaster for your own life." "Oh, you want to take my life?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Just from your words just now, you should die," Tian Xiaoning said coldly. "You truly have no sense of humor. Did you break your brain cultivating?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Impudence." Tian Xiaoning attacked with his palm, swatting at Ling Han. Black-colored corpse Qi turned into a skeleton, biting towards Ling Han. Ling Han flicked casually with his fingers and this skeleton instantly burst into pieces. He smiled slightly and said, "Better summon the corpse soldiers. Your bit of strength truly isn't enough." Pooh. Looking on, quite a few people spurted out. Although they only exchanged one move, and both parties didn't use their full strength, Tian Xiaoning was in the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier. To be able to neutralize his attack casually like that, Ling Han's strength was not to be underestimated. Tian Xiaoning looked coldly at Ling Han. After a short while, he finally said, "Since you want to be tortured, then I'll help you." He let out a battle cry and instantly, a long sound went off as 5 caskets slid over, and out jumped 5 corpse soldiers. "There are actually 5 corpse soldiers," an old fogey cried out. "The difference of a single corpse, the strength difference is worlds apart. Now that youngster in danger." Chapter 566, Bone Sword. Ling Han made a hooking motion with his finger and said, "Bring it on." "As you wish." Tian Xiaoning let out a battle cry and controlled the 5 corpse soldiers to attack Ling Han. When the 5 corpses pounced at Ling Han, covering his entire figure, everyone began to shake their heads. This youngster was obviously dead for sure. This wasn't the first person to die today and wouldn't be the last, so everyone didn't take it to heart. Who would care about a person who wasn't a well-known figure? However, the scene that followed made them dumbstruck. Ling Han's figure was actually extremely slick, wandering freely within the enclosing attacks of the 5 corpse soldiers. He would block with his hand the attacks that really couldn't be dodged, and with a flicker of golden light, the corpse soldier that assaulted him would be jolted back. How's it possible? Isn't this guy only in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier? How can his strength be so terrifying? Those corpse soldiers are about 14 stars in battle prowess, right? Definitely 14 stars. But this boy can parry it just by waving his hands casually. Such power is too terrifying. A genius, absolutely a genius. Definitely no inferior to Xuanyuan, Guang and Yao Huiyu. The face of the experienced old man from earlier twitched. In a short while, 3 super geniuses ran out, slapping him fiercely on the face. He wished there was a large hole in the ground for him to worm into. "You do have some strength." Tian Xiaoning smiled grimly and joined the battle. The weapon he used was a bone sword. Judging by the shape of it, it looked like it was made from a large-sized beast's polished femur. On top of it were vein-like patterns that were definitely naturally formed. Once activated, the vein-like patterns shone and linked together, unleashing an astounding ray of light. It was as if Ling Han saw a massive beast floating on top of the blade, and the terrifying size of the beast seemed to be able to overwhelm even heaven and earth. His eyes lit up involuntarily as he said, "This was refined by extracting the femur of Xia, right?" According to the legends, the true dragon had 9 offspring, but each one was different because they were conceived with different beasts and each offspring only inherited part of the true dragon bloodline. Wuxia was one of them. Its shape was like a fish and its head was like a lion's. Yet, it grew a pair of horns and its entire body was covered with dragon scales. Even if it only had a trace of the true dragon bloodline, the true dragon was the leader of all beasts in the world. It could be seen that its status towered above the masses, and possessing a shred of true dragon's bloodline was extremely remarkable and very hard to come by. Xiang revealed an astounded look and said, "You actually recognize this sword?" He only learned of the legend of Wuxia after being bestowed with the sword. However, the Wuxia's bloodline was even more diluted, or else it would really be the dragon's son. It couldn't possibly be killed so easily and have its femur extracted and made into a sword. The bloodline is thinned and the vein-like patterns are mixed, nothing much to it. Ling Han made another evaluation. Instantly, Xiang's nose twisted in anger. "You were shocked at first but went on with, 'Nothing much to it?' How could he possibly accept this?" He snorted and said, "It's more than enough to kill you." He waved his sword and slashed at Ling Han. This bone sword was made from the femur of a descendant of a divine beast and refined by adding several precious ingredients. It could be called outstanding amongst 6th-tier spirit tools. With this strike, a massive phantom image of a beast surfaced immediately, pouncing towards Ling Han. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "This sword's not bad, I'm taking it." The demon birth sword couldn't be displayed randomly, so replacing it with this word wasn't a bad idea. Impudence. Xiang was furious. This guy was too arrogant, actually viewing him as nothing. Ling Han carried out the demon fairy step, arriving directly before Xiang and attacking with both fists repeatedly. The 5 corpse soldiers became decorations. Roaring angrily, they charged back, chasing behind Ling Han. Now it became a head-on fight between Xiang and Ling Han. The former wasn't terrified, waving his sword while 9 flashes of sword chi formed. Under the blessing of the bone sword, each flash of sword chi became a terrifying silk 2 meters long, slashing towards Ling Han. Ling Han obviously wouldn't fear it, directly brandishing his fists in counterattack. Ping 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 ping, these flashes of sword chi were instantly demolished. Seeing this scene, everyone covered their heads and cried out. This was too inconceivable. The 9 flashes of sword chi were all set off by the bone sword, and their sharpness was equivalent to the sword's. This was the reason why everyone sought a first-class spirit tool. However, Ling Han shattered the sword chi with a single punch, and his fist actually wasn't injured at all. Was that still a body of flesh and blood? Xiang was also shocked. He originally thought that Ling Han blocking with his fists head-on would cause blood to splatter across the skies, but never would he have thought not a damn thing happened. He couldn't help but doubt the bone sword in his hand. Was this truly refined from the bone of the leftover species of a divine beast? No need to doubt. This is because my fists are harder. Ling Han said, smiling. He cultivated indestructible heaven scroll, and if he truly attained the diamond tier body, his physique would definitely be tougher than a true dragon's. Now, though he was at the iron sheet tier, the opponent's bone sword was only refined from the bone of a distant descendant of the Wuxia that couldn't be considered even a divine beast child, so how could it possibly harm him? To threaten his 6th-tier iron sheet body, a 7th-tier spirit tool had to be used. While talking, Ling Han brandished both fists repeatedly, forcing Xiang to retreat. It was very interesting. Xiang retreated and Ling Han chased, while 5 corpse soldiers were behind, forcibly turning this ganging up into a one-on-one fight and chase. Haha, this youngster discovered the corpse soldier's greatest weakness. Atop the city wall, someone clapped and laughed. That's right. Corpse soldiers' weakness is that they're not fast enough. After all, they're just a corpse and can't execute movement arts. However, simply unleashing their power, they are equivalent to someone in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, and there aren't many that can surpass them in speed. This youngster's movement art is out of the ordinary. Many things were actually easily exposed, but even if they were thoroughly clear, there might not be people able to accomplish them. None knew the weight of another's burden. If one were to personally take it up, one might only be able to groan. Xiang was shocked. In this way, the 5 corpse soldiers were practically useless, and he now faced Ling Han alone. The majority of 1,000 corpse sects' battle prowess came from corpses, and if they couldn't be brought into poly, their personal strength obviously decreased greatly. He was actually quite extraordinary, having the cultivation of the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier and battle prowess reaching even 15 stars. which was enough to look down upon people of the same age. However, he encountered a freak like Ling Han, so he could only be miserable. Ancient bone patterns accumulated on Ling Han's fists. Close combat was now his forte, and as the power of physical cultivation burst forth, it was not much different from origin power. Each fist shot out like it was driving piles. Only physical cultivators could attack so quickly, and when origin power cultivators couldn't keep up in endurance, they could only put more effort on chi, replacing speed with quantity. With 100 consecutive punches, the bone sword in Tian Xiaoning's hand instantly slipped out, and Ling Han reached out to grab it. "Give it back!" Tian Xiaoning hurriedly shouted. This was a treasure that the Lord Sect Master personally bestowed on him. Ling Han shook his head and said, "It's a waste of this spirit tool to leave it in your hands." He turned around and stared at the 5 corpse soldiers that charged over. Chapter 567. Combined Sword Chi. Ling Han charged towards the 5 corpse soldiers and brandished the bone sword, carrying out Desolate Hell Sword in a purely defensive way. A circle of white light swirled, creating impenetrable defense and repelling the 5 corpse soldiers beyond the sword light. He just saw Xuanyuan Zi Guang condense 22 flashes of sword chi. It wasn't a ray, yet it possessed some powers of the ray, bringing him great inspiration. Why couldn't he do it as well? Even though it was simulating a ray, he might be able to actuate the second style of the 3 styles of black origin, which had extremely terrifying destructive power. Although the limit of mysterious 3000 was firing 3000 sword lights, their destructive power terrifying, but intrinsically, this was an area of effect type ultimate move, whereas 10,000 techniques returned to 1 was the truly all-conquering one. Accumulating 3000 attacks in one sword strike, just how terrifying was this destructive power? Ling Han treated the 5 corpse soldiers as training partners. As he swung the bone sword, sword chi whirled but was all in a mess. He was in the process of comprehending, and didn't have a clue exactly how to make it work, so it was naturally like a child waving a sword completely without coherence. However, this didn't matter. Desolate Hell Sword was a heaven-grade art known for its defensive ability, and carrying it out, his defense was impenetrable. Unless one's battle prowess suppressed Ling Han, it was difficult to overcome his purely defensive sword art. Tian Xiaoning bawled in anger. His entire body emitted corpse chi, which was used to stimulate the 5 corpse soldiers and make their battle prowess skyrocket in order to take down Ling Han in one go. Ling Han was immersed in his own world. The bone sword was almost moving based on his instincts. Occasionally there would be an oversight that was caught by the corpse soldiers, but so what if they hit him? He had iron sheet body, which was hard enough to be comparable to same tier rare metals. The fiercer and more forceful the corpse soldiers were, the more the rebound shook their bones, making them face danger of collapsing. This wasn't an illusion. Just like a stone man fighting a wooden man, even if the former sat still and let the latter attack at will, the fiercer his attacks, the easier it was for the latter to collapse. However, the difference between Ling Han and the corpse soldiers hadn't reached the same extent. Moreover, the power of impact was still genuine, and though Ling Han's physique was certainly formidable, it still made him feel somewhat unwell. Fortunately, he was only struck once or twice occasionally, and with indestructible heaven scroll circulating, the shock that penetrated his body immediately subsided. Looking at such a battle, everyone was speechless. Are they the corpse soldiers or are you? How could you be so tough? Some people thought of how agile Ling Han was previously in battle, shaking off 5 heavy corpse soldiers and forcing Tian Xiaoning to fight one-on-one. Now he displayed terrifying strength and defense. This guy was too much of an all-rounder. His attacks transcended concept and were untraceable, and when he defended, he was firm like a mountain, extremely skilled and almost without a single weak point. Battling in the same tier, who could rival him? Xuanyuan Zi Guang? Yao Huiyu? Ling Han didn't care about everyone's astonishment. He simply treated the 5 corpse soldiers as whetstones, grinding his accumulation of sword chi. Moreover, not far away, Xuanyuan Zi Guang was battling fiercely with Zhu Tiangu, and he could refer to him at any time, practicing what he had just learned. This was equivalent to being imparted with knowledge on the spot. Also, Ling Han had the eye of truth. He kept observing the way Xuanyuan Zi Guang combined 22 flashes of sword chi, turning it into his own comprehension. Tian Xiaoning couldn't possibly know that Ling Han was attempting a breakthrough, and instead assumed that Ling Han was finally suppressed by the corpse soldiers. Instinctively, he bellowed repeatedly and intensified their attacks, swearing that he would kill Ling Han on spot. Although it appeared that he had the advantage, he couldn't turn the advantage into a victory. Ling Han looked like he only had the power to hold his own, yet he was guarding safely and stably, counterattacking occasionally out of the blue. Ling Han's gaze became brighter and brighter. He suddenly laughed loudly and said, "I understand. I understand." "What do you understand?" Tian Xiaoning looked at Ling Han, simply thinking this opponent's mind was somewhat abnormal, and he just shouted, "Good that you understand. Give me back my sword." "All right, here." Ling Han swung the sword, firing out a flash of sword chi. However, this flash of sword chi was extremely thick. Moreover, it was also like a wriggling snake, extremely unstable. Tian Xiaoning, however, was greatly shocked. This flash of sword chi felt too terrifying, making him feel with a chill that he definitely shouldn't block it forcibly. Pah! This flash of sword chi exploded on its own as it was fired out. The shattered sword chi surged, raising a sky full of dust. Ha 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 ha. A few thousand corpse sect disciples instantly guffawed, but even more people revealed a thoughtful expression. This sword chi was unusual. He's condensing sword chi. Someone finally saw through it, crying out in surprise. Yes, he's forming a ray. Impossible, how could a ray scatter? Moreover, this was clearly a flash of sword chi without a hint of a ray in it. I got it. This guy is imitating Xuanyuan Guang, combining sword chi and not fusing it into a ray. Now everyone was speechless. This youngster was too freakish. He obviously saw Xuanyuan Guang's battle, and then thought of imitating it. However, the question was such a mystical art something that could be learned just from watching for a short while? Similarly, many people had seen sword chi and saber chi, yet how many people could cultivate it? Seeing it and personally comprehending it, these were two completely different things. It failed. Ling Han shook his head but didn't look disappointed at all. This was a test, of course. Again? He struck with the sword again, and Hong, a thick pillar of light resembling sword chi shot out. However, it was still the same. Not long after the sword chi was shot out, without unleashing any power, it broke down on its own. It failed again. It's a very apparent matter. To grasp a mystical art in such a short time, could it be that easy? There's definitely a key to operating it. It can't be learned simply by watching it a few times. Atop the wall, quite a few people made cynical remarks. Ling Han was too freakish, making many people feel envious. However, some attentive people discovered that Ling Han's flash of sword chi lasted a tiny bit longer compared to the one earlier. Truly just a tiny bit, but it certainly lasted longer. Regarding this, Ling Han was obviously the clearest. He revealed a smile, waving the sword again without flagging at all, improving on his own deficiencies. 10 strikes, 20 strikes, and 30 strikes. His improvement was more and more apparent to the point where most people discovered that the time his sword chi was maintained was becoming longer and longer. Tian Xiaoning was shocked. Was he acting as Ling Han's whetstone? He roared and said, "Blood bones break." Instantly, the 5 corpse soldiers roared fiercely, letting out a beast-like shriek. A bizarre change happened to their right arms, turning them into bone spears that emitted a terrifying presence. The 5 corpse soldiers brandished their bone spears simultaneously, stabbing at Ling Han. The momentum of the spears was as if they could penetrate through any defense no matter how powerful it was. Break! Ling Han also shouted lightly, striking a dazzling blow with the sword. Chapter 568. 1,000 Corpse Sect's Crushing Defeat. As the sword swept by, it was as if a true dragon had revived. The thick and long sword chi spread its claws, slashing towards the 5 corpse soldiers. Ping 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 ping, the sword chi swept past, and the 5 corpses were sent flying all together as if they were 5 feathers too frail to stand a gust of wind, unable to stand even a single blow. After they landed, everyone saw clearly that there were actually spiderweb-like cracks on their bones. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Corpse soldiers had formidable physique, but under Ling Han's sword attack, cracks actually appeared. Wasn't this too ridiculous? The sword chi was only fired out with a 6th-tier spirit tool, and even if it were stronger than the corpse soldiers, it shouldn't be powerful to such a degree. He condensed sword chi, someone said in a quavering voice. Not a sword ray but condensed flashes of sword chi. Their power far surpassed average sword chi, but was inferior to sword rays. This was a stage where one could both retreat and advance, possessing might that surpassed chi but was not constrained by a ray. One could still continue to increase the amount of flashes of chi. A genius. A freak. Simply looking at Xuanyuan Guang operate it for a short while, he learned it already? My God, could there really be such a terrifying guy in the world? However, they didn't know that Ling Han had stood at the heights of the heaven tier, and in this lifetime he'd even acquired a mystical power, the Eye of Truth, which could reach the essence of things, allowing him to clearly see how Xuanyuan Guang combined and used chi. Once he had the inspiration with his martial talent and the height he'd once stood at, combining sword chi became a piece of cake. Damn it! Tian Xiaoning roared angrily and unleashed from within his body waves of corpse chi, which surged into the 5 corpse soldiers. Instantly, the cracks on their bodies healed at an extremely fast rate. This was the advantage of corpse soldiers. As long as there was an endless supply of corpse chi, they were almost undying. Else, why had Xuanyuan Guang not won against Jianghu despite grasping the mystic arts of combining chi, and having reached 22 flashes of chi? On one side Jianghu was certainly very strong, and on the other, it was because of the undying characteristic of corpse soldiers. Kill. Tian Xiaoning controlled the corpse soldiers again to attack at Ling Han. Ling Han, however, was unperturbed and muttered, "Sword chi combining has succeeded, but to adhere the bone patterns on it is somewhat difficult." He wanted to adhere the old vicious mongoose's bone patterns onto the sword chi. This could greatly increase the chi flash's power. However, now that the sword chi was an amalgam, adhering the bone patterns onto it was difficult. Ling Han continued to use the 5 corpse soldiers as sparring partners, continuously striking out with sword chi. As the terrifying sword attacks swept past, the 5 corpse soldiers were injured repeatedly. Even if Desolate Hell Sword was mainly defensive, the combined sword chi's power was too strong. Tian Xiaoning no longer had the energy to partake in the battle, simply unleashing corpse chi continuously to repair the corpse soldiers. Otherwise, once these corpses were shattered, it would also mean his crushing defeat. Although he was a highly ranked disciple in the 1,000 Corpse Sect, corpse chi still had its limits, and he soon felt immense pressure. After countless slashes, Ling Han struck again with the sword, yet discovered that there were no corpse soldiers that came to block the sword. He was startled. Looking at Tian Xiaoning, he said, "Why aren't you fight H*T, why are you looking so ghastly, trying to scare people to death?" Although Tian Xiaoning was far from being handsome and bright, he was still tall and masculine, emitting an astounding presence all over his body, but now? He actually became emaciated, so much that his skin stuck onto his bones as if he'd starved for several months. You still want to humiliate me?" Tian Xiaoning said with a quavering voice. He continuously repaired the 5 corpse soldiers and had exhausted his corpse chi, even consuming quite a bit of origin source corpse chi, so he naturally shriveled up into a skeletal monster. "Haha, didn't notice, Ling Han said without any sincerity while revealing a regretful look. He still hadn't adhered the bone patterns onto the combined sword chi mainly because his opponent couldn't take much of a beating. Tian Xiaoning mustered up some remaining strength and leapt back to his own side. This battle was obviously a crushing defeat. "Next," Ling Han said indifferently. Bai Yuan stared at Ling Han, feeling a sense of speechlessness. He'd known that there were hidden talents in the middle state and that the current prodigies were even more likely to appear at a place like Million Treasure City. Thus, he'd brought 10 of the Sect Master's disciples to come here for a challenge, toughening these conceited youngsters. However, he'd still been sure on the inside that with Jianghu present, opponents would be easily suppressed no matter how strong. Now, Jianghu was obstructed, while the other disciples suffered crushing defeat. They didn't lose to one person but they collectively lost 3 times. First losing to a small little girl, then losing to a naturally foolish girl and then to this young man. What an unlucky year this was, there were too many prodigies. "No need to fight, I'll count it as you winning 9 rounds. Wait till the 3rd fight stops, then he'll fight you," Bai Yuan said grudgingly. Ling Han cracked a smile and said to Xuanyuan Guang, "Little Guang, can you do it or not? If you can't, leave it to me." "Bullsh." Xuanyuan Guang roared angrily as divine light flashed in his eyes, and purple-colored flames were emitted from his body. His aura actually skyrocketed. Power of bloodline? Ling Han muttered. At this moment, Xuanyuan Guang was truly powerful, and it felt like he'd already surpassed the level of the flower blossom tier and crossed into the height of the spiritual infant tier. Within 3 moves I'll crush you. Xuanyuan Guang shouted, firing both fists like hammers towards Jianghu. Ping 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 ping. As expected, the 5 corpse soldiers weren't Xuanyuan Guang's match at all, exploding into pieces with a casual strike and not even having the chance to be restored. Jianghu's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated toward the side of the 1,000 corpse sect, no longer daring to fight. This was natural. Spiritual infant tier elites suppressed flower blossom tier 1s, and he wasn't strong to the point where he could crush a spiritual infant tier while at a disadvantage, so he could only forfeit the battle. Jianghu was also defeated. At this point, the 1,000 corpse sect's 10 disciples were all defeated, making them all lose face. They clearly came with the light of the victorious yet were trampled into dregs. No one could keep their heads up. Bai Yuan sighed inwardly. The eldest and the second didn't come, so it seemed like they could only swallow the defeat this time. Han Lin dare to fight me? Xuanyuan Guang targeted Ling Han. Ling Han's gaze swept by as he said, "Want to fight? Then fight. Where do you come up with all this nonsense?" Ha, though I really dislike you, I must admit, you certainly have quite the nerve. Xuanyuan Guang charged over, striking with his palms, and a massive fire tiger was formed. I'll let a thieving man like you know what true power is. After he activated the power of bloodline, his power skyrocketed, breaking through the level of the flower blossom tier. Condensing 22 flashes of chi again, the fire tiger could even annihilate low-stage spiritual infant tier opponents. It was terrifyingly powerful. Ling Han obviously wouldn't counter it head-on. He was originally behind in cultivation by quite a lot, not to mention now that the power of bloodline was activated. It was like taking a forbidden medicine as Xuanyuan Guang instantly became several times fiercer. He displayed the demon fairy step. Once he delayed to when the power of bloodline was exhausted, he would launch a counteroffensive. Chapter 569, Monkey's Wine. However, Ling Han and Xuanyuan Guang didn't fight in the end, as Xiang intervened and separated the two. At high noon tomorrow you can bring people out to leave this city, Bai Yuan said, pointing at Ling Han, Helian Shui, and the rest. He left right after he finished talking. They were utterly defeated, so they obviously had no more face to stay. Small Yang, why not make him stay? An old woman appeared soundlessly, supporting herself with a cane. She looked old and shaky, but taking a glance at her, one would feel a frightening impact as if one's head was about to explode, showing the old woman's terrifying strength. Sister Ma, even if we joined hands, could we defeat 7 heaven-tier corpse soldiers? Xiang responded with a question. The old woman was speechless. The people of the 1,000 corpse sect were more terrifying the higher their tier, because the higher it was, the more corpse soldiers they could control. Normal disciples could only control 1 to 2 same-tier corpse soldiers, while prodigies could easily control many. However, for one like Bai Yuan, the corpse soldiers he could control reached the shocking amount of 7. Moreover, no one knew what level the corpse soldiers were. It would be alright if they were low-stage ones, somewhat troublesome if they were medium-stage ones, and almost invincible if they were high-stage ones. If they were at the peak of the heaven tier, it would be better to request a shattering void tier elite to come. With the great city guarding formation, Bai Yuan definitely couldn't charge into the city, but he didn't need to. The 4th killing formation would only take a few more days wearing the formation down. Once it was done, Million Treasures City would become a speck of dust in history. However, weren't there still many quotas to leave the city? Ling Han acquired 90, Hunyou also acquired 90, while Helian Shui acquired 100. Xuanyuan Guang only acquired 10, Pang Xiang Ming also acquired 10, though he gave them up. A total of 190, yet Ling Han grasped the distribution of 180 quotas. Thus, Xiang stopped Ling Han and Xuanyuan Guang's battle in a large part due to the distribution of these quotas. Since Bai Yuan made a Dao oath, he could be believed. The key was that staying here, the only option was death, so even if it were risky, it would be worth a try. Everyone wanted a quota to get out, and Ling Han thought of something better. Auction. He didn't have a favorable impression of these so-called noble families in the city, so he would obviously take this chance to reap off them fiercely. At night, Spirit Treasures Pavilion conducted a groundbreaking auction, auctioning only one thing, the 180 quotas to leave the city. Ling Han didn't want gold and silver, he only wanted origin crystals, and it had to be 3-star origin crystals. Of course, if anyone was willing to use 4 stars, 5 stars or 6 stars origin crystals to snap it up, Ling Han obviously wouldn't turn them down. Every quota started off at 103 stars origin crystals, and after some fierce contention, the cheapest quota reached 503 stars origin crystals. The most expensive was auctioned off at 10,700. It was the last quota, drawing the frenzied scramble for it. After giving the Spirit Treasures Pavilion a 10% commission, Ling Han still received nearly 20,000 3-stars origin crystals, making him beam with joy. After advancing into the Flower Blossom tier, his cultivation slowed down, but with this many 3-stars origin crystals, his cultivation could speed up again. Storing all the origin crystals into the Black Tower, Ling Han was in an extremely good mood, and began to drink with Zhu Xian and the others in a private courtyard. After drinking, he temporarily couldn't fall asleep, so he went for a walk by the lake. Hellion Sun Shui obviously stuck by his side and pulled on the hem of his clothes while gripping onto that brick, looking like she would dare smack with it if Ling Han dared to shake her off. As they walked, they saw a black shadow that stood by the lakeside and held a wine gourd in hand, pouring fine wine into the lake. The rich alcoholic aroma spread, making the pores all over Ling Han's body relax and expand. This was an exceptional vintage wine, and martial artists would definitely get great benefits from drinking it. Ling Han looked reluctant to let it go to waste and said, dear friend, such fine wine, isn't it a pity to waste it?" That person's back was against Ling Han. He turned around as he heard those words, sweeping a glance at Ling Han, but when his gaze swept by Hellion Xuanyuan, he stagnated slightly, revealing a hint of confusion in his eyes, which immediately became clear and bright. He laughed loudly and threw the wine gourd directly at Ling Han and said, "Then I'll treat you to some wine." Ling Han took the wine gourd and instantly, he felt a wave of amazing aroma spread, making him feel as if he were becoming an immortal. He focused his gaze and saw the golden-colored liquor, which looked like agar. He was the Grandmaster of Alchemy, and didn't lack understanding of worldly treasures. Thus he blurted out, "Purple moon Ganoderma, thousand wind fruit, purple cloud soul essence void flower, it's monkey's wine." Monkey's wine. According to the legends, monkeys harvested various spirit fruits and medicinal ingredients to brew fine wine. It was not only tasty and aromatic, but also quite strong and greatly tonic. Different levels of monkey beasts brewed monkey's wine with different effects, and possessing the medicinal ingredients that Ling Han listed. This was definitely brewed by the strongest of monkey beasts. Even Ling Han never had the chance to taste it in his former life. It could be said that even one drop of such a monkey's wine was extremely precious. Ling Han profited greatly tonight, but taking everything out wouldn't be enough to buy one drop of it. This was too precious. A youngster like you actually recognized the original ingredients of this monkey's wine? That person was also somewhat astounded. Under the moonlight's reflection was a man of sturdy stature who gave off the feeling of a tall mountain. Even if the skies collapsed, he would be able to prop it up. Ling Han was startled. He actually couldn't see through this middle-aged man. It was also quite normal, since this was Million Treasures City. A high-level heaven-tier elite wasn't something rare here. "Old brother, this wine is too precious, I don't dare to drink it recklessly," Ling Han said with a smile and threw the wine gourd back. That large fellow laughed loudly and said, "Since you recognize this monkey's wine, it's karma. Please." He threw the wine gourd back at Ling Han again, bold and sincere. One could see his magnanimous heart. Ling Han was no longer pretentious and said, "Then thank you." He raised his head and the liquor instantly poured out of the gourd, flowing into his mouth like a waterfall. However, after one mouthful, Ling Han felt like would pass out from being drunk. This monkey's wine was tonic and strong, affecting the divine sense directly. Even spiritual infant tier and deity transformation tier elites would easily get drunk. However, Ling Han had a shred of heaven tier divine sense, and it was toughened under the sharpening of primal chaos source rock. He didn't pass out in one mouthful, but his eyes involuntarily became unclear. After having a good mouthful, he threw the wine gourd back at the large fellow and said, "Old brother, please." That large fellow took the gourd and chugged it. He was much more kick-ass than Ling Han, drinking away half of the gourd with gudu-gudu sounds. Ling Han bared his teeth involuntarily. If he were to drink half a gourd, he would definitely die from being drunk and go straight to see the king of hell. "Sai can't get drunk," that large fellow exclaimed as if he were completely fine. The show-off. Chapter 570, Becoming Sworn Brothers. "Old brother, something on your mind?" Ling Han was clearly lower in tier, but the other didn't reveal his identity, so he was happy to pretend not to know. As a former Heaven tier elite and an old monster from millennia ago, he obviously didn't want to call these small guys seniors. That large fellow simply drank aggressively, revealing a heartbroken look in his eyes. "No need to say, it's definitely pain from love," Ling Han immediately said. "You can see through it?" That large fellow turned to look at him. Ling Han snickered and said, "I'm an experienced person, so how could I not have seen through it?" "Haha, then cheers again." That large fellow laughed, and as his hand swayed, he took out a wine bowl and threw it to Ling Han after filling it up. With the abilities of such a great expert, there obviously wouldn't be a drop of wine spilled. Ling Han didn't dare to chug it down. If he drank one more mouthful, he would definitely pass out, so he only took a small sip. That large fellow didn't force him either, and simply chugged down on his own. Ling Han felt pain seeing this. This truly lacked any appreciation and was a great waste. Monkey's wine was more than precious, and drinking it like that was just defiling it. "Old brother, whatever matter pains the heart, talking about will make it easier to endure," Ling Han advised. That large fellow looked deeply at Ling Han, and actually began to talk about it. His story was quite simple. A young man fell in love with a young woman. They met for the first time at a lakeside, falling in love at first sight. Afterwards they traveled the world together, sweetly in love. However, maybe it was because the resentment of singles was too deep, but the young woman actually contracted an incurable disease. No matter how remarkable the young man's cultivation was, he couldn't find spiritual medicine to cure it. In the end, the young woman passed away, leaving the young man all by himself. Every year at this time, the young man would come here to reminisce about his first meeting with the girl. Countless years passed, and the young man became the middle-aged man he was now. Ling Han couldn't help but feel sympathetic and began talking about Heavenly Divine Phoenix Maiden. Of course, he wouldn't say that it was matters from 10 millennia ago, making slight changes. Now the two were really resonating, seeing eye to eye. In reality, the two people's feelings were completely different, but losing their loved ones, the more they agreed, being slightly intoxicated, the two actually became sworn brothers. "Second brother, I'm Feng Po Yun. If anyone bullies you in the future, just announce your older brother's name," that large fellow said with his arm around Ling Han's shoulder. "This younger brother is Ling Han." Ling Han didn't use a fake name. This large fellow felt bold and magnanimous to him, and definitely wasn't the type that placed emphasis on interests. Moreover, this person was true and forthright. He was a true man. "Sai, your older brother just can't get drunk." Feng Po Yun shook his head repeatedly, appearing extremely unfortunate. His tier was too high, and things in this world that could get him drunk were probably impossible to find. This older brother was truly eccentric. This monkey's wine was for him to get drunk, and so he entered an ancient forest to find it, fighting a great battle with terrifying monkey beasts. Nevertheless, he still couldn't get drunk. Ling Han pat his chest and said, "Older brother, don't worry, I'll definitely brew an exceptional fine wine and get you drunk for 3 years. He wasn't boasting. He entered too many historic sites in the previous life, and other than obtaining many arts and skills, he also obtained a few unconventional things such as brewing recipes. There was a type of divine brew. Its effects were nature-defying, claiming that even gods would get drunk, but the ingredients it required were ridiculously precious, even he couldn't have gathered it in his previous life. In this life he was qualified to advance into the Shattering Void tier, and naturally had hope in creating the divine brew. Ling Han was willing to call Feng Po Yun older brother because the latter was currently already 400 years old, older than Ling Han's combined age in 2 lifetimes. Calling him older brother was still suitable, and as for the 10 millennia of the soul's existence, there was no body, so he naturally wouldn't age, It didn't count. Then older brother will wait for you. Feng Po Yun laughed loudly. Although the two brothers just met not long ago, their temperaments were congenial, and the more they conversed, the more they agreed. Ling Han lived as a man twice and stood at the top of the world in the previous life, so how could his experiences be any inferior? They talked for a long while and Ling Han passed out in a daze at last. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a snow-white neck and a beautiful chin. It turned out his head was resting on Helian Sun Shue's thighs. As expected, a flat chest. Otherwise, from his angle, he should see two mountain peaks, and it should be impossible to see her chin, let alone the neck. However, when Hainyo recovered her memories in the future and recalled this scene, Ling Han instantly felt a waterfall-like amount of cold sweat. This would probably lead to him being hunted down. Ling Han got up and instantly felt an intense headache, making him cover his head. It truly hurt like hell. Ever since cultivating, he very rarely had hangover, but this time he was in a drunken mess. This wine was truly fierce. However, Ling Han immediately discovered that his cultivation rocketed upwards by 2 small tiers. From the flower blossom tier onwards, the increase in cultivation was directly related to martial comprehension, but he actually increased 2 small tiers while intoxicated. What did this imply? Monkey's wine was too kick-ass. Ling Han exclaimed inwardly. However, this was also because it was his first time drinking it and so the effects were the most intense. The next time he drank it there would definitely be benefits, but it definitely wouldn't be as fierce as this time. It should be the same as spiritual liquid drank a little at a time. Moreover, drinking like this was truly intolerable as his head was almost about to explode. Ling Han. Helian Sun Shui called out worriedly. Hainyo, not so loud, not so loud. Ling Han hurriedly gestured by pressing his hand downwards. With that shout, his head began to buzz painfully again. He took out some spiritual liquid from the black tower and drank few mouthfuls to sober up, then washed up with some lake water, finally feeling somewhat better. He asked, "Where's my older brother?" "He left," Helian Xuanyuan said. "But, he said he'll come back in a while to resolve a predicament for you." Resolve a predicament? Could it mean being trapped in Million Treasures City? Although this older brother was fierce, what was outside was the 4th killing formation. Let's go back first. Ling Han looked at the time of day. It was already past noon, and the forces that took the quotas yesterday were probably in a crazy rush. As expected, when he arrived at the city gates, many people looked at him angrily, appearing extremely unfriendly. "Han Lin, why have you just come now?" someone reprimanded. Ling Han had an annoyed look all over his face. Covering his ears, he said, "You got a problem? What are you yelling for? Don't you know how to talk properly?" That person was a spiritual infant tier elite, but seeing that Ling Han dared to talk to him like that, he couldn't help but reveal a furious expression. "Alright, don't let people make a fool of themselves," Xiang said, pointing to the bottom of the city gates. Bai Yuan had already appeared. Ling Han said, "The people who took the 180 quotas all go down." He had the Black Tower and naturally never thought about the quotas. Moreover, he still wanted to get the innocent people out of the city. The 180 people under the city gates all looked pleasantly surprised in their renewed life. They could finally leave this hell of a place. "Old man, you've made this place murky and foul, I really don't like it," someone shouted in a deep voice. A tall figure walked from within the city, waved at Bai Yuan and said, "Whatever Million Treasures City looked like, return it to the way it was." Chapter 571, Feng Po Yun. Ling Han was astounded. The man tall like a mountain was obviously the older brother Feng Po Yun, whom he had become sworn brothers with yesterday. Who's this? Such great nerve, daring to call a heaven-tier elite an old man. Don't know, might be a stray that's been trapped too long in the city and was bewildered into going crazy. Yes, that's right, that's right. Atop the wall, everyone discussed animatedly, but not everyone had eyesight like Ling Han, being able to see Feng Po Yun's powerfulness. In the eyes of normal people, this large fellow was just slightly sturdy, slightly out of the ordinary and didn't have many specialties. However, heaven-tier elites, in the clear and in the dark alike, all revealed a grave expression. They couldn't see through this large fellow's strength. This proved one point: the other person's cultivation was not at all below theirs. Bai Yuan was even more careful. With a battle cry, 7 caskets slid over from afar. The other person had bad intentions and would most likely attack, so he couldn't be careless at all. Normally, Heaven Tier warriors were already at the world's peak, so they were naturally bold and unrestrained. However, the Thousand Corpse sect was somewhat special. Even its shattering Void Tier sect master was hidden, never showing their true self. The sect master's officers, the 7 venerable Heaven Tier warriors, were naturally also cautions. At least, before the Thousand Corpse sect stood in front of the public formally, each one of them maintained a low profile and a cautious manner. "Lordship, who are you?" Bai Yuan asked in a shout. Feng Po Yun picked his ears and said, "Do you have hearing problems? I told you to remove this formation, or else I'll personally take it down." "Haha, what an arrogant tone. Why don't you take it down for this old man to see?" Bai Yuan said threateningly. This was the 4th killing formation, and although the sect master didn't acquire the complete formation, being only able to unleash 50% of its power, it wasn't difficult to erase a low-level shattering Void Tier cultivator. This large fellow actually said he'd take it down. Feng Po Yun's gaze focused like a sweeping flash of lightning, making Bai Yuan's eyes hurt as if they were about to explode. So powerful. Bai Yuan was shocked and hurriedly controlled the corpse soldiers to attack. Peng, 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 7 caskets opened simultaneously, and 7 corpses leapt out. Every corpse soldier only had their bones left, but these bones were golden as if made of metal. However, on each piece of bone grew a foot-long bone spike, which gave people an extremely strange feeling. "Just 7 skeletons? And you want to block me?" Feng Po Yun said in disdain. Bai Yuan was furious. He received the sect master's help in refinement of those 7 corpse soldiers, and solely in terms of defense, they already reached the limit of the Heaven Tier. Even peak-stage Heaven Tier elites would go through some strenuous effort to break them down. Moreover, these corpse soldiers were not any weaker when it came to attack power. After the bone spikes were refined over and over again, they could easily tear through a Heaven Tier warrior's defense, and once they got close, they could instantly pierce a Heaven Tier elite full of bloody holes. "Kill?" Bai Yuan pointed at Feng Po Yun. 7 corpse soldiers instantly leapt out and charged towards Feng Po Yun. Atop the city, an old woman appeared and asked Yin Xuanyuan, "Should we help? I, small Yang, can't see through this person at all. His strength is unfathomably deep, so let's take a look first," Yin Xuanyuan said, shaking his head. This lord might have seen this person somewhere. Another old man appeared and stared at Feng Po Yun, revealing a doubtful look. Ling Han couldn't help but be somewhat worried. These 7 corpse soldiers were all 3rd-tier golden armored corpses, and were refined to the limit. Even if he recovered the strength of his former lifetime's prime, he wouldn't dare to fight them head-on. Well, if it was Sword Emperor or Heavenly Divine Phoenix Maiden, then maybe it'd be a different story. Feng Po Yun, however, didn't care at all. He took out the wine gourd and began to take big gulps. The liquor flowed down the corner of his mouth. His beard was full of sparkling liquid marked by vicissitudes. The corpse soldiers arrived, covering him in golden bones in an instant. It was over. Or so everyone thought. Those were 3rd-tier golden armored corpses, and being surrounded so closely by them, Heaven-tier elites would inevitably die no matter how strong they were. No one thought that such an elite would die so stupidly. Bai Yuan sneered. This was the consequence of looking down on him. Did people really think that the Thousand Corpse sect was easy to bully because they didn't appear openly in the world? Wrong. Everyone in the Thousand Corpse sect nurtured corpse soldiers, and each person could at least fight 1 against 2. The higher their tier, the more terrifying their battle prowess. He alone could equal 6 to 7 Heaven Tier elites. How surprising was that? As the 7 corpse soldiers attacked, a flash of purple light surged, turning into a circle and then exploding fiercely. Peng, 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 peng. The 7 corpse soldiers were shocked and thrown back altogether, and their skeletal frames that were strong as peak-stage Heaven Tiers disintegrated, turning into infinite bone splinters. The purple brilliance rippled. Feng Po Yun stood loftily like a supreme god, the ground beneath his feet and the heavens above his head. The entire world had to prostrate and tremble before him. His hair fluttered and his eyes were like the stars, as if a divine chain of order that could lock and extinguish everything. The supreme aura rippled, striking the highest of heavens and shaking the depths of hell. Only he stood supreme over all. Pa 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 pa. Everyone knelt down. Only Heaven Tier elites could barely resist, but it was still hard for them to hide the anxiety and fear in their hearts, having almost no courage to resist. A shattering void tear. Bai Yuan's face was dreadfully pale, and he looked extremely dispirited. In the 7 corpse soldiers were shreds of his divine sense, and Feng Po Yun had directly wiped them out, making him suffer a substantial injury. At this time he had at most 30% of his battle prowess remaining. However, the 1,000 corpse sect relied mostly on corpse soldiers, and now that the 7 corpses all turned into dregs, his 30% battle prowess was in terms of his own personal battle prowess. His true battle prowess was probably not even 1/100th of what it had been. Everyone no longer had any doubts. Being able to break down 7 peak stage heaven tier corpse soldiers was something only the strongest in this world could do. The shattering void tier. It's an honor to see your lordship. Atop the city wall, Xuanyuan and the other heaven tier elites paid their respects one after another. Shattering void tier, there were only so many of them in middle state, countable by the fingers on one's hands. Feng Po Yun. Finally, someone voiced out Feng Po Yun's identity. Feng Po Yun waved his hands, appearing disinterested, and said to Bai Yuan, "Don't say that I'm bullying little kids. Remove the formation and never come to Million Treasure City again." Bai Yuan paid his respects as well. Regardless of foe or friend, shattering void tier elites possessed the most honorable status, standing at the peak of humanity. One step further and they could become gods, receiving the worship of the world. However, after paying respects, he said, "Forgive this old one for not obeying. Lord Feng, taking down this city is the sect master's orders, and this old one doesn't dare to disobey." "Then where is your sect master? Let him come out. I'll beat him till he's convinced," Feng Po Yun said in an extremely domineering way. "This?" Bai Yuan revealed an irritated look. In his heart, the Lord Sect Master was like a god, invincible amongst men. How could the Sect Master be slighted? He said, "Lord Sect Master is held up by some trivial matters and won't be able to come see Lord Feng in near time." Chapter 572, Resolving the Formation. "Since you can't fight me, don't blabber so much." Feng Po Yun waved his hands. "Get lost, I'm going to break the formation." Bai Yuan wouldn't possibly dare to block him. Only Feng Po Yun was slightly easier to talk to. If it were any other shattering void tier elite, he would have already died several hundred times. He hurriedly ran into the formation. Only inside the 4th killing formation did he have any sense of security. The 4th killing formation could kill even high-level shattering void tier elites, and although the formation wasn't complete, killing low-level shattering void tier warriors still wasn't an issue. If the 1,000 corpse sect could use the death of a shattering void tier elite to declare their reappearance, then it would definitely cause a stir through the word. Thinking about this, Bai Yuan couldn't help but get excited. Would he personally be the one to bring about such a miracle? Killing a shattering void tier elite, this was no different from killing a god. Killing a god to re-establish their sect, intimidating the entire world. Come, use your life to announce the return of the 1,000 corpse sect. Then we'll refine your corpse into a corpse soldier, a holy corpse soldier that surpasses golden armored corpses. Feng Po Yun walked with large strides and entered the large formation with black mist swirling around him. Atop the city wall, everyone was nervous. This was truly the end of the line. They'd originally thought that they'd be trapped and die in the city, and never would have thought that a shattering void tier would suddenly appear. There was hope in breaking the formation. In everyone's hearts, shattering void tier elites were undefeatable legends, just like the existence of gods. They believed that if Feng Po Yun intervened, that large formation would definitely be broken. In a short while, terrifying divine light surged from afar and rippled over, instantly provoking the reaction of the great city guarding formation, which started forming a shield. Even so, everyone's legs still shivered in fear and panic. This was a battle on the shattering void tier level, and if it weren't for the existence of the great city guarding formation, the ripples alone could make heaven tier warriors hack out blood, and deity transformation tier ones break down into pieces. The power of the humanity's peak, so powerful that it couldn't be fathomed. Hong, hong, hong. The terrifying battle continued. Flashes of divine light shot towards the horizon, shaking the skies. Even the void was torn apart, and a constellation of stars was shattered and fell, turning into a stream of meteors. Ling suddenly felt an itch inside. In the vast lands, most 10th tier rare metals were harvested from meteors, and where did these meteors come from? They obviously came from constellations of stars. However, Min's powers were limited, so how could anyone pluck stars and grab moons? There were terrifying gales that covered the skies densely, and even heaven-tier elites couldn't fly to the limit, so how could one speak of catching stars? Only shattering void-tier warriors possessed the power near humanity's limits, approaching the power limit that this realm could accommodate. Only then could one reach out to shake down the stars. Feng Po Yun battled fiercely against the fourth killing formation and shattered many stars that turned into meteors falling to the ground. Although 10th tier rare metal could not be harvested from every star, but there should be at least one or two, right? Unfortunately, the fourth killing formation still hadn't been broken through, and if he were to charge out rashly, he would definitely be crushed to death. There were many people who harbored the same idea, and their gazes were burning with desire, but firstly, the killing formation deterred them, and secondly, who dared to take a mighty shattering void tier's belongings? That would truly be getting tired of living. The divine light shone on the world, shockingly terrifying. How many people could have personally seen a battle on the shattering void tier level? Now, everyone was destined to witness it, but separated by a formation, no one could truly see clearly. They could only sense the ripples of the battle and imagine the powerfulness of the shattering void tier. After some fierce fighting, suddenly there was no more sound. It was over? Look, the mist is starting to fade, someone cried out. As expected, the mist certainly began to disperse at a fast pace, as if sucked by an air vent. In a few breaths' time, the black mist that covered the surrounding ground and the skies disappeared completely. The fourth killing formation had been deactivated. Extremely far away, Feng Po Yun's expression was filled with loneliness. A victory that people could only dream of was not worth a mention for him. He drank a mouthful of fine wine and took large strides towards the city gates. Ling Han had to admit that this older brother had already surpassed the level of showing off, reaching new heights. So he's actually that impressive? Xuanyuan said in a quiet voice. Ha, do you know him? Xuanyuan said astoundingly. Yesterday Han and I bumped into him. He and Han drank and became sworn brothers, Xuanyuan said. Puh. Xuanyuan instantly spurted out. Becoming sworn brothers with a shattering void tier elite? This was truly like a fantasy. But thinking again, Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist, so becoming sworn brothers with a shattering void tier elite wasn't overreaching, as they were both at the peak of their respective fields. Ling Han, however, looked disgusted as his expression distorted. Han, when did this chick come up with a nickname for him? Everyone hurriedly came down the city walls and opened the gates, welcoming Feng Po Yun's return. Shattering void tier elites were supreme beings, and usually seeing them was as hard as climbing the skies, but this time they actually received the help of a shattering void tier. Truly unexpected. Lord Feng. Lord Feng. Xuanyuan and the other heaven tier warriors paid their respects. The others had no chance to speak and simply knelt down in the distance. Feng Po Yun nodded and said, I owed San a favor. He requested a few days ago that if Million Treasures City were to encounter a crisis, I should help him resolve it. So, you guys don't need to thank me. San wasn't just anyone, or else how could a shattering void tier owe him a favor? He was Spirit Treasures Pavilion's great pavilion master, named Shan. Being ranked third, many that were familiar with him called him San too. Of course, only shattering void tier elites would dare call him San. Xuanyuan suddenly realized why Great Pavilion Master didn't worry about leaving with the other 7 Pavilion Masters. As it turned out, there was already a foolproof plan. With a shattering void tier elite keeping an eye out, wasn't that certain enough that nothing would go wrong? But as to why Feng Po Yun didn't intervene earlier, leading them to assume that all was over. Well, who would dare question a shattering void tier elite? He was able to intervene, so you'd better thank the heavens. Feng Po Yun was obviously received by a few heaven tier elites only. Others had no right to go up, but some people still wanted to cause trouble. Han Lin, return the origin crystals, someone shouted at Ling Han. That's right, we didn't use yesterday's quotas at all, so return the origin crystals. Hand over the origin crystals. Yesterday the people who bought the 180 quotas all shouted at Ling Han. In order to save their lives they were cut fiercely. Now that the crisis was lifted, the more they thought about it, the more they were dissatisfied about it. Moreover, Ling Han was a mere flower blossom tier, and although there was a freakish little girl by his side, she was still small after all. The larger girl only had amazing brute force, and was at most in the spiritual infant tier. On the other side there was a handful of deity transformation tier experts and even heaven tier beings. Return the origin crystals. Countless people demanded of Ling Han. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.